Chapter 565 Cracking the Formation with Might. Chapter 565 Cracking the Formation with Might. Seeing those phantoms, Yi Yuan could not help turning solemn. Illusionary spirit bodies. That middle-aged man at the helm was stunned hearing that as well, and said rather surprisedly, "Young man, you actually know about the illusionary spirit body. Indeed, you have some knowledge and experience. No wonder you could perfectly clear the first 3 levels. The so-called illusionary spirit body was created by refining the divine soul spiritual body with an extremely special method into a virtually undying, imperishable state. This sort of illusionary spirit body was exceedingly hard to tangle with, because they were very difficult to kill. Even when blasting them into dregs, they could still restore their original appearance very quickly, unless the martial artist's realm was much higher than the illusionary spirit bodies and used a mighty arcane ability to utterly annihilate them. That was how one could kill them. Yi Yuan had very in-depth research into the divine soul before, and saw through at one glance that these people were illusionary spirit bodies. Ah, Senior, you actually have your own consciousness. Hearing this middle-aged man actually speak to him, Yi Yuan was stunned as well. As far as he knew, illusionary spirit bodies generally had their consciousness wiped by others, becoming an unfeeling killing machine. Yet these people in front of him had intelligent eyes. Clearly, they had their own consciousness. This unwittingly made Yi Yuan greatly surprised. Looks like you know quite a bit. Relax, we were refined to become illusionary spirit bodies out of our own accords, and at the same time preserving our own consciousness, said the middle-aged man. Willingly. Yi Yuan could not help being amazed. The process of refining an illusionary spirit body was exceedingly tortuous. Even for the divine soul spirit body, that anguish could also overwhelm people until they wished for death. Moreover, to refine an illusionary spirit body, one must kill the other party in front of them and extract the soul to undergo refinement. The method was exceptionally cruel. It was precisely because of so that this sort of method was CLA's Sifit as a forbidden art in the divine realm. Once it was discovered that somebody refined an illusionary spirit body, they would be rallied upon and attacked together. These illusionary spirit bodies before his eyes were all actually refined out of their own free will. This truly gave Yi Yuan a surprise. That's right. We received the vast heaven peg. Oh, Da's owner's great grace while we were still living. But because of an accident, all of us fell. The vast heaven peg. Oh, Da's owner made it at the last moment and killed the adversary. That's how we were spared from the outcome of our souls dissipating. The middle-aged man seemed to be very spirited and actually chatted with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan only came to a realization after hearing it, but he said doubtfully again with the vast heaven peg. Oh, Da owners means even if he couldn't revive you guys, finding a couple of bodies to let you all take possession to revive should still be achievable, right? The middle-aged man laughed and said, Certainly. It's just that we weren't willing, that's all. Back then, the vast heaven peg. Oh, Da's owner gave us 2 options. One was to let us take possession and revive. The other was to become this vast heaven peg. Oh, Da's guardian spirits. The few of us discussed it and finally still decided to become the guardian spirits. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Since these people were willing, then he was naturally disinclined to poke a finger into other people's affairs as well. Senior, just what kind of person is this vast heaven peg? Oh, Da's owner? Yi Yuan could not hold back the puzzlement in his heart, and he inquired, I can't talk about this. If you have an affinity with this vast heaven peg. Oh, duh. You'll naturally know in the future, said the middle-aged man. Looking at the middle-aged man's appearance, Yi Yuan knew that he could not inquire anything either. He clasped his hands and said, Make a move then, Senior. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Yuan and said smilingly, Even though I find you, this brat, rather pleasing to the eye, we won't pull our punches. Senior, just feel free to take action will do. Yi Yuan did not care a whit. These illusionary spirit bodies before his eyes were clearly not just C transformation realm strength, but they suppressed their realms at the middle stage C transformation without exception, matching theirs with Yi Yuan's realm. The power of the array was released, and Yi Yuan sensed a pressure blotting out the heaven and earth approaching. With Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience, he could naturally discern that these illusionary spirit bodies formed a set of array formation. Furthermore, this set of array formation, Yi Yuan actually had not seen before, but using his BU, T to think, even he could also figure out that the power of this array formation was bound to be extraordinary. Young man, take this. A cold light flashed. Countless streaks of sword light A.S. sailed towards Yi Yuan. With this attack, Yi Yuan knew that the difficulty of this round rose more than just a tiny bit compared to the first 3 levels. Even though it was much lesser in numbers in terms of quality, it was more than a level stronger. Although the first 3 levels were challenging, that was only in terms of demonic beasts numbers. On a small scale, it simply had no way of stopping Lu Hong and Qin Yan, these people. But wanting to charge out of the formation in this 4th round, without some capabilities, one probably could not possess it. However, Yi Yuan's current goal was not just to make it through, but it was to thoroughly crack the array formation, even going as far as to kill all of these illusionary spirit bodies. Having tasted the benefits of perfect clear, Yi Yuan was naturally unresigned to just simply succeed in clearing the round. The 4th, 5th, and 6th level, these 3 levels, he wanted to perfectly clear them too. The allure of the vast heaven steel was seriously too great. Just comprehended the flame movement carnage. Perfect for trying it this time. Yi Yuan chuckled lightly, his figure instantly becoming strange. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Yuan unleashed 3 punches in succession, directly scattering aside all of the sword shadows, scorching true intent. Fine lad. The middle-aged man's shock was by no means small. This array formation of theirs killing middle stage C transformations was no different from pinching an ant to death. But now, it actually could not form an effective attack in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just relied on the flame movement carnage and actually utterly suppressed all of them. This involuntarily made the middle-aged man feel very aggrieved. This 4th level's mission was to make them suppress their boundaries to the same level as the challenger. They were simply unable to unleash the strength that they should have. Initially, with their martial path cultivation and coupled with this set of array formation, suppressing opponents of the same realm was simply like playing around. But he never could have expected that Yi Yuan's true combat strength far surpa set his own realm. Moreover, flame movement carnage, this move was extremely powerful. It was simply unrivaled in front of those at the same realm. If not for their martial path experience being very abundant, that strike just now would already have let Yi Yuan directly crack the array formation. With the middle-aged man's visual prowess, he could obviously tell that with their present strength, they were simply incapable of stopping Yi Yuan from entering the next level. Right at this time, a voice sounded by the middle-aged man's ear. Kuai Liang, raise the threshold to the late-stage C transformation. Kuai Liang's eyes lit up, and his face could not help showing an amused look. This voice came from none other than precisely that mysterious person. Okay. Very clearly, the others received the same order too. In an instant, these people's auras skyrocketed, instantly breaking through the middle stage C transformation and rising to the late stage C transformation. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not refrain from saying disdainfully, "Senior, can you all still be like this when guarding the Pa-S? Isn't it too shameless?" Kuai Liang chortled with laughter and said, "Young man, we can't be blamed for this. Want to blame for yourself for being too monstrous. Come on." Yi Yuan grinned and said with a laugh, "Senior is thinking too much. Do you think that by advancing to late-stage C transformation, you can stop me from cracking the formation? Are you ready? I'm coming." Kuai Liang's smile froze abruptly on his face. Quick, combine attacks and kill this boy. This blow of Yi Yuan's carried tremendous power. The might of one punch actually made even him feel somewhat of a shudder. Bang! Just one punch shattered the grand array which Kuai Liang presided over into smithereens. Chapter 566, 5th Level. Chapter 566. 5th level, the might of that fist was dreadfully powerful. In the past, when Yi Yuan encountered array formations, he would think of cracking them first. But this time he did not. In order to test out the power of the flame movement carnage, he threw a punch over crudely, just like this. This punch collided head-on with Kuai Liang without the slightest bit of gaudiness. The result was Yi Yuan's complete victory. One had to know that behind Kuai Liang there was the support of an array formation. What Yi Yuan faced was not him alone, but it was the entire array formation. Yet, this punch directly blasted everyone flying. Apologies for offending Senior. This Yi wants to clear the round perfectly and have no choice but to kill you all. As he said, Yi Yuan's figure moved, and a punch rumbled towards Kuai Liang once more. Fine lad, I'll wait for you at the next level. At this time, the grand array was simply unable to finish forming. The late-stage C transformation, Kuai Liang, when facing Yi Yuan, only had the chance to close his eyes and await death. Okay, let's meet at the 5th level. Yi Yuan said verbally, but his attack was not careless at all, directly blasting Kuai Liang into residue with a punch. Regarding the other people, Yi Yuan followed suit as well, disposing them one by one. Without the combined power of the array formation, these late-stage C transformation illusionary spirits simply could not cause any threat to Yi Yuan. After these illusionary spirits were killed by Yi Yuan, they did not appear again. They vanished. Since Kuai Liang said to meet again in the next level, it naturally showed that the next level was even harder and that he would not appear again. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, and directly entered the 5th level from the Pa-S, Sage Way. Quickly look. Yi Yuan entered the 5th level. Why is it so quick? Hiss. He spent 3 days in all the first 3 levels before making it through. But in this 4th level, he actually didn't even use 15 minutes? Isn't this too exaggerated? Right now, in the 5th level, there's only Lu Hong, the 4 of them. They stayed in the 4th level for quite a few days. Yi Yuan he, actually Pa-S, said through instantly. Yi Yuan's name only stopped in the 4th level for a very short time before directly showing up in the 5th level. This gave everyone a huge shock. About Yi Yuan being able to clear the 4th level, these people already did not have objections long ago. But body could have expected that Yi Yuan's clearing speed would actually be so swift. What's this boy playing at again? Rin Xingchuan said somewhat perplexedly. Hoo-hoo, if my conjectures are right, Yi Yuan might have reaped considerable gains in the inheritances, PAC, and his strength had a very great improvement. Hence, his clearing speed is this quick, Chi-Hai said. I think so too. But doesn't this boy want to clear the round perfectly anymore? Rin Xingchuan said. How can perfect completion be that easy? After the 4th level, the difficulty will get increasingly greater. Wanting to clear the round perfectly is practically impossible. Looking from Yi Yuan's performance, previously, him clearing perfectly in the first 3 levels was probably very strenuous as well. Or else he would not have Pa-S, said through right on the time limit each time either. Now, he definitely knows that he's incapable of clearing perfectly. Hence, that's why he would choose to charge through directly, Chi-Hai said. Rin Xingchuan nodded his head and rather approved of this notion as well. It was true that Yi Yuan was impressive, but to let him perfectly cleared another 3 rounds again, that was virtually something impossible. This 4th round already had close to 100 years since someone Pa-S said it. The level of difficulty could be imagined. Even if Yi Yuan's strength stood head and shoulders above others, If he wanted to clear the rounds perfectly again like before, the likelihood was not big. And truthfully, wanting to clear Kuai Liang this round was not something that easy. If Yi Yuan did not glean tremendous harvests in the first 3 levels and an inheritance S, PAC, it was also impossible for him to want a PA S through this round so effortlessly. Perhaps he would have to employ the myriad rain sword blades. But with Yi Yuan's present control over the myriad rain sword blades, unless he made use of the nameless essence energy, otherwise, Kuai Liang would not give him the time to execute the skill. In the 5th level, light flashed at the entrance area. Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared. Not far away, 3 people were currently looking at the Lu Hong within the array formation with ghostly pale expressions. Within the array formation, Lu Hong was teetering on his feet. How was there still any hint of the demeanor of an expert? He's about to die. Yi Yuan judged the outcome indifferently. Qin Yen trio watched too nervously, so they did not notice Yi Yuan's appearance at all. With Yi Yuan talking, the 3 of them were startled awake abruptly. Turning around to look, Guo Taochuan said in astonishment, "Yi Yuan, you actually really made it here." The 3 of them were still unaware of the matter of Yi Yuan clearing the rounds perfectly, although they heard the mysterious person said that Yi Yuan was different from them. But specifically in what way, they did not know. Seeing Yi Yuan at this time, Guo Taochuan blurted it out right away. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "You guys all made it over. Can't I make it through?" Guo Taochuan was stunned. Then he said with a forced smile, "Makes sense. It's just, why were you so slow? With your strength, you should have entered even earlier than us." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not answer, but looked at Lu Hong and said rather surprisedly, "Who is this person? To actually be able to make it here with you all?" Qin Yen said with a disdainful look, "He's called Lu Hong. A very KY fellow. He kept on posturing in front of us, and actually even wanted to clear the 5th level. You look. He can't hold on anymore, right?" Even though Qin Yen was very displeased with this Lu Hong, his strength was not the ordinary kind of strong. During the 4th level, Lu Hong finally revealed his true strength, and he was again the first one to charge into the 5th level. And Lu Hong's battle finally made Qin Yen Trio realize that this boy's strength was indeed above theirs. Now, Lu Hong had already fought for a day and night inside this array formation. To be able to persevere in the 5th level until now, it could be seen that this Lu Hong strength was rather uncommon. And how many days has it just been? You're actually already 4th level C transformation. Almost 5th level C transformation? Qin Yen said in amazement. Although just a few days had passed, said in reality, Yi Yuan already stayed for 45 days inside the inheritance S, PC, experiencing this period of ACCU. Mulation, Yi Yuan was only a step away from the 5th level C transformation. Hoo-hoo! I had some gains in the first few levels. That's how I was lucky to break through. That Lu Hong almost can't hold on anymore. At most 5 moves, he's dead for sure, Yi Yuan said indifferently. The 3 people being led by Yi Yuan like this, unconsciously looked towards Lu Hong. Once 5 moves passed, said Lu Hong was indeed stabbed by a sword with a moment of carelessness. Following that, he was very quickly killed by a flurry of swords. Afterward, Lu Hong's body disappeared just like this and was transported out of the vast heaven pag. Oda, all right, you guys came first. I won't SNATC H with you guys. You all discuss for a bit who goes first then, Yi Yuan said faintly. Qin Yen and Guo Taochuan exchanged glances, both having some fear. These people were too strong. They made no pretense to be stronger than Lu Hong, and simply could not make it through at all, including Yin Yanhua. They all did not move after hearing Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan gave them a glance and said smilingly, "Since you all are declining so modestly, then I won't be courteous." Finished talking, Yi Yuan leaped and directly stepped into the array formation. Chapter 567, Really Different. Chapter 567, really different. Lu Hong was transported out just like this, but he did not feel dejected at all. During the vast heaven pag, to trip this time, he felt that he perfectly accomplished the objectives he targeted and would definitely make the three sects gave him a sidelong glance. He would surely receive the three sects' attention this time and become an immensely popular figure. Yet, when he arrived at the vast heaven pag, Da's main entrance, he discovered that there was not a single person paying attention to him. Everyone was staring at the light screen, as if they could make out what was happening inside from those scanty few remaining names on it. Weird. I already came out. What are they still looking at? No matter how impressive those three sects' head disciples are, they can't possibly last longer than me in the 5th level either. Lu Hong thought perplexedly to himself. Lu Hong was very curious. Him being transported out, everyone should already be aware of it. But why was there not a single person paying attention to him? According to what he had in mind previously, he should already be encircled by the various major sects now, and he would be warmly invited to join the Endless Alliance by Ning Yixin they all. But everything happening before his eyes was too different from what he predicted previously. Not a single person seemed to pay attention to his appearance. Everyone's attention was still on the vast heaven pag. The inheritance. As for what the mysterious person said before, Yuan being different from them, these words, Lu Hong had flung it to the back of his mind long ago. He did not feel that there was anybody who could obtain even more dazzling results than him in the vast heaven pag. The inheritance this time. His, Lu Hong's, opponents were only the three sects' head disciples. But what kind of situation was this right now? Unable to hold back the puzzlement in his heart, Lu Hong grabbed an itinerant cultivator disciple who was kicked out by the vast heaven pag. De long ago. This vast heaven pag. The inheritance is also about to end soon, right? What are they still looking at? Lu Hong inquired. That person turned back to take a look. Seeing that it was Lu Hong, he was a little agitated. The vast heaven pag. The inheritance this time, Lu Hong had indeed achieved very dazzling results. And his itinerant cultivator Iden. 1. Tai also made him be idolized by many itinerant cultivators. Turns out it's senior apprentice brother Lu. You're already out. Senior apprentice brother Lu shocked everyone with one move. Truly the role model of my generation's itinerant cultivators. Being teared up by this person, Lu Hong instantly found a sense of existence. Holding back the wild elation in his heart, he feigned indifference and said, Not at all, not at all. We all came from itinerant cultivators' background and should naturally advance and withdraw together. That person had a pleasantly surprised look when he heard, even though he was selected to enter this vast heaven pag. Inheritance too, compared to Lu Hong, it was undoubtedly one in the heaven, the other on the ground. To be able to establish such a relations, HI plus P, it was very useful to him in the future as well. After all, everybody was about to all join the Endless Alliance. With Lu Hong's strength, he was bound to be able to receive an important post. Senior apprentice brother Lu is indeed modest, with the demeanor of a major sect's disciple. After the vast heaven pag, the inheritance this time, senior apprentice brother Lu is most likely the younger generation's number 2 person already. Truly remarkable. That itinerant cultivator sighed with admiration. These words of his were originally flattery, but to Lu Hong, it sounded very grating on the ears. He was clearly the number 1 person, all right? Why was he the number 2 person? Could it be that among those 3 people, there was still somebody who could break through the 5th level? All right, why is everybody still staring at the vast heaven pag? If barring no accidents, the inheritance this time should be ending latest by tomorrow, right? Everybody should be preparing to leave, said Lu Hong, pressed down the unhappiness within. Ending? It's still early, right? You look at that light screen. On it has a scalding gold name. That person is incredible. Those old ancestors all don't dare to blink their eyes right now. fearful of missing this historical moment. The person clicked his tongue in admiration. Lu Hong followed the direction he pointed at and looked over. Indeed, he saw that there was a gilded name in the 5th level. It was precisely Yi Yuan. This astonishment was not small. Apart from himself and the 3 sect's head disciples, there was actually still somebody who made it into the 5th level? How was this possible? He was trapped inside the illusionary spirit's killing array previously and did not notice that Yi Yuan had already entered the 5th level at all. What special meaning does this gilded name have? Lu Hong frowned and asked. It naturally has special meaning. That gilded name represents perfectly completing the first 3 levels. Oh, perfect completion means killing all of the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels. That person was scared that Lu Hong did not know what perfect completion meant and even specially explained it to him. What? Killing all of them? How is that possible? Lu Hong almost leaped up. This shout of his immediately attracted many gazes to look at him. Yet, not a single one of those old ancestors turned around. Their gaze is still staring fixedly at the light screen. The itinerant cultivator saw Lu Hong's eye ALLS pop out and could not help saying with a smile, "Actually, when I heard those old ancestors say this, my reaction was the same as senior apprentice brother Lu's. But looking at it now, that Yi Yuan should have really done it, because the time he stayed in the inheritance SPAC was 3 times compared to you guys." Lu Hong drew a cold breath. This news was seriously too staggering to him. All of a sudden, he recalled the words said by that mysterious person inside the inheritance SPAC and could not help quivering. He's different from you guys. Turns out that he was really different. Lu Hong did not know where this Yi Yuan popped out from, to actually crush him until he had not a single patch of skin unscathed. His gaze was also glued tightly on the gilded name on the light screen and was speechless for a long time. Hey! Do you guys think that Yi Yuan can pass S through this round or not? Gua Taochuan asked the other 2. Yin Yanhua said icily, "I've never doubted Yi Yuan being able to clear the 5th round before." Qin Yan said, "Yi Yuan has clearly experienced some things that we don't know about down below. Otherwise, how can his realm possibly rise so quickly? When he was at the 1st level C transformation, he already killed a Soul C realm expert. Now that he broke through to the peak 4th level C transformation, his strength is truly hard to gauge already. And that's odd. Doesn't these spirit bodies match according to the level of the martial artist that enters?" Guataochuan suddenly said. The 2 people's expression changed when they heard that and also discovered what was amiss. Previously, when these illusionary spirits killed Lu Hong, they were 1st level Soul C boundary. Now that Yi Yuan entered the array formation, they actually did not suppress their boundary, but maintained 1st level Soul C realm. Hiss! Could it be that these illusionary bodies want to battle with Yi Yuan with Soul C realm strength? Isn't this too much of a bully? Qin Yan said in astoundment. Yin Yanhua's eyebrows knitted slightly and said, "Looks like these spirit bodies' judgment of Yi Yuan's strength has already placed him in the same CLA. S a Soul C realm." The 3 people drew a cold breath at the same time. In this 5th level, these illusionary spirits' concepts and martial techniques were much stronger compared to at the 4th level. Under such circumstances, they were actually still going to use Soul C realm strength to deal with Yi Yuan. This was simply too much of a bully. It was also to say that the difficulty of Yi Yuan sing this round was several times of theirs. Could Yi Yuan really make it through this round? Young man, at the 4th level, our strength was only 30% of the same boundary. But now, we possess 70% of our original body strength. You have to be careful. Kuai Liang said. Chapter 568. Meet again in the next level. Chapter 568. Meet again in the next level. The 70% strength that Kuai Liang talked about was naturally not referring to his cultivation, but the concept strength at the same realm, which was also to say that originally Kuai Liang comprehended 100% of the concepts. But at the fourth level, he only used these concepts 30%. Even 30% was stronger than the vast majority of the martial artists that came to challenge the rounds. With 70% strength, even if it was just first-level Soul C, it was not what a martial artist like Lu Hong could resist, let alone that there were still several martial artists at the same boundary adding on with an array formation. Lu Hong and Qin Yan, they all may well be facing numerous difficulties to want to pass S through this fifth level. Senior doesn't have to be courteous. Just bring it on. Yi Yuan fully released his aura. The surroundings faintly had a red glow revolving around, but condensed and did not dissipate. This was precisely the mark of the scorching true intent showing outside. Seeing this scene, Kuai Liang's expression was slightly apprehensive as he said, "Essence energy is converting to become scorching true intent. To actually be able to achieve condensing and not dissipating, looks like your control over essence energy has already reached an extremely profound boundary. Even my original body is incapable of achieving your level. Young man, you've really brought us too many surprises." Yi Yuan said smilingly, just displaying my slight skill before an expert. Senior's strength should greatly surpass mine. If not for adhering to the rules, killing me is probably just a matter of a twinkle. Kuai Liang waved his hands and said, "That's different. Me being stronger than you is just in terms of realm. Your concept's comprehension and control over essence energy are much stronger than mine. I truly dare not imagine that you're only 17 years old. Hoo-hoo, Senior is too kind. Yi Yuan is making a move. Come on." Yi Yuan's fist momentum erupted abruptly, his entire person entering a frenzied state. It could be said that each fist landed solidly on the flesh, suppressing the array formation formed by these illusionary spirits. These illusionary spirits were all first-level Soul C boundary. Yi Yuan, a fourth-level C transformation, actually suppressed so many people. Seeing this scene, the three people by the sides were dumbstruck. They never would have thought that just around 10 days or so of not meeting, Yi Yuan was actually formidable to such a level already. I originally thought that I had considerable gains myself in this vast heaven pag. Oh, duh, and should have shrunk the distance between Yi Yuan by a little. Never expected that. The gap between us is becoming greater and greater. Qin Yan said with a bitter smile, This set of fist arts of his seems to have scorching true intent. My God, this level of true intent. Yi Yuan actually fully comprehended it. Gua Taochuan's jaws nearly fell off from shock. Yin Yanhua's expression was grave as she said with a nod, "It's indeed the scorching true intent. Being so far away, the essence energy within my body actually feels discomfort. Yi Yuan's current strength is seriously too terrifying. The three of us most likely can't even exchange a single blow with him." No wonder that mysterious person said that Yi Yuan was different from us. Looks like his harvests in the earlier few rounds was far more than we imagined. Qin Yan said, "What's laughable was that I still thought that Yi Yuan tripped and stumbled previously. Thinking about it now, he was long not on the same level as us." Gua Taochuan said speechlessly, "Yeah, disregarding other things, just this combat strength of his right now is likely plenty to overpower third-level Soul Cs. Crossing boundaries to fight to his sort of degree is also considered a wonder." Qin Yan said helplessly. Inside the array formation, Yi Yuan was akin to entering an uninhabited zone, places where his fists pass, said by those illusionary spirits, all clamored to evade. But one could tell that this group of people's cooperation had a very tacit understanding. Furthermore, their fighting experience was very abundant. Under Kuai Liang's guidance, they did not clash head-on with Yi Yuan at all. With their present strength, they simply had no way of counter-pressuring Yi Yuan. They could only drag the time patiently with Yi Yuan, looking for the opportunity. And the primary target of Yi Yuan's attacks was placed on Kuai Liang. He was the core of this array formation, guiding the cooperation of the entire array formation and acting as a middleman, being highly important. But Kuai Liang was very smart. He lay low within the array formation all along and did not come into direct contact with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's fists were always blocked by the combined power of the array formation. This set of array formation could not be said to not be strong. A bunch of first-level soul, Cs, teaming up together, virtually had the strength of a peak third-level soul, C, already. But even so, they were still domineeringly suppressed by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said, "Senior, do you think that by hiding for a moment you can still hide for life?" Kuai Liang was concealed within the array formation as he called out in a clear voice, "If you have the capabilities, then drag me out." "Ha! Senior, look closely." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly shot out, but did not rush for Kuai Liang. Bang! Another illusionary spirit was sent flying out, but his position immediately had people covering. That illusionary spirit was fine and returned to the array formation again very quickly. This was the formidable aspect of array formations. "Hoo-hoo, young man, it's useless," Kuai Liang said with a laugh when he saw this scene. "Is that so?" Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. His figure moved, but he rushed towards another person. Bang! That person was blasted flying out too. Bang! 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 For a time, there were people blasted flying out without pause. In the beginning, Kuai Liang still did not take it seriously, but very soon he discovered something amiss. The entire array formation seemed to have a feeling of sluggishness and was not operating as smoothly as before. But by the time he came around, it was already too late. How could Yi Yuan possibly give him the opportunity? Kuai Liang's eyes blurred. Yi Yuan actually appeared before him from G. Oh, D knows when. Ha, apologies, senior. Let's meet again at the next level. Bang! Yi Yuan did not pull his punches in the slightest. He mustered essence energy fully and gathered it onto his fist, then blasted Kuai Liang into residue with one punch. In terms of combat power alone, none of these illusionary spirits was Yi Yuan's match. As long as Yi Yuan grabbed hold of a weakness, wanting to kill them was not something difficult. The core of this set of array formation was at Kuai Liang's place. The most vulnerable link was here too. Even though Yi Yuan had never seen before this array formation, his formation's path attainments were exceptionally high. Those fights previously, Yi Yuan was not lost. Plussing out blindly like a headless fly, but he is actually feeling out this array formation's method to crack it. But sadly, how could Kuai Liang know? Not only was Yi Yuan's combat strength Astonies, plussing, but he was also even a level 9 formation's path expert. Although this set of array formation was profound, as long as Yi Yuan worked hard to find the flaw, how could Kuai Liang conceal it? He only practiced this set of array formation to the point he became proficient in it, but he did not understand the principle of the array formation after all, unless they could finish off Yi Yuan very quickly. Otherwise, the final outcome could only be having the formation cracked by Yi Yuan, then routed each of them one by one. Once Kuai Liang died, the entire array formation clearly became too weak to withstand a single blow. Yi Yuan followed suit, killing these illusionary spirits one by one, and perfectly clearing the 5th level very quickly. Qin Yan and the others were long already staring wide-eyed and their jaws slack. What kind of situation was this? Them attempting to challenge this level was by breaching the constraints of the array formation at all costs and Russ. Plussing towards the next level's entrance. But Yi Yuan? Not only did he crack the array formation, he even killed all of the illusionary spirits. One had to know that these illusionary spirits, each one of them in terms of strength alone, was not beneath theirs. Chapter 569. Who's bullying who? Chapter 569. Who's bullying who? Everyone, I'm making a move first. Yi Yuan greeted the Qin Yan trio and directly entered the 6th level. Qin Yan and the others exchanged glances and already did not know what they should say. At this time, the illusionary spirits that were already killed by Yi Yuan emerged, once more one by one. Do you guys still plan on challenging the round? Seems like we don't have any hope at all. Qin Yan said rather dispiritedly. Gua Taochuan gritted his teeth and sighed. Already came here. We can't retreat without fighting. I'll go first. As he said those words, Gua Taochuan entered inside the array formation with a leap. Yi Yuan, he really entered the 6th level. He has produced the best result in this 1,000 years. After entering the 4th level, his speed became fast instead. The 4th level only used 15 minutes to clear it. This 5th level is also merely just using the lesser part of a day's time. Truly inconceivable. Wonder just where this fellow's limits lie. I don't know if he can clear the 6th level or not. If he can even make it past the 6th level, then he'll be the 5th martial artist who charges into the 7th level in this 10,000 years. Such monstrousness, simply Serpa. SES ancient and modern times. This isn't very likely, right? I heard that this 6th level's guardian strength is even a cut above the challenger's own strength. Adding the supplementation of the array formation, it's simply impossible to make it through. Who knows? Ignoring the differences in strength, just talking about what happened inside this vast heaven peg. Oh, duh. How many miracles has Yi Yuan created already? The other person did not reply. Yeah, just within this vast heaven peg. Oh, duh. How many turning points had Yi Yuan already created? The first 3 levels cleared perfectly, obtaining 3 times the inheritance time of others. Other people all got increasingly slower as they challenged the rounds. But after Yi Yuan entered the 4th level, his speed became faster instead. Consecutively clearing 2 levels actually only used half a day's time. Who could ascertain that Yi Yuan definitely could not clear the 6th level? Lu Hong stared at that gold-colored name blankly. The sense of defeat in his heart was incomparably intense. He originally thought that he was the most talented youngster in this endless world, who knew that there were people beyond people. This Yi Yuan's talent flung him more than several streets behind. What was laughable was that he still prided himself on being exceptional previously, and he even shrugged off that mysterious person's words. Yi Yuan's performance in this vast heaven peg, it was much more dazzling than his. Forget about the 3rd level. Even in the 1st level, Lu Hong did not dare to remain behind to kill off all the demonic beasts. And at this time, each step that Yi Yuan advanced trampled on his self-esteem once. Soon, it was going to be crushed. At the 6th level, Kuai Liang was already waiting in full battle formation. Young man, what's your name called? This seat is called Kuai Liang. You just call me elder brother, Kuai will do. This was Kuai Liang's first time telling Yi Yuan his own name. In this 10,000 years, he had just spoken to a scanty few people before. But Yi Yuan was clearly the one that he spoke the most to. Junior Yi Yuan has seen elder brother Kuai. Yi Yuan reported his family name. Kuai Liang nodded and said, Yi Yuan, you're very decent. This 6th level, it's already been 1,000 years since anybody entered. Even if this 10,000 years, not many people could barge into the 6th level too. Furthermore, perfectly clearing these first 5 levels is just you alone. Oh, but previously someone made it to the 8th level, right? Could it be that he didn't clear perfectly? Yi Yuan asked rather curiously. That person called Li Fantian walked even further than Lu Linfeng. Logically speaking, he should be a world-shaking figure. Such a genius should logically have the possibility of completing each level perfectly. But it was only to see Kuai Liang shook his head and said he did indeed achieve perfect completion in the first 4 levels. but he fell short of success at the 5th level. Hence, your talent is still above his. Successfully clearing and perfectly clearing, the difficulty was not even on the same level. The 5th level's degree of difficulty was indeed not an ordinary kind of great. If Yi Yuan did not comprehend a number of true intents, wanting to perfectly clear this round was likely not that easy as well. Yi Yuan nodded his head, but he said with a forced smile, "But elder brother Kuai, isn't it somewhat high-handed for you guys to guard this level with the strength of 4th level Soul Sea Realm?" Kuai Liang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Your true combat power can't be measured using realms at all. The hurdles that the vast heaven peg to set up are used to test the martial artist's potential. You are able to clear the round perfectly at the 5th level and kill our 1st level Soul Sea doppelgangers. The might of your combat strength is thus obvious. Furthermore, I have a feeling that you didn't go all out when you were at the 5th level." Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Fine then. In a while, elder brother Kuai have to show leniency." "Ha ha! Showing leniency can't be done. The stronger you are, the more we can't pull our punches. This time, we're going to unleash 100% of your concept strength." Kuai Liang said with a laugh, TSK, how ruthless. Since elder brother Kuai regards me so highly, then I naturally also have to strive with all my might this time. But before this, can elder brother Kuai allow me to break through realm first?" Yi Yuan said smilingly. Kuai Liang was startled. "Oh, you're going to break through again so quickly? Fine. What's the harm in letting you break through?" Yi Yuan said with clasped hands, "Thank you very much, elder brother Kuai." Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense either, directly sing immense heaven and earth essence energy and started to break through to the 5th level sea transformation. Ow. Roughly 2 hours later, the storm ceased. Yi Yuan's aura rose by a level once more, and finally broke through to the 5th level sea transformation. "Elder brother Kuai, thanks for waiting," Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. Kuai Liang looked at Yi Yuan. His gaze revealed astonishment. "You, a puny little sea transformation realm, actually have such impact when breaking through a minor boundary. If not for witnessing with my own eyes, I even thought that you were salting the Soul Sea realm." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "I've incurred elder brother Kuai's ridicule. The cultivation method that I cultivate in is rather special. The essence energy required is very massive, so the commotion when breaking through is a bit big." "It was more than just a bit big. It was very huge, all right?" Kuai Liang nodded and said, "Your strength is so formidable. The cultivation method that you cultivate naturally can't be too lousy. Looks like your inheritance isn't simple. It probably isn't what this small world can have." Yi Yuan smiled. He knew that this could not hide from Kuai Liang's eyes either, and he could only change the topic. "Elder brother Kuai, let's begin." Finished talking, Yi Yuan leaped and was about to land inside the array formation. At the same time, the essence fire within Yi Yuan's body erupted abruptly. During the process of him leaping, the aura in his body erupted once more, and his boundary soared up mightily. By the time he landed inside the array formation, he already directly broke through to the 7th level sea transformation. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Following Yi Yuan's boundary, slowly advancing, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was already unable to sustain him breaking through 3 minor boundaries. Even breaking through to late-stage sea transformation this time was quite forceful. Fortunately, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was very powerful among Tier 4 essence fires. Only then did it forcibly support his breakthrough. When Kuai Liang saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. "Fine lad. To actually still have this card up your sleeves. This martial technique is remarkably powerful. To actually directly aid you to break through to the late stage C transformation. I originally thought that I could bully you properly this time. Now, why do I feel like it's still you bullying me? Chapter 570. Two Great Concepts of Fire. Chapter 570. Two Great Concepts of Fire. Ha ha! Elder brother Kuai, I'm coming. Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Bring it on. Facing Yi Yuan bearing down menacingly, Kuai Liang awaited in full battle array. Presently, Yi Yuan broke through to the late stage C transformation realm. His strength soared fiercely once more. Flame movement carnage was brandished. It was on a completely different level than before. Kuai Liang, these people used all of their power. Their concepts were clearly all true intent level and above. But Yi Yuan's scorching true intent overwhelmingly crushed them. Flame movement carnage was just created, and its power was already not worse off compared to the 9-sword stance and 1,000 flowing petals, these martial techniques. It could be imagined how formidable the might of scorching true intent was. Even in terms of instantaneous explosive power, flame movement carnage was even stronger than the move Yi Yuan created using supreme true intent. What was even deadlier was that Yi Yuan's control over essence energy was very precise. One should not look at how each punch of his seemed to use all the strength in his body. It actually did not expend much essence energy. With his present essence energy density, even if he fought nonstop for a day and a night, he would not exhaust all the essence energy within his body at all. Of course, the prerequisite was that the origin Spirit 9 transformations could sustain for such a long time. For a time, the situation inside the array formation was actually the same as in the 5th level. Kuai Liang's side was completely suppressed by Yi Yuan. Ha ha! Elder brother Kuai, this array formation of yours is already useless against me. If you don't wish to lose, quickly think of a way, Yi Yuan said to Kuai Liang as he punched out. Kuai Liang was also someone who was a veteran of 100 battles. Looking at Yi Yuan's performance in the 5th level, he knew that the array formation was already useless. Rumble. After a violent collision, Kuai Liang and Yi Yuan both separated. Yi Yuan, you're indeed formidable. This array formation we brothers practiced for a very long time before slowly understanding it well. You merely entered the array for half a day and actually already have a thorough understanding of the array formation. Kuai Liang said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan's monstrousness totally exceeded his expectations. This boy seemed to have limitless means. He had already guarded this Pa S here for G. Oh, D knows how many years and had yet to be suppressed to this extent by a junior. Although he admired Yi Yuan's talent, Kuai Liang still felt very aggrieved. He was a powerhouse that controlled a region while he was still alive. Even if he became an illusionary spirit guarding this Pa S now, his pride still remained. Being beaten by Yi Yuan for 3 consecutive rounds like this, it brought out his temper. However, we brothers are not easy to bully. What I want to tell you is that not using array formations can instead increase our combat strength even more. Brothers, go full power. Kuai Liang roared. Each and every one of those illusionary spirits was like injected with stimulants, instantly erupting with a powerful aura. Even though their boundaries were still 4th level Soul C, Yi Yuan suddenly felt that these illusionary spirits became somewhat different, as if all of a sudden these illusionary spirits became DS of war one by one, giving people a feeling of peerlessness. Ha ha ha! How many years has it been since this feeling of hot blood boiling? Thank you, Yi Yuan. If it wasn't for you, we'd probably all remain as emotionless walking corpses. Kuai Liang said with a loud laugh. The Kuai Liang at this time was akin to D of war, his eyes radiating a brilliant light as if 2 different persons from that previous lifelessness. Seeing Kuai Liang BRIMMING with fighting spirit, Yuan said with a smile. Looks like these few years, elder brother Kuai was shackled by the rules and became overly cautious and didn't dare to act boldly. Since that's the case, I'll consult elder brother Kuai's true strength then. Good. Yi Yuan, I'll put forth my best effort to defeat you. This round isn't that easy to clear. Go. Under Kuai Liang's command, those 30 over-illusionary spirits rushed towards Yi Yuan without any pattern at all. It was entirely different from that strict order previously, but Yi Yuan's face became solemn. These people became completely different. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not show weakness either. His figure moved, and he charged towards those illusionary spirits. With his current late-stage transformation strength used in conjunction with the scorching true intent and concept of wind flow, it was not too difficult to contend with fourth-level soul Cs. In an instant, Yi Yuan fell into these 30 over people's encirclement. Different from landing in the array formation prior to this, these illusionary spirits' attacks were without any order to speak of. It was completely each fighting their own battles. But not knowing why, these people's combat power suddenly soared by a level. Furthermore, even though they were each fighting separate battle, the cooperation between each other was extremely well coordinated. Frequently, as Yi Yuan's fist was just thinking of hitting towards a person, he would suffer the pincer attacks of multiple people at the same time. Helpless, Yi Yuan could only give up the attack and switch to defense. The teamwork between these people was absolutely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Although there was no array formations augmentation, the pressure that Yi Yuan felt was much stronger than when they formed an array formation. Yi Yuan crisscrossed among the illusionary spirits and displayed the wind flow true intent to the limits. There was actually a feeling of beyond one's power. This made Yi Yuan very baffled. Just what in the world happened to these people? Haha. Back then, we were all a mercenary team. Every fight was all acting in concert together. For close to 1,000 years, we ourselves can't remember clearly how many times we fought together either. This sort of fighting instinct has long been assimilated into your blood already. Without the constraints of array formations, the teamwork between us will become even closer instead. Yi Yuan, if you can defeat us under this condition, you'll have the qualifications to accept the challenge of the final 3 levels. Kuai Liang said loudly. Yi Yuan was enlightened in his heart when he heard that. No wonder he had a feeling of being unable to carry out every time he attacked. Turns out that these people had long taken team fights as their own instincts. The incomparable trust between each other. Even communicating with their eyes was not needed. It was simply accompli. Plussing things with a thought. Fighting instinctively like this was undoubtedly extremely formidable. So that's how it is. Elder brother and everyone else are indeed very strong. Your trust between each other also makes Yi Yuan visibly moved. However, this 7th level I must go. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's aura likewise erupted abruptly, soaring tremendously once more. Essence, energy, ignition. Flame, movement, carnage. Yi Yuan gave a roar. The essence energy within his body instantly ignited. Instantaneously, Yi Yuan's fist exploded with a dazzling red light. An appalling aura forced those illusionary spirits back. Following that, Yi Yuan swung out a fist, SMAs. Plussing it towards that group of illusionary spirits, like a tempestuous storm. Rumble. The transmission true intent coupled with the scorching true intent. 2 types of true intents added together for the first time, making the power of flame movement carnage soar explosively. Even though Yi Yuan was facing a group of 4th-level Soul C experts, this punch still beat the opponent down to the mortal world like breaking a dead branch off a tree. Those dozen over illusionary spirits at the forefront were practically obliterated by Yi Yuan at the first moment. Those illusionary spirits at the back also received injuries to varying degrees. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intent of stopping. A punch smashed over again, annihilating quite a few illusionary spirits once more. 2 punches down, Only a scanty few illusionary spirits remained in good condition. Seeing this scene, Kuai Liang's complexion was white as a sheet. Chapter 571, Creating History. Chapter 571, Creating History. This Yi Yuan was actually someone who had become stronger when encountering strong enemies. Regarding the strength of these brothers of his, Kuai Liang was all too clear. But even so, they were still crushed by Yi Yuan domineeringly. Those 2 punches earlier, even he felt terror. Too strong. Could it be that this boy had no limits? This group of people was all 4th level Soul C strength. What did this S trait? This showed that when these people were at the 4th level Soul C, as a team still could not triumph over Yi Yuan this 5th level C transformation. Furthermore, when they were at the 4th level Soul C, they did not have their current concepts comprehension at all. Yi Yuan using these 2 punches perfectly elucidated what was called powerful. Kuai Liang looked at Yi Yuan and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! How many years has it been? The vast heaven peg. Oh, finally welcomed an interesting youth. Yi Yuan, you're excellent. This vast heaven peg. Oh, inheritance. The final 3 rounds are the most important. You have to put in great effort. Don't let me down. As he said, Kuai Liang swung his sword in a circle, then swiped towards his own neck. The other illusionary spirits all followed suit, all choosing to commit suicide. Very soon, Kuai Liang and the rest all revived from the dead, appearing in front of Yi Yuan once again. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you very much, elder brother Kuai." "Hoo-hoo, thank for what? There has never been Kampa shown in the martial artist world, only strength. If you don't have adequate strength, how can you be qualified to let me view you in a different light? Who knows how many martial artists came to this vast heaven peg? Oda, but barely any had the qualifications to let me a word more. And you have this qualification. All right, you go to the inheritance PAC then, Kuai Liang said. Yi Yuan nodded and said farewell. Cleared. Really made it through. The 7th level. 7th level. Outside the vast heaven peg. Oh, everyone's emotion was boiling over. The 7th level. This was a result which created history. Since Lu Linfeng made it into the 7th level, several thousand years had already passed. During this period, an body ever made it inside. Lu Linfeng's prowess, an body dared to dispute it. After a time interval of several thousand years, was another Grand Yen, true Lord such existence, going to appear again? Entering the 7th level meant that Yi Yuan at least made it into the top 5 in this 10,000 years. 10,000 years. How many geniuses slowly rose up, then vanished in the long process of history again? To be able to rank in the top 5 of all the geniuses in 10,000 years, this glory, just thinking about it made people feel excited. Quickly look. You guys, quickly look. Yi Yuan's name is changing again. On the light screen, the originally gilded Yi Yuan 2 characters were gradually plated with a layer of purple halo. The initially gold-colored name, after adding this layer of purple halo, actually became sacred. When the surrounding martial artists saw that name, a feeling of prostrating in wars. HI plus P actually birthed in their hearts. Yi Yuan's name actually became purple gold-colored. What does this represent? Ning Yixian said in astonishment. Ning Yixian, Qin Hongtao, and Jing Xian exchanged glances. Their hearts all had a conjecture which shocked them to the core. Yi Yuan should have perfectly cleared the round once again. Qi Hai's voice suddenly rang out. Hiss. Although they had surmised it in their hearts, hearing Qi Hai say it out, the shock in their hearts was still beyond words. The Grand Yen, true Lord, swept across the endless world after coming out from the vast heaven peg. Back then, this legend was Pa-S, said down all the way until now. But Ning Yixian, they all had never heard before that the Grand Yen, true lord had once perfectly cleared the rounds. How many times greater was the difficulty of the middle 3 levels compared to the first 3 levels? But under such circumstances, Yi Yuan still cleared the rounds perfectly? What in the world did Yi Yuan do inside this vast heaven peg? Oda, if he can even perfectly clear the 6th level, what kind of realm has his present strength already reached? Ning Yixian felt rather hard to wrap his mind around it. The middle 3 levels all configure the opponents according to the martial artist's own boundary. Yi Yuan's realm is only C transformation realm, but his true combat power can cross a major boundary. If it's like this, he has a huge advantage in clearing these middle 3 levels, Qin Hongtao said. Not so. When Yi Yuan was at the 5th level, the opponents he faced were all 1st level Soul C. I witnessed with my own eyes that those opponents were all killed by Yi Yuan. Qin Hongtao had just finished talking when a voice immediately jumped out to refute. Everyone turned around to look. It was precisely the Gua Taochuan who was already kicked out of the 5th level. Gua Taochuan's words stirred up an intense wave once again. What? You said that Yi Yuan's opponents in the 5th level were actually all 1st level Soul C. Ning Yixian's eyes became round as a ball. Gua Taochuan nodded and said, That's right. Furthermore, there was the augmentation of array formation. The power of the illusionary spirit's killing array is very strong. Even if I have 3rd level Soul C strength right now, I might not be able to pass S through the 5th level either. And I personally witnessed that Yi Yuan carried out a complete suppression against the illusionary spirit's killing array right from the start, all the way until they were all killed. Silence. Deathly silent. The news that Gua Taochuan brought was even more astounding than Yi Yuan's name becoming purple gold earlier. A C transformation realm martial artist actually suppressed a group of Soul C realm illusionary spirits across the board, and he even killed all of them. How horrifying a combat power did this require? And, oh, right, what does this perfect completion that you guys talked about mean? Gua Taochuan had just come out from the vast heaven peg. Oh, and was still unaware of what perfect clear signified. Ning Yixian briefly explained to Gua Taochuan. Gua Taochuan was not as shocked as imagined, because he already personally witnessed Yi Yuan's prowess in the vast heaven peg. Oda, except that after hearing Ning Yixian's explanation, Gua Taochuan could not help saying with a bitter smile, Looks like at the 5th level, Yi Yuan did not use his full strength. I reckon that the opponents in the 6th level are at least at the 3rd level Soul C realm, maybe even 4th level Soul C. He actually still killed all the opponents same as before. This shows that the 5th level was just an appetizer to him. Gua Taochuan never could have expected that the vast heaven peg. Oh, the trip this time actually pulled apart the distance between him and Yi Yuan so greatly. The present Yi Yuan was already on an entirely different level from them. These juniors. Rin Xingchuan's entire body was somewhat trembling right now. How many years has it been since he was so agitated? Even when he became Wufang City Lord back then, he had not been so agitated before too. The worry in the beginning to the pride and arrogance now. This sort of situation made him, this old man who had experienced the hards, H.I. plus PS of life, somewhat surging with agitation in his heart. At present, Rin Xingchuan involuntarily recalled the scene of him forcing Yi Hang and Run Hongling husband and wife out of Wufang City back then. Thinking about it, he truly did something extremely foolish back then. If one person's willpower was not staunch enough between the two of them, how could he have such a remarkable grandson now? If his separation of the loving couple back then succeeded, Rin Xingchuan even did not quite dare to imagine right now. Yi Yuan's rising momentum was too strong. With Yi Yuan around, Wufang City would become the entire Endless World's pinnacle existence for at least 1,000 years. Before long, Wufang City would completely quash the 3 sects, becoming the #1 major faction in this endless world. Rin Xingchuan was an ambitious old man. Thinking about Wu Fang City's future, he was rather agitated. Chapter 572, True Dragon's Blood. Chapter 572, True Dragon's Blood. In the Inheritance S.P.A.C., Yi Yuan appeared, but his expression froze. A black-clothed man was currently standing with his hands behind his back, and his back facing Yi Yuan. "You're very decent. In this recent 10,000 years, you're the first young genius to perfectly clear the first 6 levels." This black-clothed person was clearly that mysterious person in Inheritance S.P.A.C. previously. Regarding this mysterious person making an appearance in person, Yi Yuan was rather surprised. He even thought that this person would be like before, remotely controlling here from some hidden place. Looks like consecutively clearing the rounds perfectly twice had already made this black-clothed person have a completely new appraisal of him. "So, you felt that I have the qualifications to let you show up and meet in person?" Yi Yuan said with a faint smile and was not very overwhelmed by the grace. The black-clothed person was clearly quite surprised. This boy seemed to forever be this calm and collected. Nothing could visibly move him. He was completely not unlike a lower realms youth. This boy actually even haggled with him previously, angering him plenty. Now that he showed up in person to meet, this boy still had a punchable look. Really makes people displeased. The black-clothed person did not speak. He just casually waved his hand. A small bottle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. "This is the reward for your second perfect clear," the black-clothed person said. Yi Yuan checked his palm and could not help sizing up this small bottle. Inside the bottle was stark empty and only had a drop of fresh blood. This drop of blood was clearly not quite the same as ordinary blood. It was not bright red in color, but revealed a golden color in the bright red. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression changed. Could this be a divine beast blood essence? Yi Yuan evidently recognized this item and said in amazement. The black-clothed person turned around rather surprisedly, but his profile remained hidden in the black robes. Yi Yuan could not see at all. Furthermore, Yi Yuan felt that this black-clothed person before his eyes had a quite unreal sensation. He was clearly standing in front of him, but seemed to be very distant away. This made him slightly apprehensive in his heart. The black-clothed person's strength was most likely not an ordinary kind of strong. "You actually know about divine beast blood essence? Looks like your background isn't normal," said the black-clothed person in surprise. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and forcefully pressed down the shock in his heart and said, "You must be kidding, Senior. Within this fresh blood, it faintly exudes a golden color. This is the hallmark of demonic beasts starting to evolve to become divine beasts." This second perfect clear's reward was simply too generous. Yi Yuan could not help quivering in his heart as well when he recognized this drop of blood essence. What was the concept of a divine beast? Every divine beast was all genuine deity realm powerhouses. The so-called divine beasts under the stretch of heaven now were actually all rubbish. At the very most, they could only be hailed as divine beast progenies. True divine beasts no longer existed in this world. Hence, how precious this drop of blood essence in Yi Yuan's hands could not be imagined at all. Yi Yuan knew that there were that few demonic beasts in the divine realm. Their blood was this sort of color as well. However, those few demonic beasts were all the divine realm's peak existences. Among the human martial artists, only existences like the 10 great divine kings could be on par with them. Wanting to obtain their blood was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. Yi Yuan never could have imagined that he could actually obtain a drop of blood like this inside this vast heaven pag. Oda, haha, you, this boy, are indeed interesting. To actually even know about this sort of thing. That's right. This is a drop of true dragon's blood. Since you know that this is a divine beast blood essence, About its usage, you don't need me to say any further, right? The black-clothed person said smilingly. The black-clothed person played it down, but Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief as he said, "What did you say?" This is a true dragon's blood?" This time, Yi Yuan was really astonished. Although deity realm powerhouses were already gone like clouds dissipating, the footsteps of martial artists' pursuit of the deity realm had never stopped. The legend of deity realm powerhouses also circulated on in the divine realm all along. Divine beasts were undoubtedly extremely formidable existences. But among divine beasts there were distinction of superiority and inferiority too. The four great divine beasts were clearly the pinnacle-most existences among divine beasts. Now, Yi Yuan actually obtained a drop of true dragon's blood. Even if this drop of blood essence came from one that had yet to completely evolve to become a divine beast, it was still an extremely valuable item. "Haha, brat, are you still going to say that the things which this seek gives you are worthless now?" said the black-clothed person with some ridicule. Yi Yuan was speechless. This fellow still remembered this matter until now. This person's strength was unfathomable. To think that he was actually so narrow-minded, involuntarily making Yi Yuan feel contempt in his heart. But he gave away so many valuable things. Yi Yuan could not very well give him a blow. He just clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks for Senior's gift." Yi Yuan was not some hillbilly who had not seen the world after all. After the shock, Yi Yuan adjusted his state of mind very quickly and recovered. When the black-clothed person saw that Yi Yuan actually recovered back to normal so quickly, he was also rather surprised secretly. Even a fellow who did not know about the goods also knew just how precious an item like true dragon's blood was, let alone Yi Yuan, who recognized it at a glance. Facing such temptation, this fellow could actually remain so composed. This involuntarily made the black-clothed person's appraisal of Yi Yuan rise up a level once again. "No need to thank me. These are the rules that fellow set. Since you cleared perfectly the second time, this is the reward that you deserve. But I have to warn you, true dragon's blood is abnormally tyrannical. Your current boundary is still too low. I advise that you better wait until after divine traversing realm before taking it. Or else, if you explode from being loaded up by the true dragon's blood, I'm not responsible," the black-clothed person said. True dragon's blood was extremely tyrannical and violent. Ordinary martial artists were unable to harness it at all. Even if ordinary martial artists obtained true dragon's blood, they would not dare easily consume it either. But Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Although taking the true dragon's blood at the divine traversing realm is safe, the benefits to me won't be that great anymore. At present, my essence energy, has just opened up not long ago. Consuming this true dragon's blood is precisely the ideal period." When Yi Yuan knew that this was true dragon's blood, he already made up his mind to immediately consume it. Yi Yuan naturally knew the overbearingness of true dragon's blood, but he also knew that his condition at the moment was precisely the ideal period for consuming the true dragon's blood. Transformation Realm was a new beginning, and it was also the foundation of all the boundaries in the future. The four great divine beasts were all the beloved of heaven and earth. True dragon's blood had the powerful effect of remolding a martial artist's bloodline. Not only could it let the martial artist increase their boundary within a short period of time, but also it could even let the martial artist's affinity with heaven and earth essence energy rise multiple levels, greatly increasing the martial artist's cultivation speed. This, to martial artists, was simply a priceless treasure. The black-clothed man snickered coldly when he heard that and said, "Brat, I admit that you're extraordinarily talented, but don't be arrogant and overweening too. Arrogant people never have any good endings. Even though you are aware of divine beast bloodlines, you've never experienced before how powerful divine beast bloodlines are, right? True dragon's blood is an extremely powerful existence among divine beast bloodlines too. If you swallow it with your present boundary, you'll die for sure. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Senior, since this true dragon's blood is my reward, then I'm the one who makes the call, right? Chapter 573 Slaughtering Cities. Chapter 573 Slaughtering Cities. The black-clothed person's expression involuntarily choked up as he said indignantly, Fine, I see that you're a talent. That's why I'm giving you a piece of advice. Since you're courting death yourself, then I'm not to be blamed for it. Although your talent is decent, your disposition is terrible. Even if you don't die today, you'll die sooner or later in the future due to your wild arrogance. However, Yi Yuan was neither anxious nor worried as he said with a smile, Many thanks for Senior's concern. But Yi Yuan's matters I have a score in my heart. True dragon's blood is so powerful. If I can't bring out its full might, wouldn't it be a wanton waste of D's good gifts? Don't you agree, Senior? Humph. All the best to you, said the black-clothed person with a cold snort, and vanished with that. Yi Yuan looked at the true dragon's blood in his hand and could not help being out of sorts. He also did not expect that the vast heaven peg. To trip this time, the gains would actually be so bountiful. Regardless whether it was at the nameless essence energy or the vast heaven steel, or the 9 characters true word formula, they were all top-notch treasures. Even when placed in the divine realm, it was very hard to come by as well. And the 6th level's perfect completion would actually reward him with a drop of true dragon's blood. This was truly an unexpected surprise. To say such words, it was not exaggerated at all. Martial artists who got their hands on true dragon's blood and used it could be said to cast off their old self and be reborn anew. Even if it were a pig, his cultivation speed would also be swift to the extent where it made ordinary people despair. Cultivating essence energy had always been painstaking work. Even though Yi Yuan could pop pills, along with his boundary getting increasingly higher, the requirements towards medicinal herbs also became progressively greater. He did not have a medicine king hall behind him to support his cultivation now. Even if he could bear the costs of medicinal herbs, he could not find so many high-tier medicinal herbs either. Furthermore, frankly speaking, this body's talent honestly was not much. It had tremendously huge constraints on Yi Yuan's cultivation speed as well. Yi Yuan's boundary rising until now was basically all relying on medicinal pills and lucky encounters. Strictly following the routine cultivation time was really not much. With this true dragon's blood, he would not need to worry about cultivation speed this problem anymore in the future. Right away, Yi Yuan sat down with his legs crossed without any hesitation and entered heart like still water heart realm to adjust his body's condition to the prime. True dragon's blood was powerful, but just as the black-clothed person said, a moment of carelessness and it would stuff the martial artist until they exploded. Even though Yi Yuan had confidence in subjugating this true dragon's blood, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest either. This was a tempo of playing with one's life. Yi Yuan carefully opened up the small bottle. A peerlessly tyrannical aura gushed out, seemingly wanted to rip this entire stretch of S.P.A.C. to shreds. Instantly, Yi Yuan seemed to have seen a true dragon rush out of the small bottle, circling around in the air. Indeed, well deserving of being a true dragon's blood. Even if it's just one drop of blood essence, it has such power too. Yi Yuan praised with a sigh. Without hesitation, Yi Yuan directly swallowed the blood essence into his abdomen. Immediately, he felt like his internal body was like being immolated. Only at this instant did Yi Yuan know what was genuinely called viscera burning up. Arg! Yi Yuan could not hold back a long cry, reverberating around the entire inheritance S.P.E.C. Inside the void, the black-clothed person watched this scene indifferently as he said coldly, "A brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Originally thought that you were somewhat different from the others. Didn't think that you're still a fool. Refining true dragon's blood. The most terrifying thing isn't the energy contained within the true dragon's blood, but the dreadful true dragon's will. Even for divine, traversing realm martial artists, a moment of carelessness and they would have their will obliterated by the true dragon's will as well, becoming a walking corpse. Forget it. A fool like this, if he's dead, then he's dead. Nothing to feel regret about either. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth till it chattered. Every inch of skin and flesh on his body was immolating. The surface skin and flesh actually gradually cracked open, looking very awful. Yi Yuan was still under the heart, like still water heart realm right now. All of the pain all appeared especially vivid. That anguish gave people an impulse to want to commit suicide. True dragon's blood was indeed abnormally tyrannical. It actually wanted to forcibly load Yi Yuan up to death. Within all of Yi Yuan's meridians at the moment, violent energy was teeming everywhere. Even when Yi Yuan revolved the spirit bristle nine yang divine art to the limits, it was unable to digest those violent energies either. Very soon, Yi Yuan fell into an extreme crisis. Seeing Yi Yuan's wretched appearance, the black-clothed person could not help rebuking him again. "Ha, tasted the hards. HI plus PS, right? Who asked you to be arrogant?" Even though this true dragon's blood isn't a genuine divine beast's blood essence, the energy contained within is also not what a puny little C transformation realm like you can subjugate. Truly a fool. As the black-clothed person said this, he suddenly gave a melancholic sigh. He said, finally managed to found a peerlessly talented genius. Didn't think that he would actually die just like this. That fellow is seriously. Why did he have to freaking give some true dragon's blood? It's great now, isn't it? To wait for another genius like this. No idea how many years it will take either. Outside of the vast heaven peg. Oh, the commotion suddenly arose. A soul sea realm martial artist barged into the vast heaven mystic realm and sprinted straight for Ning Yixin. Alliance chief, things are bad. That martial artist had a manner of utmost urgency. Ning Yixin's heart thumped, but he still asked in a low voice, what happened? This martial artist was his confidant. He stayed in Wufang City to assist a heavenly martial sect's grand elder in dealing with alliance matters. Looking at his appearance, something extraordinary most likely happened. Indeed, that martial artist said with a look of righteous indignation, Fierce Gale World's 5 Great Tans personally moved out, directly storming and capturing the Northern Domain's southeastern strategic city, called Iron City, and activated the transmission array. Now, Fierce Gale World martial artists already invaded the Northern Domain on a large scale, attacking and occupying the southeastern side's 3 cities in one move. Furthermore, with this, everybody's expressions changed. The Fierce Gale World's 5 Great Tans personally moving out. This was terrible. The Fierce Gale World did not have any activities all along after entering the southern domain for so many. To think that once they moved out, it was so swift, precise, and fierce. Ning Yixin, they all originally thought that with the endless forest, this natural protective defense, the Fierce Gale World wanting to invade Enma, it could not be accomplished within a short period. Who knew that these 5 Tans would actually be so decisive in going for the kill, directly attack over the endless forest? Those beneath divine traversing realm were incapable of flying over directly. Only by entering the divine traversing realm could one have sufficient capabilities to preserve themselves. The 5 Great Tans personally moved out to seize the transmission array. This was what Ning Yixin did not expect prior to this. Furthermore, what? Don't be like a woman. Quickly say. Ning Yixin said anxiously. That martial artist said with a look of grief and anger. Furthermore, after the Fierce Gale World occupied those 3 cities, they actually issued the order to slaughter the people, killing all of the Endless World martial artists in those 3 cities. The count is most likely as Civ as in the millions. What did you say? Slaughter everyone in the 3 cities? Ning Yixian doubted his own ears a little. Could it be that those people were all madmen? According to what Yi Yuan said, and looking from the situation that they came to learn about now, the Fear-Scale world only came for the Endless World's resources. If they adopted conciliatory strategies, the Endless World would definitely have many people whose determination was not firm cross over to the other side. But once this sort of tactic like slaughtering the city was implemented, it would undoubtedly arouse all the Endless World's martial artists' frenzied resistance. Such a simple logic. Could it be that those Fear-Scale world martial artists did not know? Chapter 574. Slaying True Dragon Will. Chapter 574. Slaying True Dragon Will. 1,000,000 martial artists were just a small figure to the Endless World. But the influence of the Ma's sacring of the city's occupants this time towards this war was Ma's sieve. This was forcing all the Endless World's martial artists to rise up in resistance. Either you die or I perish. Plus the Fear-Scale world's way of doing things left everyone very perplexed. We planted quite a few hidden agents in the southern domain. Nearby, the Endless Forest has a lot of hidden sentries too. Could it be that they did not detect anything in advance? Ning Yixian said furiously. Although both ends of the Endless Forest basically broke off contact. As the Alliance chief, how could Ning Yixian possibly not think of ways to plant some informants in the southern domain? If one was oblivious to the situation, this war did not need to be fought either. That martial artist shook his head and said no news was sent back from the southern side. The hidden agents in the Endless Forest detected it, but the 5 great peak sovereigns' speed was too fast. They simply could not transmit the information in time. Ning Yixian felt a headache. The 3 cities were just a small area of land to the Ning Yixian. But once this hole opened up, the Fear-Scale world could send in reinforcements endlessly through these 3 cities. This realm war was also considered to have officially started. Old Hai, how do you view it? Ning Yixian was also rather ruffled at this time and could only ask Chi Hai. Chi Hai had his brows tightly locked all this while as well. Seeing Ning Yixian inquire, he waved his hand and said, "You lead the others back first. I'll wait here for Yi Yuan and the other 2 to come out. Gauge out the intention of the other party Ma's sacring the cities first before deciding again. Additionally, spread this information around the world. Let every martial artist in the Endless World all know that they already don't have a way out. If it's not the Fear-Scale world's defeat, then it's our own death." Chi Hai clearly could not figure out what the other party was playing at either. Ever since the Realm Pa's Sageway linked together, the information that the Endless World knew about the Fear-Scale world was seriously too little. They were simply unable to have any effective response. Ning Yixian heaved a sigh when he heard that and said, "There's only this as well. Then I have to trouble Old Hai with Yi Yuan. I'll bring them back right away." Chi Hai's brows were tightly locked. He nodded his head, but did not speak, lifting his head to look at that purple gold name on the light screen. Only after Ning Yixian brought everyone away did Chi Hai look at Yi Yuan's name and said with a long sigh, "Yi Yuan, you're the Endless World's final hope. Quickly get stronger." Inside the Inheritance SPAC, Yi Yuan's breath became weaker and weaker. The boundless energy contained in the true dragon's blood looked to be loading him up until he was about to explode. Right at this time, a majestic consciousness instantly intruded inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness and turned into an azure dragon's appearance. "Boy, you actually dare to refine this bleed true dragon's blood. Pay the price for your ignorance." The azure dragon was very haughty inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. At this time, although Yi Yuan was in unbearable pain, under heart like still water heart realm, he could still preserve his own consciousness. In front of this young master, "You dare to call yourself Yi Yuan said coldly, "Ha ha ha. You are but a sea transformation realm little b. ASTARD. To also dare be arrogant in front of our dragon race. Wait until I thoroughly obliterate your consciousness and turn you into a walking corpse. See what you still have to be arrogant in front of this dragon, said the azure dragon with a roaring laugh. With the likes of you? Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look. Humph, ignorant child, still being stubborn on your deathbed. Although this dragon is just a tiny bit of remnant consciousness, to deal with a sea transformation realm brat like you, isn't it still defeating you with ease? Watch closely. This dragon will completely wipe away your consciousness right now. Finish talking. The azure dragon gave a dragon roar, shocking until Yi Yuan's consciousness nearly collapsed and almost dissipated. And it. Why isn't there any activity from the golden characters yet? If this carries on, this lousy dragon is really going to disintegrate my consciousness. The will of an azure dragon was no joke. They were the proudest existence beneath this sky, and also the most overbearing existence. Even just a tiny hint of remnant was extremely proud and powerful too. Yi Yuan waited without fear. What he relied on was naturally the golden characters in his sea of consciousness. But until now, they did not have any movements at all. And it. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. 1,000 augmenting soul incantation. Break for me. Yi Yuan's condensed his own consciousness to become a sword, stabbing towards that azure dragon. Haha, paltry tricks. Want to deal with this dragon with just the likes of this? The azure dragon extended a dragon claw, lightly grabbing towards that sword. Yet, right at this time, the black bead within Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness suddenly quivered. The next instant, that colossal azure dragon illusion seemed to be struck by lightning, actually unable to move his entire body. The dragon claw that he extended froze there too, unable to advance an inch. Swiss. Plus the soul sword that Yi Yuan condensed penetrated through the azure dragon illusion, just like this. The confrontation between consciousnesses was the most perilous. Yi Yuan's soul sword condensed all of his attainments on the divine soul. This attack was by no means insignificant. Arg, how can this dragon be killed by a sea transformation realm brat? Impossible. Imposs. The azure dragon's roars gradually became weaker, all the way until that phantom turned into nothing, and finally vanished. Plussing. Ho. Yi Yuan let out a long breath, looking at that black bead in his sea of consciousness with an astonished gaze. Just what is this black bead's origin? To actually be able to produce such power to restrain a true dragon's will. If not for the black bead remedying the situation today, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to finish off the azure dragon with such ease. This black bead was too mysterious. Also don't know just what was its origins. But through today's matters, Yi Yuan could confirm that this black bead's origin was absolutely extraordinary. One had to know that a true dragon had one of the strongest types of will in this world. Even Yi Yuan did not dare say he had full confidence in dealing with it either. But that black bead just quivered slightly, and that azure dragon formed from that strand of will actually become incapable of moving. At this moment, Yi Yuan discovered to his dismay that he had many staggering secrets on him. Yet he could not control even a single one of them. No time to think too much. Better absorb the true dragon's blood fast. Yi Yuan calmed his mind very quickly and absorbed the true dragon's blood in full force. Without the true dragon will's guiding, this true dragon's blood became much more obedient. It was not as tyrannical and brutal as before. The powerful energy in the dragon blood continuously baptized Yi Yuan's body, strengthening his essence energy. Yi Yuan's aura could be seen with the naked eye to be strengthening rapidly. After half a day, Yi Yuan successfully broke through to the 6th level C transformation. And what's going on? That boy is actually breaking through? When the black-clothed person saw that Yi Yuan was already severely injured and on the verge of dying, he was disinclined to pay attention to him again any longer. At this time, suddenly detecting somebody breaking through, he hurriedly paid close attention to Yi Yuan. With this look, he could not help jumping in fright. The flesh and skin on Yi Yuan's body covered in cracks not only recovered as good as new at this time, it even became S-colored, faintly exuding powerful strength. Not only did Yi Yuan not show the slightest hint of being injured, but his aura also was terrifyingly powerful. Did he really succeed in refining the true dragon's blood? How is this possible? True dragon will is abnormally ruthless and tyrannical. He's only sea transformation realm. How can he possibly beat the true dragon will? This time, the black-clothed person was really stunned. Chapter 575, Half-Dragon Physique, 8th Level C Transformation. Chapter 575, Half-Dragon Physique, 8th Level C Transformation. Yi Yuan's aura rose without ceasing. After breaking through to the 6th Level C Transformation, the momentum still did not reduce, instead surging towards the 7th Level C Transformation. At the same time, Yi Yuan's skeleton was also rattling. His body was still undergoing the dragon blood's baptism. When the black-clothed person saw this scene, he was truly astonished until he could not speak. Yi Yuan was breaking through boundaries while tempering his physique on the side. What kind of freak was this fellow? One had to know that although there was no true dragon will, tempering the physique was something extremely perilous. A single mishap and one would run amok. Breaking through boundaries was likewise something which did not tolerate any hint of mistakes and was also exceptionally easy for the person to become deranged. These two matters doing at the same time, the risk of running amok would increase tremendously. But Yi Yuan, this psycho, was actually carrying it out in a systematic order. Yi Yuan's aura rose without stopping and arrived at the 7th Level C Transformation's boundary very soon. This was the moment which was the most exhilarating for martial artists, but it was also the most dangerous moment. The black-clothed person watched until his heart leaped to his throat. How could he know that Yi Yuan under heart, like still water realm, doing something like dual tasking was not something that was hard? The process of breaking through to the 7th Level C Transformation was not as perilous as the black-clothed person imagined. It was completed easily, like water flowing when a channel was formed. Yi Yuan's body at present already underwent a thorough remolding transformation. Breaking through was even less of a burden, but the boundless energy contained within the dragon blood still did not end like this. All the way until Yi Yuan broke through to the 8th Level C Transformation did it finally stop. When a brand new Yi Yuan appeared before the black-clothed person's eyes, his entire person was in a complete daze. This boy, he really succeeded. His original talent was already very startling. Having experienced the dragon blood's remolding at this time, it's simply going to be heaven-defying. The black-clothed person sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan was very pleased with his current body. Even if he did not use essence energy, his entire body was filled with the feeling of strength too. He had a feeling that even if he did not make use of essence energy, he could sweep away sea transformation realm martial artists too. The power of dragon blood is indeed heaven-defying. My physical body actually became formidable to such a degree. A large one tie of true dragon aura is held within my essence energy right now. It can at least increase the power of my martial techniques by 30%. Furthermore, the power of the dragon blood did not dissipated, but actually fused into my blood, creating a sort of bloodline. One could say that I'm currently already a half-dragon physique. Yi Yuan examined his own body and was inexplicably thrilled too. This true dragon's blood was too terrifying. What it brought to him was simply a completely remolding transformation. The original Yi Yuan with mediocre talent was now a genius in its true sense at present. Yi Yuan felt like he had a sensation of teeming with power, and he could not refrain from lifting his head up and giving a long howl. Unleash. Plussing a punch abruptly. Flame movement carnage. Once the fiery red fist shadow appeared, the entire SPAC seemed to be trembling. Intense trembling as well as detonation sounds emitted in the air. This boy, the black-clothed person, was also very alarmed when he saw this punch of Yi Yuan's. With Yi Yuan's current strength, ordinary late-stage soul seas were completely not his match. Breaking through boundaries, Yi Yuan's current mood was excellent. He cupped his fists and said to the void, "Many thanks to Senior for gifting dragon blood. Yi Yuan is endlessly grateful." The black-clothed person could not help choking up. He previously swore that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But now, not only was Yi Yuan standing in front of him perfectly well, his strength even soared by leaps and bounds. At present, Yi Yuan gave thanks. Although there was no intention of mocking him, the black-clothed person's face was burning hot. The black-clothed person was Imbara. Said to acknowledge this. He just casually waved his hand. The vast heaven steel landed in the inheritance SPAC with a bang. Yi Yuan saw that the black-clothed person did not seem to have the intention of opening his mouth, so he just smiled and walked towards the vast heaven steel. When Yi Yuan's divine sense probed into the vast heaven steel, he could not help being greatly taken aback. What I visualize is still the scorching true intent. Why would I come to a stretch of frozen and snow-covered land? Is there a mistake? No way, right? The vast heaven steel can make mistakes too? Yi Yuan said in surprise. As far as the eye could see, it was entirely a vast expanse of whiteness, not a single sea, to do with fire at all. Yi Yuan's thinking was very simple. No matter how many true intents one comprehended, it was also not as practical as specializing in one true intent. Rather than wasting time to visualize other true intents, might as well cultivate the scorching true intent to supreme level. True intent to supreme true intent was a chasm of difference. Crossing it would be a boundless plain, unable to cross it, and one could only fade into the crowd. In the divine realm, one could not tell how many martial artists could grasp true intent, but it was far from what those at the lower realms could compare to. Yet, those able to grasp supreme true intent were in the minority. Yi Yuan had never been satisfied with grasping true intent. His goal was supreme true intent. Only by grasping supreme true intent could he have the qualifications to contend with Ji Kanglin, to have the capital to avenge his hatred. Although the Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword intent was powerful, it was still unable to defeat Ji Kanglin. As the #1 expert of the Medicine King Hall, how could Ji Kanglin possibly not have supreme true intent? Ji Kanglin was indeed a rarely seen genius of the martial path. Even if his strength were inferior to the 10 great divine kings, the disparity would not be too great either. Wanting to Serpa Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan needed to become even stronger. Yi Yuan could roam unhindered in the lower realms, but he himself knew that after going to the divine realm, his advantage would not be that big anymore. He could even disregard the immense disparity of a major boundary to cross boundaries and challenge others in the endless world. But reaching the divine realm, even if he could cross boundaries to challenge, it was also impossible to ignore the gap between levels. There were large numbers of martial artists in the divine realm who could grasp true intent. Among them, there was no lack of martial artists who grasped some extremely powerful true intents. So much so that the divine realm's young generation already comprehended the elementary form of supreme, true intent at this current realm of his. Compared to those people, Yi Yuan's advantage was naturally all gone as well. Therefore, right now, Yi Yuan could only become even stronger. Only then would he have the capital to gain a foothold when arriving at the divine realm. But comprehending true intents simply had no way of letting him become stronger. Only supreme true intents could let him walk further. With Yi Yuan's talent, him casually comprehending multiple true intents in this vast heaven steel was not an issue. But supreme true intent was different. Comprehending true intent was with decades and centuries as a unit of measurement. And many divine kings in the divine realm only comprehended one supreme, true intent throughout their lifetime. It could be seen how hard it was to comprehend supreme, true intent. Furthermore, the scorching true intent was even a kind that was extremely hard to comprehend among them. Even if Yi Yuan was Brimming with confidence, it was also impossible to succeed in comprehending entirely inside this vast heaven steel within a short period of time. But without any doubt, this vast heaven steel could let his comprehension road shrink tremendously. But what the I was this right now. What Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was the scorching supreme true intent, not the extreme cold supreme true intent. Why would the vast heaven steel send him to such an environment? But what the is this place? It's really cold. In this SPAC, Yi Yuan's consciousness was seemingly about to be frozen. This also involuntarily made him release the scorching true intent to resist this kind of extreme cold weather. Chapter 576, Endless Benefits. Chapter 576, Endless Benefits. Very soon, Yi Yuan discovered that his own essence energy expenditure speed was very rapid. Even with Yi Yuan's control over essence energy reaching a very subtle degree, he only persisted for half a day's time before being completely frozen into a popsicle. Extreme cold concept and scorching concept were two kinds of diametrically opposed concepts. Yi Yuan determined that this was not the vast heaven steel's blunder very soon, but it wanted him to temper his scorching true intent through this sort of method. This degree of extreme cold, Yi Yuan was completely unable to comprehend. Extreme cold true intent belonged to the ice attribute true intent, and ice attribute true intents belonged to an important branch of concept of water. Yi Yuan had not even learned the rudiments of the concept of water, let alone say comprehending the extreme cold true intent. This was like a soul sea realm martial artist telling an essence chi realm martial artist how soul sea realms cultivated. Those at the essence chi realm were simply unable to comprehend. Hence, this way of tempering true intent was surely for the sake of the scorching true intent. It was just that how to go and comprehend the scorching supreme true intent. Yuan did not have any clues at all. However, he was not in a rush either. The scorching supreme true intent was too hard to comprehend. He had never thought of a complete plussing it in one stroke. Since the vast heaven steel SPAC had a shortcut to walk, he actually saved a lot of time already. If placed in the outside world, who knows how much time he had to spend before he could find a way to learn the basics. Scorching true intent to supreme true intent. The scorching supreme true intent. There was a Sivrij. Even the spirit bristle divine king also spent several hundred years back then before succeeding in comprehending. If Yi Yuan could comprehend successfully within a few days, then it would really be a joke. To be able to achieve a position among the 10 great divine kings, which one of them wasn't somebody with unparalleled talent, though Yi Yuan's comprehension abilities were high, to talk about being hundreds, thousands of times greater than the spirit bristle divine king, that was too exaggerated as well. The black-clothed person stared at Yi Yuan from inside the void and muttered to himself, "This boy is indeed a self-aware person. He knows the logic of biting off more than one can chew. Looks like his horizons are much greater compared to the other endless world martial artists. True intent is but the start of cultivation. What's truly powerful is still supreme, true intent. If this boy can comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, then the next 3 rounds, most likely won't be able to stump him. The black-clothed person thought about it, and he could not help laughing in spite of himself, and said, "I'm really muddled up by this punk." The scorching supreme true intent is one of the pinnacle few kinds of supreme true intents. Even if his talent is monstrous without 180 years, one can also forget about having some accomplishments. Right now, inside the inheritance S, PAC, the time flow is 30-1. The second perfect clear has a reward of 6 days, which is also to say that he only has 180 days time. 180 days to comprehend the scorching supreme true intent isn't even enough to fill the gaps between one's teeth, right? 180 years to have some accomplishments. This was already a tremendously high appraisal of Yi Yuan. One had to know that for a divine king powerhouse in the divine realm, if he could comprehend the scorching supreme true intent during his lifetime, his strength would be an immensely powerful existence among divine kings. Yi Yuan being able to have some accomplishments in 80 to 100 years, such an appraisal could not be said to not be high. 180 days in comparison to 180 years was truly just a twinkle. Even wanting to cross the threshold was very challenging. Time flew by quickly in the inheritance S. PAC for Yi Yuan. In the outside world, only a few short days had passed. As expected, Qin Yan and Yin Yanhua were both killed in the 5th level by the illusionary spirit's killing array and kicked out of the vast heaven peg. Oda, when they heard that Yi Yuan cleared the first 6 levels perfectly, each one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. Apart from the two of them, Qi Hai even let Lu Hong and Guo Taochuan stay. These 4 strongest people of the junior generation were all now beside Qi Hai. The 4 of you just cultivate in seclusion here. I'll safeguard you guys. You all should have much comprehension and benefits in the vast heaven peg. Oda, entering seclusion at this time is the most optimum period. The outside world's matters naturally have those divine, traversing realm experts to go and worry over. Having the few of you more to join them won't have much impact. Qi Hai said to the 4 people. Yes, Old Hai. The 4 people acknowledged in unison. Old Hai, did you keep us behind for the sake of cultivation? Guo Taochuan plucked up his courage and asked weakly, although they were the strongest ones among the junior generation. In front of Qi Hai, they were still out-and-out juniors. This Old Hai before their eyes was a legendary S expert. He was in existence even more powerful than their old ancestors. Qi Hai said coolly, it's naturally not just for cultivation. I kept you guys behind in order to wait for Yi Yuan to come out. Qi Hai did not hide it either, directly saying out his true intentions. Wait for Yi Yuan. Lu Hong was a bit stunned. Guo Taochuan and the others were not surprised at all. They had clearly expected it to some extent long ago. Actually, Lu Hong was still extremely dejected in his heart right now. Although he achieved the goal of shocking everyone with one move, this vast heaven peg. Oh, to trip this time he never would have thought that an existence 100 times, 1,000 times more monstrous than him would actually emerge too. Under Yi Yuan's halo, his sense of existence was weakened to the extreme. This kind of psychological depression, he could not talk to others either. He could only be depressed by himself secretly. In the end, he was held back by Qi Hai and was even chuckling to himself for a bit secretly, thinking that he was going to get Old Hai's heavy grooming. Who knew that he would hear Qi Hai say so right now, that he only let the few of them stayed behind for the sake of Yi Yuan. This made the little bit of hope that just sprung up for him be extinguished again mercilessly. Qi Hai was shrewd and experienced with age. How could he not perceive Lu Hong's emotions? But he just treated as if he did not see and said coolly, Yi Yuan's gains in this vast heaven peg. Oh, to trip this time is definitely more than what we imagine. After he comes out this time, he'll become the indisputable leader of your junior generation. I believed that in the near future he might become the entire Endless World's young people's idol. This point, you all need to have a clear understanding yourselves. I know that the four of you are all proud individuals and arrogant at heart. But in front of Yi Yuan, you guys don't have the capital to be arrogant in the least bit. Do you understand? The Qin Yen trio all nodded their heads slightly when they heard that. They had long already accepted this fact. Yi Yuan's rising speed was seriously too fast. They could not catch up even by whipping their horses. The martial artist world had always been a world which talked using strength. Yi Yuan already used his strength to utterly conquer these so-called strongest people in the junior generation, especially when they saw that scene of Yi Yuan killing the illusionary spirits in the 5th level. It simply made them unable to give rise to the desire to chase after. Yet, before entering the vast heaven pag, Lu Hong had not heard of Yi Yuan before at all. This made him feel in his heart some difficulties to adapt to things. Chi Hai's words were actually primarily said for him to hear. Chi Hai frowned slightly. Lu Hong involuntarily shuddered and hurriedly said, "Old Hai, Lu Hong understands." Chi Hai nodded his head and continued, "The purpose of me making you guys stay behind is very simple. The realm war has already started in full scale now. From now onwards, the four of you have to keep on following by Yi Yuan's side and listen to his instructions. You don't need to look at me with those eyes. I'm not asking you guys to break away from your own sex, but I am taking into consideration for the sake of your futures, and for the sake of the Endless World's future. Following by his side, you will receive endless benefits." Chapter 577. Be proud of today's choice. Chapter 577. Be proud of today's choice, of course. I won't force you guys to stay by his side. If you yourselves aren't willing, you can leave right now. Finish talking. Chi Hai pulled out a flask of wine calmly and went to the stone table by the side to start pouring himself a cup to drink on his own. This was the immortal remembrance jade brew that Yi Yuan gave him. This time, he specially brought it along with him. He knew that these four people would definitely be very conflicted and surely would not have an answer for a short while. Forget about Lu Hong. The other three people were all the top proud children of heaven of a world, gathering millions of gazes on them. Even if they admired Yi Yuan very much right now, it also did not represent that they were willing to be Yi Yuan's underlings, listening to Yi Yuan's assignment for every matter. But Chi Hai had his own considerations. Yi Yuan had never belonged to the Endless World. He was destined to radiate splendor in the divine realm. With Yi Yuan's current improvement speed, he believed that this day would not be too distant. Maybe 10 years, but even so, the maximum would not exceed 20 years. However, to talk about where the Endless World's final hope lay, that was absolutely Yi Yuan. Zhao Tianin, this boundless realm existence, was akin to a gigantic mountain pressing down on Chi Hai's heart. Once the realm Pa-S, Sageway was completely stabilized and the Wind Emperor personally descended upon the Endless World, it would probably be hard for him, a realm lord, to survive as well. Initially, he was constantly worrying about this matter, all the way until he saw Yi Yuan's spectacular performance in the vast heaven pag. To this time, yes, Chi Hai was completely awe-inspired. Perfect completion 2 consecutive times and directly making it into the 7th level. Such a result, not say that it would never be seen again, but it was absolutely unprecedented. Moreover, in just this half a month's time, Yi Yuan already broke through multiple realms in a row, breaking through to middle stage C transformation. Such cultivation speed. Who could guarantee that he would be incapable of having the strength to contend with the Wind Emperor before he descended? An Endless World youth being able to obtain a divine realm's inheritance was no doubt impressive. But Yi Yuan's extraordinariness was clearly not due to this. The most remarkable thing about Yi Yuan was not the divine realm inheritance, but that remarkable talent of his. It was himself. Chi Hai dared to confirm that even if the divine realm's legacies landed on these 4 people before his eyes, they absolutely could not reach Yi Yuan's level either. After all, no matter how incredible the legacy, it also needed the martial artist to go and comprehend concepts bit by bit, to go and cultivate essence energy. Essence energy cultivation was hard to say, but this sort of thing like concepts comprehension, it required talent. The reason why Yi Yuan was powerful was that his concepts comprehension through these few people in front of him, multiple streets behind. And to make these 4 people follow Yi Yuan was also hoping that they could become the endless world's future hope. It was to let them mature even faster and become even stronger. If they could not let go of the pride in their hearts, Chi Hai could not help them either. Okay, I'll stay behind to follow Yi Yuan. What made Chi Hai rather surprised was that the first one to speak up was actually the Qin Yen who had a grudge with Yi Yuan. I'm staying too. Gua Taochuan and Yin Yanhua practically followed right after, but Lu Hong became rather hesitant. This sort of situation now was far too drastically different from what he predicted before coming to the vast heaven peg. Oda. He did not think that he actually had to be a lackey for a youth, much younger than him now. Lu Hong revealed a difficult look and became hesitant to speak. Chi Hai gave him a sidelong glance and said coolly, no need to be conflicted. Willing means willing. Unwilling means unwilling. I won't make things difficult for you, just because you choose to leave. Furthermore, I came up with this idea at the last minute as well, and still haven't discussed it with Yi Yuan yet. Whether he's willing to or not is still another matter altogether. This matter was indeed what he conceived, impromptu. The fierce Gale world's abnormal activities made him rather uneasy. No matter which angle 1A and A lies from, the move of Ma's sacring cities was the dumbest one. But were the fierce Gale world folks really a bunch of fools? This Lu Hong's talent was indeed decent. That was why Chi Hai had the thought of keeping him behind together with the others. Actually, you don't need to feel wronged. I believe you've perceived it too. Yi Yuan's talent and strength you won't be able to catch up for the rest of your life too. When he cleared the 5th level, he already had that kind of strength. The second perfect clear this time, it's still uncertain what kind of heaven-defying rewards he obtained. Coming out of the vast heaven peg. Oh, to this time he's already on a completely different level of martial artist from us. Following him won't bring disgrace to you. Maybe there might come a day where you would even be proud because of today's choice. At this time, Qin Yen suddenly voiced out to urge. Chi Hai glugged a mouthful of immortal remembrance jade brew and said with a smile, not maybe. It's definitely. Lu Hong finally sighed slightly and said to Chi Hai, okay, I'll stay behind. All right. Since that's the case, you guys each enter seclusion to comprehend then. Regarding Lu Hong's choice, Chi Hai was not very surprised. This person was not someone stupid, or else he would not have his present accomplishments either. How he should choose, he was actually very clear in his heart. It was just that he could not cross this hurdle in his heart. As long as the gains and losses were lies clearly he could make a wise choice. In a blink, Yi Yuan had already spent over 5 months in the snow-covered land of ice. In these 5 months plus, Yi Yuan was frozen to death many times. Each time was death because of depleting essence energy. In order to not freeze to death, Yi Yuan thought of countless ways, yet it yielded very little success. In the beginning, Yi Yuan released the scorching true intent to maintain his body temperature. He discovered that this way would exhaust essence energy very quickly and die. Later on, Yi Yuan became wiser. He only maintained the released true intent at a very low level to barely ensure that he would not be frozen to death. But that sort of extremely cold feeling made him exceptionally clear-minded. That bone-piercing chill made him have limitless despair. But Yi Yuan still toughed it out. Under heart, like still water heart realm, Yi Yuan gingerly maintained the feeble true intent to resist the freezing cold. Gradually, Yi Yuan finally touched upon some know-how. Yi Yuan discovered that he could sense the scorching true, intense, true essence more clearly under such a condition. Even though this sort of feeling was still extremely fuzzy, at least he had a direction to strive towards. It was not hazy like before. These few days, Yi Yuan had been fastidiously experiencing the scorching true intent all along, and he gradually had some understanding in his heart. Heat was a kind of energy release. When the temperature was not high, this sort of release would not produce too much destructive power. But once the temperature rose to an extremely terrifying level, the destructive force of that scorching true intent would be very alarming. In the end, it was still how high a degree the martial artist could raise the temperature of the scorching true intent to. The higher the temperature of the martial technique released, the greater the destructive power evidently caused. Just like the spirit bristled divine, King's 9 suns burning heaven. Its horrifying destructive power was not due to its large area of effect, but it was because he could raise the temperature within a certain sphere of influence to an extremely terrifying level, a level that was able to obliterate divine king powerhouses. How profound a concept did that have to be? The present Yi Yuan was clearly still far off. Figuring out this link, Yi Yuan no longer used the scorching concept to maintain his own body temperature anymore. Chapter 578. Preliminary Peep at the Door. Chapter 578. Preliminary Peep at the Door, Flame, Movement, Carnage. Yi Yuan released all of his essence energy, wanting to shatter this world of ice and snow. Yet everything was futile. His flame movement carnage was incapable of stirring up even a drop of sea spray. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of giving up. He swung his fists like this over and over again, repeatedly like a moth flying into the fire, all the way until he froze to death. Then once more. Yi Yuan already could not remember how many times he had died and how many punches he had swung. Either way, every time he swung his fists, he had to go all out to release the scorching true intent to the limits. Still a little bit more, just a tiny bit. These countless times of swinging his fists was not a wasted effort. Continuously persisting in the state of his limits, this made his utilization of the scorching true intent become even more practiced. The understanding became deeper too, and now Yi Yuan finally felt that he was gradually going to touch that threshold. This feeling made him excited yet dejected. He was excited that the scorching supreme true intense gate was right in front of him, but feeling dejected that this step kept on being distant, just like the end of the world for very long, unable to break through for a long time. How could the gate to a supreme true intent be so easy to step inside? But what Yi Yuan lacked the least was patience. In his previous life, in order to research a type of medicinal pill, he would even perform up to 1,000,000 dreary experiments. If there were not this sort of grinding process, he could not possibly have become the divine realm's youngest peak alchemy emperor either. This bit right now was simply just child's play to him. Just like this, his fists danced about over and over again, seeking that sensation of breakthrough bit by bit. By the time it was the 170th day, Yi Yuan finally found a spark of inspiration. Rumble. Yi Yuan struck out a punch with all his might. The snowy ice S.P.A.C. finally underwent a trace of change. It was this trace of change that made Yi Yuan inexplicably excited. That punch earlier shattered that extreme cold very briefly. Even though it was only for an extremely brief time, Yi Yuan sensed it clearly. But this punch, likewise, exhausted all of his essence energy. Yi Yuan would be frozen to death very soon. Reviving again, Yi Yuan did not attack randomly right away, but he meticulously visualized that sort of feeling just now. Mustering strength, punching out, shattering S.P.A.C. It was this sort of feeling. Yi Yuan once again sensed that the instant the extreme cold was smashed, the extreme cold weather had that tiny hint of loosening up. although this sort of extreme cold was very stubborn and recaptured the position immediately. That kind of feeling absolutely would not be wrong. Haha, hard work pays off. Finally got a preliminary peep at the door. Even Yi Yuan himself could not help being proud of himself for a while either. He only used a short 170 days' time to get a preliminary peep at the door of the scorching supreme true intent. This was absolutely a very remarkable achievement. Even the spirit bristled divine king back them spent at least several decades' time to get a preliminary peep at the door of the supreme true intent. As it was said, the first step was the hardest for everything. The hardest thing about comprehending concepts was not the process of comprehension, but finding the way to cross the threshold. Even if Yi Yuan already comprehended the scorching true intent, to go a step further and achieve supreme true intent, it was another world. This degree of difficulty was no less than an aboriginal ascending to the divine realm from the endless world. Apart from Yi Yuan, this exception, for an aboriginal to want to ascend to the divine realm from the endless world, there might not be one in several hundred years either. The level of difficulty could be imagined. Yi Yuan could get a preliminary peep at the door in a short 170 days. This was absolutely an incredible heroic undertaking. Of course, even if Yi Yuan got a preliminary peep at the door, the road at the back was extremely hard to walk too. But once the step was taken out, it was the most solid step. The astonishment in the black-clothed person's heart could be imagined. This boy, just where did this freak pop out from? This is the scorching supreme true intent, not some lousy commonware. 170 days. He only used 170 days to get a preliminary peep at the door. The black-clothed person's pride was already beaten, completely battered, and bruised by Yi Yuan under the circumstances where he knew nothing of. Along the way, Yi Yuan completed far too many impossible to complete tasks. The black-clothed person already felt that he was numb. But he was still shocked by Yi Yuan once more without any surprise. Even though the black-clothed person did not tell him the time he remained in the inheritance S. See, this time he reckoned that it was almost up as well. Even if there were still time left, there definitely wouldn't be much left either. To want to get any progress in the scorching concept, the time was simply insufficient. Hence, Yi Yuan thought of the 9 characters true word formula. Yi Yuan decided to use this bit of time remaining to research this 9 characters true word formula for a bit. This 9 characters true word formula was vastly different from ordinary martial techniques. There was no general outline, no cultivation method, just 9 very blurry words, giving people a feeling of having no way to start. Yi Yuan mustered up heart like still water and started to visualize the Lin character formula. This already became a habit of Yi Yuan's. Under heart, like still water heart realm. Regardless whether was it cultivation or battle for Yi Yuan, the efficiency was very high. Yet, in the next moment, Yi Yuan's entire body suddenly trembled. This heart, like still water realm, actually produced an inexplicable resonance with the Lin character. Could it be that these two have some connection? Yi Yuan said in great surprise. This heart, like still water, was successfully comprehended by chance when he was at the 9 Heavens Road. It was completely unrelated to this Lin character, but he clearly sensed that the heart realm which was stuck at the bottleneck all along seemed to have that tiny hint of loosening. On the other side, the originally extremely fuzzy Lin character in the sea of consciousness, under Yi Yuan's visualization, seemed to gradually become clearer. The 2 heart realm and the Lin character, seemingly like dry wood meeting raging flames, instantaneously producing a resonance. Under this resonance, luck came as Yi Yuan's mind became more agile, and he actually involuntarily formed a strange hand seal. This hand seal was not complicated, but not knowing why, when Yi Yuan formed the seal, it was unbelievably strenuous. The method to form the seals was clearly in Yi Yuan's head. However, even the first hand seal, he was unable to form it even by mustering all of his might. It was as if within this seal it contained tremendous repulsive force, separating his both hands. Yi Yuan was a stubborn person too. This first seal, he already formed more than half of it. Just the final step, and it was going to succeed. At this time, he absolutely did not wish to give up. Hence, he used all the essence energy in his body, wanting to complete the seal. Poo work. Yi Yuan finally could not hold back the sweetness in his throat. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. This seal is exceedingly overbearing. It actually shocked me till internal injuries. Even the first seal is so profound. How terrifying must the seals at the back be? Yi Yuan wiped the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth and could not help saying with an emotional sigh. Even though he did not succeed, Yi Yuan could confirm that this Lin character and heart realm most likely had some kind of connection. Yi Yuan already had not broken through in heart realm for very long, constantly marching on the spot. Evidently, he had reached a bottleneck. But through the visualization this time, Yi Yuan clearly sensed heart like still water heart realm loosening up again. As long as he continued visualizing, Yi Yuan's heart realm was bound to have some breakthrough. However, what excited Yi Yuan even more was that if visualizing the Lin character could aid heart realm breakthrough, then didn't he obtain a method to cultivate heart realm? Chapter 579, 3 Palms. Chapter 579, 3 Palms. Heart realm did not have a direct enhancement to a person when it came to combat power, but its auxiliary function was too powerful. Along the way, this heart, like still water, already helped him for D knows how many times. Essence energy realm increase was not something hard to Yi Yuan, but heart realm was different. He knew that if there wasn't any heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, wanting to break through to heart like monolith realm was too difficult. If this 9 characters true word formula could really advance heart realm, then its benefit was huge. But this was all just Yi Yuan's deductions. He only visualized the Lin character once and could not even form the first-hand seal. How could wanting to break through be that easy? However, as long as there was a direction to work towards, Yi Yuan believed that he could fumble it out someday. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's vision suddenly blurred, and he was directly kicked out of the inheritance PAC. It turned out that time was already up. His visualization this time, 10 days' time actually passed, said in a twinkle. When Yi Yuan recovered to his senses, he could not help feeling surprised. This 7th level's PAC was not large, but was totally bare. There was only a silhouette that appeared before him. It was precisely that black-clothed person. Is it possible that, Senior, you're this 7th level's guardian? Yi Yuan figured out the connection very quickly. The black-clothed person turned around and said indifferently, "That's right. This 7th round is very simple. You just have to receive 3 of my palms, and still be able to stand up will do." Simple? Probably wasn't that simple, right? It was only unless this vast heaven peg. Oh, the owner was a fool that he would place a simple hurdle at the 7th level. This black-clothed person was clearly an expert who was extremely powerful. With Yi Yuan's present strength, he could not fathom the other party at all. If these 3 palms were so easy to receive, Lu Linfeng would also not have suffered a cruise. Plussing defeat at this round. That was a freak-like existence. Even he could not clear this round. The might of these 3 palms could be imagined. Senior's strength is unfathomable. You hitting me with 3 palms. How can I not die? Yi Yuan said, "Don't you worry. I'll suppress my boundary to the level corresponding to yours. Your 8th level C transformation right now. I'll face you with 8th level C transformation," said the black-clothed person coolly, his tone revealing extreme self-confidence. Yi Yuan's expression became apprehensive. Could it be that Lu Linfeng was the same as him? If it was really like this, how formidable did this black-clothed person's strength have to be? Ever since Yi Yuan reincarnated, this was still the first time hearing that somebody dared to battle him with the same realm. Furthermore, what black clothing said was, 3 palms. 3 palms and still being able to stand, which was also to say that Yi Yuan just had to endure these 3 palms and he could enter the next level successfully. This black-clothed person was either a moron or he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Yi Yuan believed that his own performance, this black-clothed person, definitely took it all into consideration. He actually still dared to say so under the circumstances where he knew Yi Yuan's strength. He definitely had full confidence that Yi Yuan was not his match. Seemingly discerning Yi Yuan's worry, the black-clothed person said with a cold smile, "What? Scared?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not so far as to be scared. The worst outcome is merely just losing the qualifications to continue challenging. That's all. I was just trying to guess Senior's strength." The black-clothed person did not seem to be joking as he said, coldly, "You're wrong. The first 6 levels indeed didn't have the possibility of being injured or causing death. But these 3 levels behind, one might lose their lives at any time. Therefore, don't you dare to have the mentality of Pa-S, sing by a fluke." The black-clothed person paused for a bit and explained, "It's genuine death." Yi Yuan could not help being startled inwardly. This black-clothed person was clearly not joking. Could it be that the next 3 levels would really have injury and death accompanying? If this was the case, then wasn't Lu Linfeng beaten down by this fellow? Yi Yuan could not imagine the sight of Lu Linfeng being beaten down to the ground by this person and being unable to get up. The black-clothed person clearly did not know that Yi Yuan was still in the mood to scoff at Lu Linfeng at this time. He said coolly, "You still have the chance to choose to withdraw now. But once you decide, you don't have the opportunity anymore." Yi Yuan did not have much hesitation as he said straightforwardly, "I choose to challenge." The black-clothed person was a little surprised. Yi Yuan's reply was too quick, as if he did not go through detailed deliberation at all. Was this boy brave because of his superb techniques, or was he simply missing a few things in his head? Although there were few who were able to make it to the 7th round, there was not a single exception. Previously, those people all went through a very long mental struggle without exception before mustering up the courage to agree to it. Not everyone could face the challenge of death calmly, no matter how overflowing you were with talent. Only Yi Yuan seemed to say it without hesitation. "You're sure that you don't need to reconsider? You should know that in this 10,000 years, there were a total of 4 people who entered the 7th level. But only a single person could endure my 3 palms. And the other 3 people. There was even one who was killed on the spot by me." The black-clothed person was not telling lies. The names on the light screen only showed that there were 3 people who entered the 7th level. As for their life and death, it could not ill. U.S. trait. Actually, the black-clothed person being made fun of by Yi Yuan time and again. He more or less still had some thoughts of taking revenge in his heart. He very much wanted to see fear, this emotion on Yi Yuan's face. But this time he was still disappointed. Yi Yuan had a calm look as he said without any fear, "Dying at Senior's hands only shows that Yi Yuan's skill was lacking. If I die, then I die. No big deal." Yi Yuan was a person who had died once. He was clearer than anybody in this world the implication of death. But it was precisely because so that Yi Yuan yearned even more to obtain more powerful strength. After reincarnation, Yi Yuan's greatest obsession was revenge. Even after going through Ji Xingyang's enlightenment, this obsession of Yi Yuan's did not change. However, he was still able to think rationally. He was still rational enough not to become an emotionless machine controlled by vengeance. He was slowly making his preparation and building up his strength. Yi Yuan's conviction to desire strength was greater than anyone. Ji Kanglin was too strong. Without absolute strength, Yi Yuan was simply incapable of defeating him. With this conviction, Yi Yuan had never lacked courage. He dared to challenge everything in this world. If he did not even dare to receive the black-clothed person's 3 palms, what courage would he have to go find Ji Kanglin for revenge? All along, facing people much more powerful than him, Yi Yuan had never retreated. If G, oh, DS blocked, kill G. Oh, DS. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. This was the path of a powerhouse. Seeing the expression on Yi Yuan's face, the black-clothed person knew that he belittled him too much. True powerhouses absolutely would not fear death. Their only fear was fear that they were not strong enough. 2 perfect completions in a row. Yi Yuan naturally knew that there were even greater rewards waiting for him behind this, and the current Yi Yuan made no effort to conceal the yearning for this reward as well. This desire of becoming strong had long Serpa said life and death already. The black-clothed person fell silent for a long time before heaving a sigh and saying, "Looks like I've underestimated you. These 3 palms are extraordinary. You have to be careful." As he said, the black-clothed person's realm dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the aura on his body was rising steadily instead. Yi Yuan and the black-clothed person faced each other from a distance, but their faces had never before seen solemnness. Chapter 580, Counterattack. Chapter 580, Counterattack. Seeing the black-clothed person's harrowing aura, Yi Yuan did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Mobilizing all the essence energy in his body and gathering it onto his fist, the palm wind was too fast. Yi Yuan simply could not cast myriad rain sword blades in time at all. The aura was a Stonies. Plussing. But the black-clothed person's actions were not shocking. He raised his palm slightly and just pushed out 3 palms in succession in a casual manner. 3 azure dragons carried a series of dragon roars as they galloped at full speed towards Yi Yuan. The palm force had yet to arrive, and a sensation which made Yi Yuan feel suffocated was already transmitted in front of him. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt an unprecedented pressure. Essence energy ignition. Flame movement carnage. At this moment, Yi Yuan used the most powerful flame movement carnage without holding anything back, pouring the trace of concept which he comprehended in inheritance PC into it as well. Instantaneously, Yi Yuan swung out a myriad of uncountable punches. The entire sky was all Yi Yuan's fist shadows. Yet, those 3 azure dragons completely disregarded Yi Yuan's fist shadows, breaching the defense Yi Yuan laid out at the forefront. It was as if breaking a dead branch from a tree. They broke through Yi Yuan's fist shadows savagely, instantly tearing those red-colored fist shadows to shreds. But Yi Yuan did not seem to see it. He still brandished his fists frenziedly, striking towards the 3 azure dragons unceasingly. These 3 azure dragons seemed to be like living things, destroying everything that obstructed them exceedingly tyrannically. Yi Yuan in front of them was frail like a little kitty. If such tyrannical 3 palms landed on Yi Yuan's body, the outcome could not be imagined. But Yi Yuan did not seem to be aware of the approach of danger. His fist speed became faster and faster. The fist shadows became increasingly concentrated. Initially, the black-clothed person still looked at Yi Yuan's struggle calmly, but his expression at this time involuntarily became somber. The advancement speed of those 3 azure dragons actually became progressively slower. The concentrated fist shadows landed on the azure dragons' bodies. Even if it only scratched an itch for him, Yi Yuan's fist shadows were swift to the extreme. It would cause considerable obstruction to them as well. In this short while, Yi Yuan already struck out uncountable punches. Moreover, his speed was still becoming faster. Through the true dragon's blood reforming, Yi Yuan's current body was already extremely powerful and could fully withstand this sort of taxing punching speed. Bang! 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 Countless fist shadows, exploding sounds reverberated in the air, looking very spectacular. The bodies of the 3 azure dragons actually gradually became illusionary. This was a sign of their energy about to be depleted. Hiss! This boy actually received 3 palms with such a method. When seeing the azure dragons' bodies gradually becoming faint, the black-clothed person knew that Yi Yuan clearing the 7th level was already almost guaranteed. Actually, the black-clothed person had never thought that Yi Yuan could not pass S through the 7th level at all. Yi Yuan could clear the rounds perfectly twice. His concept's comprehension was far from what other martial artists could compare to. Even that Li Fantian was much worse compared to Yi Yuan. Furthermore, Yi Yuan had gone through the true dragon's blood's remolding. Within his essence energy now contained the chi of a true dragon. The power of the flame movement carnage that Yi Yuan fired out now was already much more powerful compared to previously. If such a Yi Yuan could not pass S the 7th level, he could directly find a piece of tofu to commit suicide. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan punched out a fist one after another. The 3 azure dragon silhouettes already became fainter and fainter. That sort of initial savageness and pride were already completely gone at this time. Finally, with a bang, the 3 azure dragons directly exploded in the air, and they were already less than 30 feet distance away from Yi Yuan. And what's this boy doing? The black-clothed person suddenly felt puzzled. After Yi Yuan utterly annihilated the 3 azure dragons, he was still punching non-stop. The air gave off dense, yet dull detonating sounds, making people feel incredibly stifled. Awoo! Suddenly, a fiery red colossal dragon rushed out from Yi Yuan's fist shadows, hurtling straight at the black-clothed person. The black-clothed person's pupils constricted, and he sucked in a cold breath. Hiss. This boy is truly a freak. Talking was talking. The black-clothed person's hand movements were not slow. It was only to see him slowly reached out with his palm and grabbed hold of the dragon's head, quite leisurely, and then pinched lightly just like that. The originally violent red dragon immediately dissipated into nothing. Phew! 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 Yi Yuan finally stopped and collapsed onto the ground straight away, panting heavily. He was already totally drained of strength and could not even move even a finger at this time. How many years has it been? You're the first person who still has the strength to spare to counterattack me. Truly remarkable. The black-clothed person finally did not stint with his praises. Even though he had long guessed that the 7th level could not stump Yi Yuan, he never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had strength left over to counterattack after neutralizing his attacks. Those 3 palms of his earlier were not really sent out casually. It was just that he had long already had full control over palm force. That was why it appeared to be effortless. In his view, Yi Yuan being able to barely receive these 3 palms was already considered not bad. The matter developed just as he expected in the beginning too. He estimated that Yi Yuan's limits were also just barely making it through these 3 palms. But he never would have thought that Yi Yuan's limits far exceeded his expectations. No, it should be said that Yi Yuan's limits were just that much. But when he used flame movement carnage earlier, he seemed to have found some inspiration. Hence, he clenched his teeth and persisted longer than he initially could. The first half segment was Yi Yuan's strength, while the latter half segment was entirely Yi Yuan using willpower to grit his teeth and persevere on. In this countless years, geniuses that the black-clothed person had seen were like schools of carps crossing the river. There were too many to enumerate. Yet he had never seen before any genius with Yi Yuan's willpower. When one's physical abilities exceeded the limits, it would be immensely agonizing. Furthermore, all kinds of discordance would appear in one's movements. Without staggering willpower, there was just no way to control one's strength. But just now, each of Yi Yuan's fists was controlled very perfectly, all the way until that final earth-shaking blow. In the end, that fire dragon crumbled in a single blow in front of the black-clothed person only because he was too strong. The power of that blow was already not beneath the myriad rain, sword blades in the slightest. No wonder you could refine the true dragon's blood, just based on this willpower of yours. Your future accomplishments are already limitless. The black-clothed person praised. Yi Yuan did not wish to speak, nor did he have the strength to talk. He was already dead exhausted. Seeing the situation casually, the black-clothed person fired out a streak of essence energy into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan shuddered slightly and finally recovered some strength. He sat up and said to the black-clothed person, "Is it considered successful?" The black-clothed person was dazed, and he could not help laughing as he said, "Of course. These 3 levels don't have any perfect completion. If there was, you already cleared the round perfectly just now." Yi Yuan struck out the final punch and directly laid on the ground. According to what the black-clothed person said previously, it should be failing the challenge. But even a moron could tell that Yi Yuan had indeed cleared the round. Furthermore, he cleared the round very beautifully. Yi Yuan lifted his head slightly and forced a smile and said, "Hoo-hoo, then that's good." Chapter 581. Coiling Dragon Heaven, Devastating Palm. Chapter 581. Coiling Dragon Heaven, Devastating Palm. Only now did Yi Yuan know that these 3 levels actually did not have the talk of perfect clear. But just from those 3 palms earlier, there was indeed no need for the so-called perfect completion. Scattering those 3 azure dragons just now, he already used up all of his strength. If not for stubbornly holding on to one last breath, he would have fainted long ago. To be able to last all the way until the final blow, on the one hand, stemmed from his powerful willpower. On the other hand, it was because his body was reformed by a true dragon's blood before. You're really a genius. To actually grasp the strength of a true dragon so quickly and fuse it into the scorching true intent. TSK, boy, I think very highly of you, the black-clothed person praised. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, I'm a little confused myself. When I went all out to deal with Senior's palm force, the true dragon's strength incubating in my body actually stirred, and it entered my fists bit by bit." The black-clothed person nodded slightly and said, "Looks like you're a natural martial artist. Your future accomplishments might be above that fellow's." Yi Yuan could not help being absent-minded when he heard that. From his previous life to this life, this was still the first time somebody gave him such an appraisal. The previous lives, Yi Yuan likewise grew up in the midst of countless praises. But everyone all did not pay attention to his martial talent, because his alchemy talent was too dazzling, so much so that it made everyone all overlook his talent in the martial path. All the way until this lifetime, Yi Yuan resolved to become a martial path powerhouse. The more he placed effort in the martial path, the more did he discover that he seemed to have similarly tremendous potential in it. Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword, Heart like still water, concept of wind, concept of fire. These things all required martial artists to spend immense effort to go and comprehend. But he did not seem to have expended much time comprehending them. Even though quite a few among these were because of coincidences, one had to admit that his talent played a very huge part. Without talent, even if lucky chances came, one could only enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed. Since you have some comprehensions, then regulate your breathing and digest your gains earlier right here for a bit. At the 8th level, I'll only unleash 2 palms. You have to try your best. Finish talking. The black-clothed person vanished. Phew! Finally going to enter the 8th level, ha. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and muttered to himself. The lowest goal which Yi Yuan set for himself was the 7th level. Except he did not expect that the gains he had in this vast heaven peg. Oh, Defar Serpa, said his own imaginations. Now his strength soared rapidly. He totally had the qualifications to challenge the 8th level. Yi Yuan even somewhat suspected if this was set up by the vast heaven peg. Oh, Da's owner beforehand, and that he was currently walking step by step until now according to the route planned out by the vast heaven peg. Oh, Da's owner. Otherwise, it was simply impossible for an ordinary genius to walk to this step. Yi Yuan had a feeling that this was a systematic training to nurture geniuses. Courage and insight comprehension abilities, and strength. Not one could be missing. That fellow mentioned by the black-clothed person. Yi Yuan felt that he was very likely to be this vast heaven pag. Oh, does owner. This person was truly an enigmatic existence. Yi Yuan felt like this vast heaven pag. Oh, the owner might even be much stronger compared to the 10 great divine kings. Could he be a deity, realm existence? But right now in this world, how could it possibly give birth to deity realm powerhouses? The vast heaven pag. Oh, there was something that only appeared in these 10,000 years. Could it be that within this 10,000 years, there were really deity, realm, powerhouses born? If the vast heaven pag... Oh, the owner was really a deity realm powerhouse. Where did he go? Deity realm powerhouses had long lifespans. Living for 10,000 years was absolutely not an issue. Yi Yuan felt that the riddles in his heart were getting more and more. Who cares? Want to attain deity realm. I first have to kill Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan chased this messy stuff out of his mind and started to meditate to recover essence energy. After half a day, Yi Yuan opened both eyes. His body already recovered to its optimum state. Ha! If Lu Linfeng, that old thing, knows that I made it past the 7th level, who knows what expression he would have? Yi Yuan suddenly remembered Lu Linfeng and could not help finding it funny. Looks like Lu Linfeng should have comprehended the formation's path in the vast heaven steel. That was how he had today's accomplishments. But this old punk's talent was indeed a Stoney's. Plussing too. To actually be able to rely on the formation's path to achieve 10 great divine kings. However, Yi Yuan knew that this vast heaven mystic realm only opened up a window for Lu Linfeng. His true rise was still after exiting the vast heaven mystic realm. Snap! Outside the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. Chi Hai's hand trembled. Cruce. Plussing the southern sandalwood cup, filled with immortal remembrance, jade brew into pieces. This action of his startled Qin Yen and the others who were currently in close seclusion. Old Hai, what's wrong? Chi Hai drew a deep breath and said, You guys see for yourselves. The 4 people were stunned and followed Chi Hai's gaze to look at the light screen. It was only to see that Yi Yuan's name already appeared in the 8th level. Hiss. The 4 people sucked in a cold breath. The 8th level. What kind of concept was this? Yi Yuan already tied with the number 1 person in this 10,000 years, Li Fantian. Now, do you guys still have any opinions about following him? Chi Hai asked leisurely. The 4 people could not help exchanging glances and shook their heads at the same time. What an opinion was there still? No matter how talented the 4 of them were, it was impossible to reach this sort of level 2. Compared to Yi Yuan, they were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. Too great a disparity. You all cultivate properly. Don't lose even the qualifications to follow him. Chi Hai said with a long sigh. In the 8th level, Yi Yuan and the black-clothed person faced each other from a distance. Ready? This time, I'll only unleash 2 palms, and I will still maintain the same realm as you, said the black-clothed person. Yi Yuan said, Senior, this palm technique of yours seems to be unleashed with true dragon strength too. Although I didn't sense a supreme true intent, the power isn't the slightest bit inferior to supreme true intents. I wonder why. The black-clothed person said, What's strange about that? The strength of true dragons escapes the 5 elements in the first place. What the 4 great divine beasts relied on came from their bloodline power. And within their bloodline contains the great Tao of heaven and earth in itself. This is not what humans can compare to. In terms of power, it's naturally not worse off than supreme true intents. You had refined true dragon's blood now, and the power of a true dragon is contained within your body too. You should be able to experience the might of bloodline power. Yi Yuan nodded his head and understood very quickly. Divine beasts were all the favored children of heaven. They were born with their might, especially the 4 great divine beasts. Their strength was even much stronger compared to many human deity realm powerhouses. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that the 4 great divine beasts level of divine beasts virtually did not need to cultivate. As long as they matured to become adult divine beasts, they could achieve the divine path. The whole process from beginning to end was unbelievably heaven-defying. Hence, divine beasts were all extremely proud races. Even a drop of blood essence contained an exceptionally tyrannical will inside. I got it. Senior, make your move. Yi Yuan said coolly. The black-clothed person was not long-winded either. This time, he placed both hands together. Immediately, a violent wind held along with a series of dragon roars emitting. This set of palm technique is named Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Training to an advanced level can shatter the firmament with force. You have to receive it well. Chapter 582, 10 Days Time. Chapter 582, 10 Days Time 2 Azure Dragons. Except that this time, the 2 Azure Dragons appeared much more robust compared to the 3 previously. Very clearly, the true dragon strength contained inside was way stronger than before. Facing these 2 Azure Dragons, Yi Yuan actually had a feeling of his scalp tingling. Flame movement, true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan's dual fists were like flood dragons heading out to the seas. 2 red dragons came out with a roar too. This flame movement true dragon carnage was precisely the final attack that Yi Yuan comprehended in the 7th level. This attack fused the true dragon strength in Yi Yuan's body, augmenting the power of Yi Yuan's flame movement carnage multiple times. It already reached the level of condensed form of gathered essence. Virtually instantly, 2 Azure Dragons and 2 Red Dragons collided together, just like this. Rumble. The collision aftershocks seemingly made the entire SPAC shudder. Under this shock wave, the black-clothed person was as firm as a mountain. But Yi Yuan was pushed out far away before he barely managed to stabilize himself. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Yuan revolved the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art with all his might to recover essence energy. He knew that his flame movement true dragon carnage was not the black-clothed person's match at all. He had to seize all the opportunity he could to restore his strength so as to respond to the follow-up class. H. Plus, with Yi Yuan's current essence energy magnitude coupled with this move, flame movement true dragon carnage, instant killing late-stage soul C experts were nothing difficult. But in front of the black-clothed person, it appeared too weak to stand up to a single blow. The 2 red dragons only blocked for several breaths of time and were smashed into smithereens by those 2 Azure Dragons. Those 2 Azure Dragons' remaining momentum was not diminished, hurtling towards Yi Yuan. 1,000 flowing petals. Explode. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan already finished preparing the second wave of attacks. From the beginning, Yi Yuan had never planned on being able to Serpa S the black-clothed person's 2 palms. In the 7th level, he already experienced the might of this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. And this 8th level, he would only unleash 2 palms. The difficulty would surely surge. Otherwise, how could that Li Fantion with such talent possibly lose in this 8th level? This flame movement true dragon carnage was already one of his strongest trump cards right now. But it still could not resist the 2 Azure Dragons for a short while. Since facing attack with attack could not do anything to these 2 Azure Dragons, then he could only defend. The 1,000 flowing petals' offensive power was not strong, but using to defend was an excellent move. After Yi Yuan broke through to the 8th level C transformation, his essence energy C already reached a very exaggerated 400 feet. While the average 8th level C transformation was also just around 150 feet essence energy, C at the very most. His current essence energy thickness was already nearly 3 times of ordinary martial artists. While for most ordinary Soul C experts, Their essence energy seas were 1,000 feet in circumference, merely over twice of Yi Yuan's. One had to know that when sea transformation realm martial artists broke through to Soul Sea, their essence energy sea would be LL up to 10 times. Wait until Yi Yuan broke through to Soul Sea. How horrifying an extent would the area of his essence energy sea expand to? Executing 1,000 flowing petals with Yi Yuan's current strength, the power and area of attack were all not what it could be compared to previously. Flying petals in the count of hundreds of millions rushed towards the 2 azure dragons. They attached onto the azure dragons' bodies and carried out mild explosions unceasingly. If it were an ordinary attack, it would have long been totally worn away by this move of Yi Yuan's and could not arrive in front of him at all. But these 2 azure dragons were too strong. They easily defeated Yi Yuan's 2 red dragons. How could these petals stop them? However, 1,000 flowing petals was the martial technique which Yi Yuan was most skilled in after all. Its powerful attrition abilities still played a huge part. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds of petals exploding non-stop transmitted from the air. The 2 azure dragons' speed fell abruptly, becoming sluggish. Those countless flying petals were like a marsh, making the 2 azure dragons sank deeper and deeper. When the black-clothed person saw this scene, he could not help saying with a smile, "This boy, his means are indeed inexhaustible." So young, and he actually comprehended a supreme, true intent to this extent. Truly remarkable. If it were a complete, supreme, true intent, just relying on these 2 palms really would not be able to do anything against him. But if it's just this level, it's still inadequate. Indeed, those 2 azure dragons were not exploded to death by the 1,000 flowing petals. Soon they broke out of the layer upon layer of obstacles, charging at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression became intent, and he took out the shining sword. The starting stance of myriad rain, sword blades, was displayed. Myriad rain, sword blades. 1,000 flowing petals strove for time for myriad rain, sword blades casting. This was also Yi Yuan's final trump card measure. This time, Yi Yuan did not hold back, but maneuvered all the remaining essence energy in his body, pouring it into the myriad rain, sword blades in one go. The 2 azure dragons were wrapped in large quant. 1. Ties of petals and rushed for Yi Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. Poo work. Yi Yuan's body was akin to a kite with a broken string flying out. And those 2 azure dragons finally dissipated into thin air too. Under this blow, Yi Yuan was finally injured. But under his struggling, he finally still stood up. Yi Yuan's innards received tremendous impact. Presently, the wounds sustained were not light. The black-clothed person said coolly, "You indeed didn't let me down. I think you should have guessed it. This 9th level, I'll only unleash 1 palm, which is also the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm's ultimate palm. The vast heaven peg. Oh, will treat your wounds. You have 10 days' time to be in close seclusion here. Perhaps you will have some gains. After 10 days, whether or not you can become the first genius to clear the 9th level in this 10,000 years will be up to you." Leaving behind the sentence, the black-clothed person left without even turning his head back. Right at this time, a beam of light shot down from the air, enveloping Yi Yuan inside. This light beam actually had the effects of healing injuries. Yi Yuan shrugged off the disorderly emotions and meditated with his legs crossed, recovering injuries with all his strength. Less than an hour, Yi Yuan's injuries were healed. The black-clothed person said that what I'm given is 10 days' time. But this treatment only used an hour's time? He made me enter seclusion in these 10 days. What kind of gains can there be in 10 days' time? But since he said it, it shouldn't be talking nonsense, right? This 8th level, I've virtually already used all of my strength. With my current strength, even if I employ the nameless energy, it's impossible to pass through the 9th level too. Once his injuries healed, Yi Yuan started to deliberate. The words that the black-clothed person said seemed to have profound meaning. 10 days' time was too short. To say that one's strength could make staggering progress, that simply could not be accomplished. But with Yi Yuan's present strength, he was likely unable to clear the 9th level at all. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palms, ultimate palm. Yi Yuan felt fearful just thinking about it. Unless his current strength broke through to Soul Sea, or else, there was simply no way to contend with this so-called ultimate palm. But even if Yi Yuan broke through to Soul Sea realm, this black-clothed person would definitely execute this move with Soul Sea realm. The outcome was still the same. Putting it bluntly, this vast heaven peg. Oh, Da's guardian suppressing his boundary to around the same as the challengers all along was for the sake of testing the challenger's talent and strength. Cultivation, this thing, was too easy for geniuses. There was simply no challenge. But concept's comprehension was different. There was simply no way to achieve it in one step. 10 days' time. Just what is it enough to use for? Yi Yuan unwittingly began to ruminate. Chapter 583. Mobilizing Strength of a True Dragon. Chapter 583. Mobilizing Strength of a True Dragon, the 8th level's difficulty, could be said to have already reached Yi Yuan's limits. A fraction stronger, and Yi Yuan would likely be unable to bear it. But the difficulty of this 9th level was, most likely, not just a tiny bit harder than the 8th levels. With Yi Yuan's attainments and concepts, even he was unable to pa-SS it. Could it be that there were still people able to pa-SS it? Most likely, only unless it was those divine king powerhouses suppressing their cultivation to enter the vast heaven peg. Oh, could there be a possibility of clearing it, right? Designing such a level that was impossible to clear, what on earth was the vast heaven peg? Oh, the owner thinking? Although it was to test talent and strength, Serpa. Seeing the limits of geniuses would have no meaning at all, right? Yi Yuan could not help being at a loss. He ran over all of his trump cards and discovered that he completely could not see the hope of Pa-S. Sing through. Just what does this black-clothed person want me to comprehend in seclusion here? Could it be? Yi Yuan suddenly had an inspiration and seemed to have thought of something. The black-clothed person said that what the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm used was the strength of a true dragon, and the power of a true dragon's strength was in existence on the same level as a supreme, true intent. Supreme true intents required martial artists to go and comprehend, while true dragon strength only needed powerful bloodline power. Yi Yuan refined the blood of a true dragon that was already about to evolve to divine beast level. The bloodline power was already very strong. If he used the strength of a true dragon to deal with the coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palm. The black-clothed person even said that when the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was trained to an extremely high level, it could practically shatter the firmament with force. The might of the power could be seen. If he successfully cultivated this martial technique, Yi Yuan was quite excited just thinking about it. What the black-clothed person wanted to let him comprehend was definitely the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Figuring out the links in between this, Yi Yuan calmed down instead. How could him wanting to comprehend the coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palm be something that easy? 10 days' time. This black-clothed person is also thinking too highly of me, Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. Coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palm. The black-clothed person used it for a total of 2 times. Yi Yuan wanting to rely on his own impression to comprehend this martial technique. The degree of difficulty was too great. This was simply an impossible to complete mission. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of giving up. He settled down to focus very quickly, carefully recollecting the black-clothed person's every action. Yi Yuan started to imitate the black-clothed person's actions and executed the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Rumble. A very feeble attack, without the least bit of threat at all. Yi Yuan even suspected whether or not this palm of his earlier could kill a sea transformation realm martial artist. Of course, this was only the beginning. This martial technique was so powerful. It was obviously not so easy to comprehend. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. In a flash, Yi Yuan unleashed 10 palms. But there was no progress at all. He attempted to copy the black-clothed person's movements, firing out the true dragon strength. But he discovered that wanting to accomplish this was too difficult. Even though Yi Yuan had the strength of a true dragon inside his body, it was very hard to utilize. Even with flame movement true dragon carnage, the true dragon strength he could mobilize was extremely, extremely little. The might of this move was primarily still depending on the scorching true intent. True dragon's strength only had the function of adding flowers to embroidery, and it was very challenging for Yi Yuan to want to use the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm to mobilize true dragon strength. Firstly, he did not get to the bottom of the true dragon's strength's application method. Secondly, he was accustomed to using essence energy. It was very hard to adjust his habit right away. Odd. I still have no way of mobilizing the strength of a true dragon. Just how can it be done? Yi Yuan stopped to think for a bit and unleashed a palm once more. But he still could not find the feeling. Yi Yuan application of true dragon strength was like a piece of blank paper, not even knowing the rudiments. The black-clothed person looked at the Yi Yuan in the middle of non-stop attempts and could not help heaving a sigh and saying, This fellow actually set up such a perverse round. How are people going to clear it? True dragon strength is an extremely powerful bloodline power. Even the dragon race themselves have to put in tremendous amounts of effort to want to truly grasp the application method of bloodline power. How can a youth who just refined the strength of a true dragon possibly comprehend it? I seriously can't think of anyone else who can clear this perverse 9th level once Yi Yuan this punk fails. Turns out that this 9th level round was set up by the vast heaven peg. Oh, the owner, listening to the black-clothed person's meaning. Clearly, he himself did not understand this 9th level's setting as well. Such a challenging round. Even martial artists any more talented could not possibly clear it either, right? To talk about comprehending supreme true intent, the skeletal age restriction determined that it was impossible for the concepts and cultivation of the martial artists who entered to be very high. For so many years, Yi Yuan's concepts were one of the most freakish ones. But even with his current level, it was impossible to pass S through the 9th level as well. To talk about comprehending the strength of a true dragon, how could a youth who had just refined dragon blood possibly comprehend successfully in such a short time? To clear the 9th level, one must contend against the powerful with power. After refining dragon blood, it was to counter a true dragon strength with another true dragon strength. Otherwise, there were no chances of victory at all, unless Yi Yuan could completely master a supreme true intent. Or else, he could only be a vanquished opponent of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. But to Yi Yuan, true dragon strength was entirely foreign, and grasping the strength of a true dragon was only the first step. He still had to be able to execute the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm before he had the qualifications to endure the final palm. 3 days pass, said in a twinkle. Yi Yuan had long given up on directly comprehending out the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. He was thinking of ways to mobilize true dragon strength. And right now, the only way he could mobilize true dragon strength was to employ the flame movement true dragon carnage. These 3 days he had been using the flame movement true dragon carnage constantly, comprehending the application method of true dragon's strength unceasingly. Gradually, Yi Yuan finally got a bit of the knack to it. When he executed the flame movement true dragon carnage, it relied entirely on a kind of instinct to merge a trace of true dragon's strength into the flame movement carnage. However, he only just knew how, but not why. But now he must find the reason why he could utilize the strength of a true dragon. These 3 days, he had been searching for this reason all along. Yi Yuan used the flame movement true dragon carnage over and over again, and finally found a tiny bit of reason. He discovered that the reason why he could mobilize the strength of a true dragon was because when he used the flame movement carnage, his body's amplitude and the amplitude of the true dragon's strength achieved synchronization. That was when he could sense a trace of true dragon strength entering inside his meridians and be released along with the martial technique. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered a problem. That was that he still treated himself as a human all along. Hence, the true dragon strength within his body did not buy it at all, which was also to say that to want to draw on the strength of a true dragon, one must first of all turn themselves into a dragon and not a person, using human martial artist methods to initiate a dragon race martial technique. This was naturally something nonsensical. Straightening out this point, everything was easy to handle. Yi Yuan sat down with his legs crossed and both eyes tightly shut. Inside his brain, he simulated the scene of when he executed the flame movement true dragon carnage endlessly. Gradually, the muscles in Yi Yuan's entire body started to convulse. This sort of convulsion became increasingly intense. Suddenly, Yi Yuan snapped open both eyes and pushed a palm out with all his might. A faint dragon roar emitted from the center of his palm. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan revealed excitement on his face. Chapter 584, Advancing a Step, Endless Blue Skies. Chapter 584, Advancing a Step, Endless Blue Skies, 9th level. Yi Yuan, he entered the 9th level. He Serpa, S, said Li Fantian, becoming the number 1 person in these 10,000 years. Seeing Yi Yuan's name appear at the 9th level on the light screen, Guo suddenly exclaimed. Ever since they knew that Yi Yuan entered the 8th level, these few people were no longer in the mood to be in close seclusion, especially when Yi Yuan actually stayed for 10 days at the 8th level. This whetted their appetite. 1. Tez even more. Even Chi Hai raised his head to look at the light screen every now and then too, wanting to see if Yi Yuan entered the 9th level or not. But Yi Yuan seemed to stagnate at the 8th level and did not have any activities all along. Guo, they all simply talked it over. Each one of them took turn to keep watch daily to see if Yi Yuan entered the 9th level or not. All the way until today, Guo finally saw Yi Yuan's name appear in the 9th level, with him crying out. Everyone all stood up with a start. What the 9th level signified, these few people were all too clear. Not knowing when it started, Li Fantian's name had always been crowned with the Tli of number 1 talent in 10,000 years. And now this Tli was going to be crowned on Yi Yuan. Even though the endless world was just a small world, how many geniuses will be born in 10,000 years? Among these geniuses, there was no lack of some astounding to the max characters, such as the Grand Yen True Lord Lu Linfeng. But now these so-called geniuses all had to bow their heads in submission at Yi Yuan's feet. These few former strongest people among the junior generation, witnessing this historical moment, the agitation and admiration in their hearts were naturally hard to express with words. Ever since Yi Yuan made it into the 8th level, these 4 people, including Lu Hong, already let go of all of their pride. Even if they were any more rampant and any prouder, they examined their consciousness and knew that it was impossible for them to make it to the 8th level, this sort of level as well. The 5th level and the 8th level, the gap in between this could not be measured with distance. Now that Yi Yuan stepped into the final level, this already made them prostrate on all fours in admiration. Just as Chi Hai said back then, maybe someday they would be proud because of following Yi Yuan. Even though it's just a legend, these last 3 levels difficulties are definitely what we can't imagine. Yi Yuan, he could actually clear 2 rounds consecutively under such a difficulty level. Truly Estonies. I+ing. Qin Yen said. Back then, the grand yen true lord that Astonis. H.I. plus Ingly talented figure, only made it into the 7th level. Yi Yuan charged into the 9th level now. His accomplishments at the minimum also won't be lower than his, right? Gua Taochuan said, that's for certain. Since ancient times, there has never been anyone who made it into the 9th level. At least, Yi Yuan can't possibly be worse than Grand Yen, true lord either. Qin Yen said, Ha! I wonder how many years Yi Yuan's legend will circulate in our endless world. I now feel that being his follower isn't anything bad. Perhaps after he ascends to the divine realm, we can be fowls and dogs riding on his coattails too. Gua Taochuan said, Pooh, you're the fowl and dog. But right now, I really feel that Yi Yuan is somebody with a great destiny. Following by his side, we might receive endless benefits. Qin Yen said, by the side. Yin Yanhua nodded her head, silently. Clearly, she very much approved of these words too. And even though Lu Hong did not speak, it could be seen from his expression as well that he already did not have any opinion about becoming Yi Yuan's follower. Chi Hai did not speak all along, staring at the light screen blankly. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. The 9th level's S.P.A.C. The black-clothed person stared at Yi Yuan opposite and said with an emotional sigh, You finally still came here. I thought that you'd choose to quit. Yi Yuan said smilingly, I don't have the habit of giving up halfway. Do you feel that you can make it through this 9th level with your current strength? With your wit, you should be able to guess how powerful this palm will be. With your present strength, it's simply impossible to be able to pa-s it, and the outcome of failing to pa-s it is death. You're the most talented youth in these 10,000 years. Killing you personally, I can't really bear to, said the black-clothed person. The black-clothed person witnessed Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent along the way. He was naturally unwilling to destroy such a genius in his heart. Hoo-hoo, how will one know without trying? Senior, make your move. Yi Yuan said indifferently without a care in this world. The black-clothed person kept quiet and did not speak. The reason why he judged that Yi Yuan could not clear the 9th level was actually that Yi Yuan did not do anything in the later 5 days. He meditated in seclusion at the 8th level for 5 days. Previously, Yi Yuan using 3 days to find the method to maneuver the strength of a true dragon. It truly astonished the black-clothed person for a bit. But what made him puzzled was that Yi Yuan actually meditated in seclusion the entire time in the later 5 days. Martial technique and comprehending concepts were different. The former needed one to constantly train. Especially the dragon race's martial technique, it needed time to polish even more so. Yi Yuan did not think that he could clear the 9th level by being able to maneuver the strength of a true dragon, right? Maneuvering true dragon's strength to unleash a palm and using the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm to unleash a palm were 2 entirely different concepts. Or perhaps Yi Yuan was comprehending the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm during these 5 days, but he had no gains? No matter which angle one looked at, Yi Yuan did not have hopes of making it through the 9th level. I advise that you better give up. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm ultimate palm. Although I'm only using 20% strength, it's also not what the current you can contend with. If you can comprehend the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, then there's still hope. Although you can't score a victory, you at least have the strength to protect yourself. But you only comprehended the method to maneuver the strength of a true dragon and have not learned the rudiments regarding the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. It's simply impossible to survive. Musing briefly, the black-clothed person still exhorted him. It was not that the black-clothed person was pessimistic about Yi Yuan. On the contrary, he was too optimistic about Yi Yuan. But he was even clearer about the might of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The might of this martial technique, Yi Yuan was simply unable to experience. The difficulty of this 9th level was too perverse. you should withdraw out of the vast heaven pag. Oh, to first. You're still young. Come again to the vast heaven pag. Oh, after 10 years, this 9th level wouldn't be considered much to you either. At that time, you will be able to experience the feeling of an awe-inspiring view from a high place. Young man, sometimes take a step back and it's endless blue skies, urged the black-clothed person. Yi Yuan looked at the black-clothed person and suddenly grinned and said, "Many thanks for senior's concern. But this 9th level, I still want to challenge. In my world, behind are all sheer precipices and overhanging rocks. Only in front of me there are endless blue skies." It was not some heroic words, but the powerful self-confidence Yi Yuan exuded moved the black-clothed person visibly. Yet, the way the black-clothed person saw it, he was still unable to understand Yi Yuan's thinking. A step back, endless blue skies. This was the black-clothed person's understanding of life. But advancing a step, endless blue skies. This was Yi Yuan's understanding towards life. Regardless of whether it was the previous life or this life, there was no backing down. These two words in Yi Yuan's dictionary. Furthermore, to Yi Yuan, he truly could not wait for the next 10 years. 10 years were too long for Yi Yuan. You this boy are really quite different. However, this is you asking for it yourself. If you die in my hands, you mustn't have any grievances. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "No complaints nor regrets." Chapter 585, A Genius's Unyielding Pride. Chapter 585, A Genius's Unyielding Pride. Fine. Since it's like this, I'll fulfill your Wisconsin H. Plus, the black-clothed person finished talking. The entire 9th level S, P, A, C became dim. Now, it was only to see he lifted his palm up. An exceedingly violent aura spread out in all directions. A colossal azure dragon gradually became distinct, coiling around behind the black-clothed person, with its face showing savageness as it looked at Yi Yuan. Although he knew that this was just a Dharma idol, Yi Yuan still felt tremendous pressure. A fierce wind blew past, lifting the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. The palm force had yet to be released. There was already an imposing momentum that blotted out the skies and covered the earth, engulfing everything. This coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is hailed as able to shatter the firmament with force. Indeed, well deserving of its reputation. He suppressed his cultivation to the 8th level C transformation and only used 20% true dragon strength. This final palm actually has such power. This palm of the black-clothed person's was much more powerful than Yi Yuan imagined. The 9th levels and 8th levels difficulties were indeed not on the same level with this current level. No wonder the black-clothed person kept on urging him to withdraw out of the 9th level. This level of difficulty was really not an ordinary kind of freakies. H. Plus, he really did not know if this vast heaven pag, the owner was a psychopath or not, to actually set up such a level of difficulty as a hurdle? How could this possibly be cleared? Furthermore, without any doubt, this black-clothed person's true dragon strength was clearly already cultivated to an extremely high level. Just 20% true dragon strength could actually generate such a horrifying move. Yi Yuan stared at the black-clothed person without moving his gaze, mapping each one of his movements into his brain. Suddenly, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. "So that's how it is." He slowly closed his eyes. The muscles on his body started to shake with a kind of strange tempo. Yi Yuan learned from the black-clothed person's manner, lifting his palm and maneuvering the true dragon strength in his entire body. A faint phantom appeared behind Yi Yuan. It was actually a Dharma idol azure dragon too. When the black-clothed person saw this scene, his pupils constricted and his gaze revealed unbelievable shock. This boy, just how did he accomplish it? This is my first time casting the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's ultimate palm. He actually learned it? How is this possible? At this moment, the astonishment in the black-clothed person's heart simply could not be described using words. He was really incapable of imagining how monstrous a talent could comprehend the coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palm in such a short time. There was actually such a heaven-defyingly talented youth in this world. The black-clothed already arrived at the critical juncture of casting his skills at this time. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and continued casting the skill. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm, shattering stars. The black-clothed person gave a sharp cry. The Dharma idol true dragon was released with a roar. That momentum was truly startling heaven and earth and making G. O, DS, and ghosts weep. A Dharma idol true dragon flew towards Yi Yuan with baring its fangs and brandis. Plussing its claws. To be able to condense a Dharma idol, it indicated that the bloodline power was very strong, and a true dragon Dharma idol was all the more an extremely difficult Dharma idol to condense. Even in the true dragon race, very few people could condense it as well. Hence, this azure dragon before his eyes was on an entirely different level from the previous 2 levels. At this time, Yi Yuan snapped open both eyes, seemingly exerting all the strength in his body, plussing out the Dharma idol behind him. Compared to the black-clothed person's Dharma idol azure dragon, Yi Yuan's Dharma idol azure dragon was much more illusory and a size smaller too. Clearly it was way lousier, but this was not the key. The critical thing was that a little rookie like Yi Yuan could actually condense a Dharma idol azure dragon. Rumble. 2 Dharma idol azure dragon collided together fiercely. The shock wave produced practically affected the entire 9th level. The black-clothed person did not budge an inch in this tempest. Such an intense collision actually did not have any effect on him, but Yi Yuan could not. He directly vomited a large mouthful of blood, receiving a tremendous impact. If not that his current body went through the dragon blood's remolding and was already no longer what it was, this blow could claim his life. However, it was not over yet. The black-clothed person's Dharma idol azure dragon directly smashed Yi Yuan's Dharma idol and continued charging towards Yi Yuan. But the Dharma idol azure dragon at this time was only left with a faint image. Clearly, a large portion of the true dragon strength was expended. Myriad rain, sword blades. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation. He forcefully suppressed the injuries on his body and maneuvered all the essence energy in his body, executing the myriad rain, sword blades without holding anything back. Rumble. Another violent collision. But the commotion this time was far from as intense as before. Yi Yuan vomited a large mouthful of blood again, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Although the Dharma idol azure dragon only had a faint phantom left, the power was still extremely strong. Yi Yuan forcefully deployed essence energy under the circu, stances where he was injured. It originally already caused his injuries to pile on. Suffering an intense impact once more, he was already very weak at this time. However, the black-clothed person's Dharma idol azure dragon was completely exhausted by Yi Yuan in the end. The black-clothed person looked at this scene and was speechless for a long time. He finally still heaved a sigh and said, "I really have no way of imagining just how did you comprehend the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Such a pity. According to that fellow's requirements, you must stand up in the end. But you're heavily injured right now and your essence energy depleted. Forget about standing up. Even moving a bit is probably impossible." The black-clothed person was indeed shocked, but he was incapable of going against the vast heaven peg. Oh, the owner's requirements. If Yi Yuan could not stand up, he would still fail in the end. But you don't need to feel sorry either. You've already done very well. Vast heaven peg. Oh, it doesn't forbid martial artists from entering a second time. With your talent, the 9th level would simply be unworthy of mentioning in front of you 10 years later. The black-clothed person consoled. Yi Yuan, lying on the ground, seemed to be stimulated and started to struggle to his feet. It's not over yet. Yi Yuan's fists clenched tightly as he used all the strength in the body, wanting to get up. The black-clothed person's expression changed. His judgment regarding Yi Yuan's injuries should not be wrong. Logically speaking, it was simply impossible for Yi Yuan to stand up. But this boy... Bang! Yi Yuan struggled a bit, but still fell to the ground again. Don't struggle anymore. You'll die if this continues. Admit defeat. The vast heaven peg. Oh, can treat your wounds. Seeing Yi Yuan being so stubborn, the black-clothed person could not help being quite worried as well. This coiling dragon heaven, devastating palms, final palm, was nothing to be trifled with. Yi Yuan had injuries, piling on top of injuries right now. Even if his body had undergone the dragon blood's remolding, it already reached the limit too. Yi Yuan messing around like this would really be putting his life at risk. No, I can stand up, Yi Yuan said obstinately. He panted very heavily like puffing bellows. Clearly, his body already reached the limit. Yet he still stubbornly propped his body up and slowly got up. The black-clothed person was visibly moved looking at this scene too. He wished that he could go forward and give Yi Yuan a hand. But the black-clothed person knew that if he really did that, not only would Yi Yuan not thank him, he would hate him instead. Because that way would not only make Yi Yuan's challenge fail, it even trampled on Yi Yuan's dignity. This was a peerless genius's pride. Yi Yuan could die, but he absolutely did not need other people's charity. I finally understand why you want to set up such a stage. He and you are really alike, the black-clothed person murmured to himself. He seemed to have understood something. They were too similar. Chapter 586, Dragon Wave. Chapter 586, Dragon Wave Bang. Yi Yuan fell to the ground once more. This was already the fourth time he failed. During these attempts, his wounds were affected and became worse each time. He had vomited quite a few mouthfuls of blood. His complexion became increasingly paler, and his breathing progressively weaker. But he still stubbornly attempted to stand up once again. Arg! Yi Yuan used all the strength in his body to howl. This time he finally stood up, but his two legs already did not have the slightest bit of strength. He stood up and his legs went weak, and he almost fell down again. Only after staggering quite a few steps did Yi Yuan barely stabilize his figure. Huff! Huff! Yi Yuan was panting nonstop. He was already weary to the limit. His body kept on swaying but did not fall down from start to finish. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed person's countenance finally changed. If it was said that he purely had the appreciation of a genius towards Yi Yuan previously, at this moment he was filled with admiration towards Yi Yuan. He had long seen through that Yi Yuan had already reached his limits. To be able to stand up, Yi Yuan relied entirely on one breath to forcefully hang in there. Without immense willpower, it simply could not be done. The black-clothed person came before Yi Yuan and said, "Boy, you're bound to be a world-shaking figure in the future. To be able to wait for you, my 50,000 years of bitter guarding this place were not in vain either." Yi Yuan paid no attention to him. He still swayed, constantly there with his head lowered. The black-clothed person suddenly discovered something amiss. Looking close, Yi Yuan actually had both eyes tightly shut. He had already fainted dead away. Seeing the situation, the black-clothed person gave a long sigh and beckoned with one hand. A beam of light shone down from the air, enveloping Yi Yuan inside. The aura on Yi Yuan's body was already very weak. If it were still not treated, he would really die. But the black-clothed person was really unable to imagine just what kind of willpower Yi Yuan relied on to stand up. The black-clothed person looked at the Yi Yuan in the middle of the light halo. His expression and emotion were complicated. How many years had it been since his emotions were so worked up? He waited for 50,000 years in his vast heaven peg. Oda, Yet there was not a single one who could truly enter his sights. Several thousand years ago, when that youth called Lifantion appeared before him, it finally made his eyes lit up. However, Lifantion ultimately still could not make it through the 8th level. This even made him feel regret for a very long time back then, all the way until Yi Yuan's appearance. Finally, this youth gave him a real shock. In truth, back at the first 3 levels, the black-clothed person did not feel that Yi Yuan was much stronger than Lifantion yet. But when Yi Yuan had the second perfect completion, the black-clothed person finally realized Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. Especially Yi Yuan had refined the dragon blood. This gave him a tremendous impact. And now, the black-clothed person was filled with admiration towards this youth. This youth had talent, had willpower, and had lucky chances. Yi Yuan possessed virtually all the qualities to become a powerhouse. More importantly, he saw that person's shadow on Yi Yuan. Stubbornness, an unyielding spirit. All the way until this moment did the black-clothed person finally understand the purpose of the vast heaven pag. Oh, the owner setting up this 9th level hurdle. What this 9th level tested was not just comprehension abilities, it tested a person's character even more. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and discovered that he was at an unknown S.P.A.C. You're awake? Here is the vast heaven pag. Oh, das Central S.P.A.C. You've already successfully cleared the 9th level, an aged voice said. Yi Yuan's eyes gradually focused. In his sight was a thin and emaciated old man. You're the black-clothed person? Yi Yuan hesitated for a moment and asked. This old man's appearance was very scary. The wrinkles on his face were practically bunching together already, looking very hideous. This old man is Long Tongue. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he asked, could Senior be a member of the dragon race? Long Tongue's face revealed surprise, and he came to a realization right after. You, this boy, are indeed astute. However, this old man has never taken himself to be a member of the dragon race. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Senior's dragon race martial techniques are at the acme of perfection and also crowned with the surname of Long Dragon. If I can't even guess this, then I'd also be too stupid. There were many people with the surname of Long, but to be able to cultivate the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, such a heaven-defying martial technique, to such a level, he was absolutely not an ordinary person. The Divine Realms dragon race was a very powerful race. Yi Yuan naturally linked this old man in front of him to this race. It was just that from Long Tongue's words, one could also guess that his direct relations, H.I. plus P with the dragon race, was probably not that simple. Even though Yi Yuan was very curious, he did not plan on rashly posing questions either. This violated taboos greatly. Fine, lad. I'm very curious, just how did you comprehend the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm? This period of time where Yi Yuan was unconscious, what Long Tongue could not figure out after racking his brains was this problem. One had to know that he spent far more than several thousand years of effort on this martial technique. But Yi Yuan only used a few short days and comprehended it. Furthermore, he knew that Yi Yuan did not see the palm art at all. He meditated in the 8th level the entire time. This was too strange. Yi Yuan smiled and said the last 3 levels were all guarded with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Moreover, when Senior Long was using the move, you were very deliberate, as if intentionally letting me have a clear view. Then, the turning point to clearing the 9th level could naturally only be on this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. With this Long Tongue strength, that level of coiling dragon heaven devastating palm at the 7th level and 8th level could only be to demonstrate the rudiments of the skill. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Long Tongue nodded his head slightly and said, You punk, such a keen mind. But these few days I saw that you have been meditating all along and did not see at all. Yi Yuan smiled and pointed at his head and said, All of the rehearsing was all in here. Seeing Long Teng's puzzled look, Yi Yuan continued, Actually, after I found the method to maneuver true dragon strength, I've been pondering on how to grasp the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm the entire time. Later on, I discovered that when senior execute your moves, you will release a kind of special undulation at specific times. So I guess that the key to this coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm was here. And my seclusion these few days was constantly seeking this sort of undulation. Long Teng's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, You can actually perceive dragon wave? Turns out that is called dragon wave? It's very appropriate. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Long Teng sucked in a deep breath and said, All of the dragon race's martial techniques are all released with dragon wave. It's just according to the differences in strength and weakness of the martial technique. The dragon wave's vibration frequency would be different, that's all. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is an extremely powerful martial technique in the dragon race too. The magnitude of the dragon wave even reaches heaven rank. The first time you use dragon wave, you're actually able to infinitely approach heaven rank magnitude. But these words made Yi Yuan stunned. Is it very difficult? Hearing these words, Long Teng choked up, and the words at the back were forcefully swallowed back down. Seeing that conflicted face of Long Teng's becoming even more troubled, Yi Yuan also realized that this seemed to be pretty hard. Do you know how many years I used to cultivate dragon wave to heaven rank? Long Teng said with a black face. Yi Yuan replied weakly, 5 years. Long Teng choked up again and almost could not breathe. He only recovered to his senses after some time and said to Yi Yuan with a glare, 100 years! Chapter 587, Final Inheritance. Chapter 587, Final Inheritance. Yi Yuan himself was very muddled as well. He only sought out the method to execute the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm according to Long Teng's demonstration. He completely did not know what was called dragon wave and also did not know how hard dragon wave was to practice. It was only after hearing Long Teng said, So did Yi Yuan finally know why the other party had this sort of want to strangle him to death expression. This was the first time he used dragon wave, and it actually reached a standard of infinitely approaching heaven rank, while a pinnacle expert like Long Teng actually used 100 years. Yi Yuan's expression was slightly awkward as he said, haha, Senior Long, I'm a blind cat ping into a dead rat. To really let me train, I'd probably need to train for 100 years too. Who knew that Long Teng's face became black again? He billowed his beard and glared as he said huffily, Don't give this old man that C-R-A-P. Do you think that attaining heaven rank dragon wave in 100 years is already very noob? Yi Yuan gave an awkward smile, but Long Teng could tell what he thought from his expression too. When this old man was younger, I was known as the dragon race's #1 genius. For ordinary people to want to cultivate dragon wave to heaven rank, they need at least 300 years, if not 4. Forget it, not talking about those stale topics of conversation, Long Teng said and waved his hand. Cough, cough. Senior Long, I didn't mean that, Yi Yuan said Mbara. S. Sedley. Forget it, forget it. What you mean, do I still not know? You're a freak. But it doesn't mean that everyone is a freak. Let me tell you, this dragon wave is divided into 6 boundaries. Yellow rank, mystic rank, earth rank, heaven rank, spirit rank, and divine rank. Although your coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is nondescript, the dragon wave had indeed reached the boundary of peak earth rank. With this level, you cultivating the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm will yield twice the results with half the effort, Long Teng said. Yi Yuan was completely ignorant about the dragon race's cultivation methods. Hearing Long Teng's words at this time, he became interested. That nondescript, coiling dragon heaven devastating palm that he executed previously already reached that kind of power. Then how powerful did the true coiling dragon heaven devastating palm have to be This point one could tell by looking at the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm Long Tongue unleashed. Although Yi Yuan could not reach that level within a short time, if he learned it, then that would absolutely be one of his greatest trumps now. It would even surpass the myriad rain sword blades. Furthermore, hearing Long Ting's meaning, he had decent talent in cultivating the dragon race's martial techniques. This moved Yi Yuan even more. One had to know that this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, cultivated to the highest level, was absolutely not worse than supreme, true intense. Senior Long, this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Long Ting gave an ugly smile and said, "Relax, this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is one of the rewards for clearing the 9th level. If it's not taught to you, then what would I expend so much effort for? One of the rewards." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was already a very formidable martial technique, at least with Yi Yuan's understanding. Training this move to the pinnacle level was absolutely not worse compared to the spirit bristle 9 young divine, art's 9 sons, burning heaven. If this was just one of the rewards for clearing the 9th level, then what was the final reward? Long Tongue clearly guessed Yi Yuan's thoughts and said with a nod, "That's right, this is just one of the rewards for clearing the 9th level. As for this final reward, aren't you very bright? You can make a guess." No idea where this old man's mood to play came from. To actually play a guessing game with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was thrown into a daze by this old man too, and started ruminating. After a dozen over breaths, Yi Yuan lifted his head abruptly and looked at Long Tongue with exceedingly doubtful eyes. "Senior Long, it can't be." Yi Yuan did not quite dare to trust his own judgment himself. He had kept on thinking of how to clear these final 3 levels all along, so he simply did not think in this direction. But now Long Tongue was being vague. Under Yi Yuan's contemplating, he thought of a certain possibility. Except this kind of possibility, even he himself did not quite dare believe it. But thinking it over and over again, only this possibility was the most likely too. Long Ting looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "It can't be what? Say it out for me to hear." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and asked probingly, "V vast heaven peg. Oda?" Long Ting shot Yi Yuan an approving look and said smilingly, "You only guessed half of it correctly. This 9th level's true reward is the vast heaven steel." "Vast heaven steel," Yi Yuan said in surprise. In Yi Yuan's view, the vast heaven steel was just a part of the vast heaven peg. Oda, at the very most, it was just a very critical component. The reason why the vast heaven steel had the effect of aiding martial artists in enhancing their concepts was only that the vast heaven peg. Oh, didn't doubt it, this ability. That's right. People all think that the vast heaven peg, is a profound and mystical object, but don't know that this vast heaven peg, Da's true core is the vast heaven steel and not this peg. Oda, this vast heaven peg, Da was actually only forged in order to conceal the vast heaven steel. Long Ting said words which surprised Yi Yuan greatly. In Yi Yuan's understanding, the vast heaven steel was just a part of the vast heaven peg. Oda, the effects of the vast heaven steel were all granted by the vast heaven peg. Oda, but hearing Long Ting's meaning, could it be that it was not like this? Seeing Yi Yuan's doubtful eyes, Long Ting said coolly, "Let me tell you a story then." Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Pray tell." One could also know without the need to guess that this story was related to the vast heaven peg. And vast heaven steel's origins. Seeing Yi Yuan's knowledge, seeking appearance, Long Ting nodded his head contently and started to talk tirelessly. The story happened over 50,000 years ago, and the main character of that story likewise appeared in the endless world. That youth was called Fong Tian. In an accident, he obtained a piece of rock. Ever since then, he started to soar up into the sky with a start, becoming this small world's king very quickly. After ascending to the divine realm, Fong Tian still advanced with rapid strides and songs on his lips, becoming a peak powerhouse in the divine realm very quickly. At that time, a heaven-defying treasure appeared in the divine realm. Its name was Vast Heaven Pag. Oda. Fong Tian relied on this treasure to roam the divine realm unhindered, undefeatable by anyone. Yet, the rise of a powerhouse was bound to be accompanied by blood and slaughter. During this process, Fong Tian rescued a severely wounded azure dragon on the verge of death in an accident arising from many causes. Ever since then, the one dragon and one human threw the entire divine realm into an upheaval. Finally, Fong Tian provoked an extremely powerful fiend path faction at that time, and this faction's strongest person was known as the Heavenly Fiendji. 50,000 years ago, a great paramount battle unfolded between Fong Tian and the Heavenly Fiend. That battle could be said to astound heaven and earth and make DS and go sweep, throwing the entire divine realm into pandemonium. Except that both sides' battle concluded with both parties suffering great losses. The Heavenly Fiendji fled with heavy injuries, his whereabouts unknown, while Fong Tian with severe injuries vanished from the divine realm ever since. Then, 40,000 years later, a heaven-defying inheritance SPAC appeared in the endless world. That was the Vast Heaven Inheritance. Ever since, countless geniuses fell over each other to enter the Vast Heaven Inheritance in hopes of obtaining the Vast Heaven Pag. Das ultimate inheritance. It was just that the so-called geniuses in this small world were simply unable to complete the 9-level hurdles which the Vast Heaven Pag the owner set. All the way until today, Yi Yuan's appearance finally completed this task which body had ever accomplished before, obtaining the final inheritance. Chapter 588. Vast Heaven Pag. Does new owner. Chapter 588. Vast Heaven Pag. Does new owner. This story lasted for 50,000 years, all the way till today. Long Tongue said it very briefly, but Yi Yuan did not find it brief at all when he listened. Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience were far from this, so he could totally discern just how soul-stirring Long Tongue's sketched over contents were. Then Senior Fong Tian Yi Yuan inquired. Long Ting shook his head and said, "That fellow threw the vast heaven steel here, and his whereabouts became unknown. And I was afflicted with a deadly poison during that battle as well. That's why I turned into this manner. If not for hiding inside this Vast Heaven Pag, I'd have already become a withered skeleton long ago." Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Looks like that great battle 50,000 years ago was really abnormally cruel. Even Long Tongue, this level of expert, ended up in this miserable state. Then Senior Fong Tian, was he a deity realm powerhouse? Yi Yuan carried some agitation as he asked, how can deity realm be so easy to reach? Under this stretch of heaven, it is already incapable of giving birth to deity realm powerhouses again. Long Ting said with a sigh, Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he inquired, "May I ask, Senior, why is this so?" Long Tongue shook his head and said, "Divine realm powerhouses disappeared from the divine realm overnight. Since then, only legends of the divine realm was left behind. To talk about the reason, probably only they know it, right?" Hearing this answer, Yi Yuan was quite disappointed too. Deity realm was his life's aspiration. Barely managed to see a trace of hope, and it was shattered again. But he was still unresigned as he said, "This vast heaven steel should exceed divine king standards, right? Furthermore, that vast heaven steel has an extraordinary background. Could it be that such an existence still couldn't reach the level of deity realm?" Long Ting shook his head and said, "Can't reach. Deity realm is far more powerful than you imagine." Fong Tian thought that he already reached deity realm back then too. But later on, he discovered that that was simply not the case. Yi Yuan's expression changed and suddenly recalled the words that father, Ji Jingyang, said to him on his deathbed. Because he obtained the medicine D soul canon when he was still living, his divine soul reached a very abstruse boundary. Could it be that for martial artist cultivation, there were still even stronger realms above Divine King? The more Yi Yuan thought, the more baffled he became and felt that he was less and less able to see through this world. Long Ting saw Yi Yuan's look of dilemma and said, smilingly, "No need to be bewildered on this sort of thing. You only have C transformation realm strength right now. Thinking about this is a bit too distant. Being down to earth is still better." Yi Yuan was stunned and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "What Senior said is right." Yi Yuan was impetuous. "Senior Long, could your meaning previously be that this vast heaven steel will belong to me from now on?" "That's right." Long Tongue reached his hand out and beckoned. The vast heaven steel appeared before Yi Yuan. Before that fellow left, he already removed his own brand. You only have to drip your own blood essence on it, and you can refine it to acknowledge an owner. Long Ting said. Yi Yuan was stupefied as he said, "So simple." And it's that simple. Logically speaking, such a heaven-defined treasure should be very hard to refine. But it's just this simple. When you grasp the vast heaven steel, you can control the vast heaven peg, Oda. But with your current realm, you can't unleash its power at all. Long Tongue said, no matter what, collect first before talking." Yi Yuan was not courteous either. He dripped a drop of blood essence on the vast heaven steel. The vast heaven steel immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan felt that he had established a kind of inexplicable connection with the vast heaven steel. Evidently, he had already become this vast heaven steel's owner. Except that Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that even though he became the vast heaven steel's owner, he was still utterly clueless about it. Even though you've dripped your blood and got it to acknowledge an owner now, with your current realm, you're simply unable to deploy the vast heaven steel and vast heaven peg. Oda, if you forcefully deploy them, you'll only be drained dry, Long Tongue warned him. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless when he heard that. He said helplessly, "Then isn't it the same effect as not getting it?" Long Ting said with a laugh, "Of course it's different. With the vast heaven steel, you can enter inside the steel's S-P-A-C to comprehend concepts at any time. This is a treatment that an body is able to enjoy." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. This vast heaven steel was absolutely a heaven-defying treasure, to be able to aid martial artists in comprehending concepts. If he could meditate on the vast heaven steel as he wished, then Yi Yuan would really be taking the expressway. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked again, "Oh, right, can this vast heaven peg, to change the flow of time?" "You don't need to think about this. In order to slow down my aging, Fang Tian changed the flow of time around my physical body. The instant that you cleared the 9th level, the inheritance S-P-A-C was also utterly destroyed already. Now, this vast heaven inheritance is no longer an inheritance item. It belongs to you. All right, I know that you still have many queries, but I'm unable to answer you one by one either. My exhaustion, the round clearing this time, is too great. I'm about to fall in a deep sleep right away." As he said, Long Ting fired out a seal, imprinting directly between Yi Yuan's eyebrows and vanished. This is the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm and dragon waves, cultivation methods. Train well. If you can enter the dragon race in the future, help me teach them a good lesson. Finish talking. Long Tongue directly disappeared right before Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not very surprised. He had long seen through that this Long Tongue was just an incarnation. His true physical body was still inside some S-P-A-C within this vast heaven peg. Oda, this Long Tongue being able to live up to 50,000 years. He was probably asleep the vast majority of the time. Of course, it definitely had a lot to do with Fong Tian changing the flow of time around him. Speaking of this Fong Tian, he was truly a world-shaking figure. His means were most likely transcendent, except that, sadly, it was unknown where he was at now. He might had even perished, and his Tao dissipated already. One had to admit that it was something which made people lament. He left both the vast heaven peg, and vast heaven steel here, all for the sake of seeking a successor. Looking from this, the possibility of him alive right now was probably very tiny already. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he came to a GRA's land. This place seemed to be another world. It was not very different from the outside world. Both hands lightly forming a seal, a large group of people appeared before him. Young Master Yi. Young Master. Yuan Fei and Lu Er were both excited to see Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan rubbed Lu Er's head guiltily and said, Lu Er, give young master a bit more time. Young master will be able to let you become like a normal person very soon. But Lu Er said without a care, as long as Lu Er can follow by young master's side, Lu Er doesn't mind. Where is this place? So beautiful. Much better than inside that spatial spirit artifact. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Do you like it? Lu Er nodded her head obediently and excitedly. Yes. Hoo. Then you and Yuan Fei, they will all stay here from now on. This is a treasure that young master newly acquired. This place, apart from having no people, it's already no different from the outside world. Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. Ah, really? Then, that's really great. Lu Er said excitedly. Yi Yuan smiled. His gaze suddenly fixed onto white light, and he could not help being surprised. Chapter 589. For Mighty Followers. Chapter 589. For mighty followers, this little fellow fell asleep again, since who knew when, unshakable by any circumstances. But Yi Yuan discovered to his surprise that white light actually already broke through to Tier 4 since goodness knows when. Young Master Yi. Ever since white light refined that tiger bone, he has been in a deep sleep the entire time. He already broke through to Tier 4 the other day, and seems to be going to break through to middle stage Tier 4 soon. Middle stage Tier 4 was basically equivalent to late stage C transformation already. Yi Yuan only broke through to late stage C transformation when he obtained the vast heaven peg. Da's inheritance. To think that this little fellow used such a method to break through again, truly making others envied this little fellow to death. Looks like that tiger bone was very beneficial to white light. No wonder he was so agitated back then. Just let him break through here then. I have to stay here to enter a retreat for several days as well. If you guys have any matter, just face the void and call for me will do, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan has already entered the 9th level for quite a few days. Why isn't there any activities until now? Something wouldn't have happened, right? Guo Taochuan said, You jinx. Yi Yuan is somebody with a great destiny. Since he already made it to the 9th level, how can a problem possibly occur? Qin Yen spat. Haha, that's true. Aren't I being worried here? It's Yi Yuan. He's out. Guo Taochuan suddenly said agitatedly. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly turned out to look. Indeed, they saw Yi Yuan coming out from the vast heaven peg. Right at this time, the 5 people saw a scene that they found unforgettable in this lifetime. The originally towering into the clouds, vast heaven peg. It was actually rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, peg. It became like a small and exquisite peg. Lying in Yi Yuan's palm. This. What happened here? Why did the vast heaven peg? To become like this? Guo Taochuan watched this scene and was shocked until his jaw nearly fell off. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan arrived before the few of them. Qi Hai was the first to recover to his senses from the shock and looked at Yi Yuan with a face full of disbelief as he said, Why Yi Yuan, you? Yi Yuan said smilingly, Old Hai, from today onwards, this endless world will no longer have the vast heaven peg. Owed inheritance. This matter is of utmost importance. The few of you, please help to keep this secret for me. Although Yi Yuan said it with a consulting tone, the powerful aura emitting off his body made the other four people's expressions tighten. Just the aura Yi Yuan was emitting made them unable to give rise to feelings of resistance. These few people were all proud children of heaven, among those in the same generation. How could there possibly be people who could make them produce this sort of emotion? Looking at him again, Yi Yuan was actually already at the 8th level C transformation realm. This shock was by no means insignificant. If it were an ordinary 8th level C transformation, it would not enter their sights at all. But these few people were deeply aware of what Yi Yuan breaking through to the 8th level C transformation signified. Rest assured. We won't say it out. The four people said in unison. Chi Hai voiced out and said, Relax. The four of them won't say it out. Yi Yuan nodded and said, If this matter leaks out, I'll find you guys to settle scores. Also, vast heaven peg. Oh, detached from the ground and flew off on its own. Got it. The four people nodded and said, Understood. Following Yi Yuan's power increasing with each day, his imposing momentum of a past sovereign gradually projected out too, making people submit. Actually, regarding these few people's instructions, he was just making provisions for contingencies, afraid that their tongues would wag. 10 years later, when the vast heaven mystic realm really opened up once more, Yi Yuan would probably long already not be in the endless world. Who cares about the surging flood by then? Yi Yuan nodded and no longer bothered with those four. Looking around, he asked Chi Hai, Old Hai, what's with this? Chi Hai briefly recounted the situation, making Yi Yuan's eyebrows furrow slightly when he heard. I previously already suspected that Zhao Tianyin has impure motives. Looking at it now, whatever for the sake of the fierce-scale world martial artist welfare, it's simply rubbish. Plus, Yi Yuan smelled the thick scent of a conspiracy from the Ma's sacring of cities this incident. And I think so too. It's just we have no idea what the fierce-scale world is doing this for, Chi Hai said. Forget about him. A fox's tail will be revealed one day. Yi Yuan said disdainfully. Chi Hai nodded and said, Now we can only wait and see. Yi Yuan, what's with this vast heaven peg? Oda? Yi Yuan said smilingly, I cleared the 9th level and this vast heaven peg. Oh, Da's final reward is the vast heaven peg. Oda itself. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the process of clearing the rounds, but left out some crucial information in between. But even so, the 5 people, including Chi Hai, felt their hearts quiver from excitement when they heard too, especially those 4 youngsters. Their gazes, when looking at Yi Yuan, currently were filled with admiration. Yi Yuan's age was much younger than theirs, but the achievements he clinched made them look up to him. The vast heaven peg. Oh, that has stood for tens of thousands of years. To think that it was actually for the sake of selecting a new master. It's just that even if one knew, probably body can accomplish it either. Yi Yuan, as the saying goes, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Our endless world's hope is all on you, Chi Hai said solemnly. Yi Yuan said coolly, Old Hai rest assured. Zhao Tianyin and I will ultimately have a battle one day. Furthermore, my family and friends are all in the endless world. It's naturally impossible to watch them seek their doom sively. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Chi Hai was secretly fearful inside. What on earth did Yi Yuan experience during the fierce-scale world trip to actually give rise to such a huge grudge with that boundless realm powerhouse? But if Yi Yuan had a conflict with the fierce-scale world's realm lord before, how did he escape? This Yi Yuan was indeed full of riddles all over. But to Chi Hai this was enough. Yi Yuan, I took the liberty to make the decision to keep the 4 of them behind. If you like them, then let them stay to be your followers. If you don't take fancy on them, I'll send them away right now, Chi said. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, "The few of them to be my followers? This isn't appropriate, right?" These few people were all extremely haughty characters, putting them by his side to be followers. He did not have the luck to enjoy it. Nothing inappropriate about it. Seeing your performance in the vast heaven peg. Oh, duh. They had long already straightened out their own positions. If they have any disrespect to you in the future, you can make them get lost at any time. Chi said it very sternly, but his gaze looked towards the four people. The four people understood the meaning and hurriedly said, "Us four are willing to follow by Lord Yi Yuan's side, following on the heels of your excellency." Yi Yuan briefly swept a glance over the four, but did not agree right away. When Chi saw the situation, he quickly said, "Yi Yuan, my intentions I believe that you're very clear as well. The realm Pa-S, Sageway, is about to be completely linked up soon. The war between the two worlds might last for a very long time. The four of them are all the endless world's future pillars of society. I want to place them by your side to experience and toughen up." Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with a nod, "All right then. Since old Hai said it to such an extent, I'd be too unreasonable if I disagree as well. But I'll say the nasty stuff first, following by my side. Everything you have to listen to me. If anybody wants to throw a young master's tantrum, I won't be courteous." The four people were overjoyed when they heard and said, "Yes, Lord Yi Yuan." Chapter 590, Utterly Routed. Chapter 590. Utterly routed Wufang City was the Endless Alliance's headquarters right now, after returning from the vast heaven pag. The various sects leaders all gathered here, organizing the entire Endless Alliance martial artists. And right now, inside City Lord Manor was a complete mess. Are your Black Flame sect members all a bunch of pigs? The Fierce Scale World's numbers were half of yours, and you guys actually didn't even persist for 3 days. Stop making cynical remarks here. Talked as if your Heavenly Eagle sect is so impressive. Didn't you guys just persist for 1 day more than us? Persevering a day more is also persevering. Do you know how many of our Heavenly Eagle sects people died for the sake of this 1 day? Unlike your Black Flame sect, immediately withdrawing once you saw that the situation was bad. Pooh, who withdrew immediately. The great battle this time, many of our elders died, and our losses grievous. If you say any more rubbish, this old man won't be finished with you." Another sect's heavyweight was just about to speak when Qin Hongtao, who had long been exasperated, already roared furiously, "All shut your mouths for this old man! The Fierce Gale World's 5-way Great Army is already gradually closing in on Crimson Light City. Once Crimson Light City is captured, it will be a flat stretch of land at the back. It will be immensely detrimental to our Endless Alliance. You guys are actually still in the mood to bicker here." With him roaring, everyone all kept quiet. Right now, the Fierce Gale World was akin to autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, sweeping across the entire Endless World's southeastern side. Right now, once the Endless World's martial artists heard the Fierce Gale World's name, it could be said to be trembling with fear upon hearing. The Fierce Gale World did not seem to be anxious in expanding outwards. But every area they have been to, the butcher's knife would surely be raised up, killing off all of the martial artists. Hence, places where the Fierce Gale World's great army Pa-S said through, the Endless World martial artists were all utterly routed. Now, large numbers of the southeastern area martial artists all escaped to Crimson Light City. And this Crimson Light City was an extremely crucial strategic Pa-S. Once it was occupied by the Fierce Gale World, the Endless World would become very Pa-S-sive. Alliance Chief Ning Yixian sat at the helm, his brows knitted tightly as if he did not hear those few people's arguing. It was also unknown what he was thinking about. At this time, seeing the group of people quieten down, Ning Yixian finally said slowly, I won't talk more about Crimson Light City's importance. Crimson Light City's city lord, Su-Hu, has already sent an emergency request for assistance to the Alliance to request for the Alliance to send people forward to reinforce. I wonder if there's anybody that all of you can recommend? The group of old ancestors exchanged glances, their faces all showing hesitation. But body was willing to make a sound. Right now, mutual hostilities had already gradually developed in full swing. But both parties still maintained that final trace of restraint. Both parties' divine, traversing realm powerhouses had not joined the battles yet. Once divine, traversing realm experts partook. 1p aided in the fights, it would signify that the war would escalate overall. Both sides' 0 hour would also not be far. These several old ancestors had already sent out considerable strength to clash head-on with the fierce Gale world. But the frontal battlefields were all cruce, plussing defeats. This made them treasure their own strength even more, unwilling to send people for the front lines. Humph! Our 3 sects have already sent out elite forces to the southeastern 4 cities. Us few old fellows didn't even say anything, and each and every one of you guys is frightened? Seeing that these people still wished to conserve strength at this time, that icy cold Jing Xian finally flew off the handle. The other sect's old ancestors were all silent as cicadas in cold weather. No one dared to make a sound. Jing Xian would not speak under normal circumstances, but once she spoke, that weight was rather heavy. Although the Alliance was founded, the Endless Worlds, these few sects still had their own interests and legacies to preserve in the end. How could they bear to let their own people go to their deaths? Ning Yixian swept a glance over everyone and said indifferently, "All not speaking right? Then I'll name the names." All of a sudden, the entire Assembly Hall's atmosphere tensed up. Ning Yixian's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one. With each people it swept to, their breathing would become nervous. Ning Yixian finally fixed his gaze on that Black Flame sect's old ancestor who spoke previously. That person immediately felt his scalp tingle. This Crimson Light City was a hot potato. It was virtually a mission with little chance of returning, sending their Black Flame sect people over. How could they still return? Just as the Black Flame sect's old ancestor had a look of bitterness, suddenly a servant came in to send word. Alliance Chief, Lord Yi Yuan has already returned. He's currently outside the hall right now. Ning Yixian stood up in a flash and said, Quickly invite him inside." Black Flame sect's old ancestor only heaved a long sigh in relief when he saw Ning Yixian's expression. No matter what, this round of present was considered said. Before long, Yi Yuan brought Lu Hong, the 4 of them, and slowly entered the Assembly Hall. Ning Yixian's gaze locked onto Yi Yuan firmly, his gaze revealing astonishment. "Alliance chiefs, are you all well?" Yi Yuan said. Ning Yixian came back to his senses. Grabbing hold of Yi Yuan's arm, he said in delight, "Younger brother Yi Yuan, this improvement speed of yours is too exaggerated." Before entering the vast heaven peg, "Oh, you are only 2nd level C transformation. Not even a month's time has said, and you actually already broke through to 8th level C transformation, truly giving elder brother I a shock." The originally tense atmosphere in the hall was thoroughly broken by Yi Yuan's return, letting them all loosen up considerably. Yet, only at this time when they heard Ning Yixian say so, did everyone finally startle awake abruptly. Taking part in the trial once, less than a month's time from start to finish, and actually broke through 6 boundaries all at once. This was also too exaggerated, but Yi Yuan said carelessly, "Hoo-hoo, obtained some lucky chances in the vast heaven peg. Oda, that's why I had some breakthroughs." Ning Yixian's expression became nervous as he asked, "Which level did younger brother Yi reach in the end?" With him asking, everyone perked their ears up. They were all very curious what level Yi Yuan reached in the end. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The 8th level." The sound of drawing in cold breaths immediately sounded out inside the A.S. Assembly Hall. This isn't a joke, right? The 8th level. In these 10,000 years, only one person made it to the 8th level. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan is on par with the number 1 genius in 10,000 years? My G. Oh, D. This is also too inconceivable. Do you guys think that he is bragging? The 7th level is already very heaven-defying. The 8th level. Brag your head. Before Yi Yuan came out, he had 2 consecutive perfect completions. Making it to the 8th level is fame following credit, right? Furthermore, with Old Hai and those 4 great geniuses present, this sort of lie would be exposed straight away, okay? How could they know that Yi Yuan was not boasting, but was too reserved? Ning Yixian said in excitement when he heard that, "Younger brother, Yi is truly a genius among geniuses, to actually have even greater talent than the Grand Yen True Lord several thousand years ago. Congratulations, younger brother. With younger brother's talent, ascending to the divine realm will be close at hand." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Rice has to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. I'm only C transformation realm right now. There's still a very long way to go before ascension." Hearing these words, Ning Yixian's appraisal of Yi Yuan in his heart grew considerably. Compared to Gua Taochuan, although Yi Yuan was young, he was much more level-headed. Oh, right, there's something that I want to tell everybody. Everyone has to be mentally prepared. The vast heaven pag, Oda, is already gone. Chapter 591. Taking the Initiative to Volunteer. Chapter 591. Taking the Initiative to Volunteer. What did you say? The vast heaven pag, Oda, is gone? Qin Hongtao nearly jumped up. Ning Yixian and Jing Xian's expressions changed drastically too. Their gazes looked towards Yi Yuan heatedly, waiting for his explanation. In contrast, although the others present there were also shocked, their reactions were not as exaggerated as Ning Yixian, the 3 of them. There was even a bit of gloating over others' misfortunes in the eyes of a small portion of the people. After all, the vast heaven pag, to belong to the 3 sects. Whether it disappeared or not did not have too big a relation with them. Grandfather, not long after Yuan came out and we were just about to leave the vast heaven mystic realm, all of a sudden, the earth trembled and the mountains swayed. The vast heaven mystic realm actually detached from the ground and flew away. Qin Yan spoke before the others could. Ning Yixian and Jing Xian both looked at their disciples. Guo Taochuan and Yin Yanhua both nodded slightly. The 3 great head disciples testifying together, the convincingness was already rather strong. After a long while, Ning Yixian finally heaved a sigh and said, forget it, it's also not what we can control. At the moment, it's not the time to pursue this either. Let's continue discussing how to resolve the matter of Crimson Light City. Yi Yuan, you came back just in time. The fierce Gale world has been advancing all the way like splitting bamboo, and they already fought until almost reaching Crimson Light City. You come up with ideas too. Oh yeah, where's Old Hai? Yi Yuan gave a slight smile and said, Old Hai said that he had other matters. You make the call here will do. As he was talking, Yi Yuan sat down at the seat closest to the right-hand seat, while Lu Hong, the 4 of them, actually followed and stood behind him, rather like followers. The 4 people's actions made all the old ancestors greatly surprised. These 4 people's statuses were extremely high, even when compared to some sex divine traversing realm elders. They were about the same too, because with these 4 people's talents, they were bound to become divine traversing realms in the future, even peak divine traversing realm experts. These 4 people actually stood behind Yi Yuan like underlings. The astonishment in their hearts could be imagined. Ning Yixian trio faintly had some guesses, but did not change their expressions, treating it like they did not see it. As for the others, they all knew that Chi Hai kept these 4 people behind independently, but did not know why such a sight would appear now. Ahem! Ning Yixian coughed lightly and said, "Younger brother Yi is able and resourceful. Since he came back as well, I'll briefly explain the current Northern Domain situation for him and let him give ideas too." Yi Yuan was not courteous and said with a nod, "I'll have to trouble Alliance Chief Ning to let the Endless Alliance's Alliance Chief personally repeat the war situation." Yi Yuan could also be considered a special one. Although Yi Yuan was still transformation realm, among the people present, there was already an body who saw him as a junior anymore. This young man's potential was too great. Even though several thousand years had said, the Grand Yen True Lord's name was still very resounding. Yi Yuan walked even further in the vast heaven pag. Then the Grand Yen True Lord. One could imagine just how great his future accomplishments would be. Furthermore, behind Yuan still stood leviathans like Wufang City and Qihai. Unless one could kill Yi Yuan soundlessly, otherwise he was bound to be a D-like figure in the endless world in the future. These old ancestors were not fools. How could they possibly do something like digging their own graves? Ning Yixian did not find it troublesome either, roughly repeating the current situation. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just listened the whole time quietly. Although what Ning Yixian said was not considered detailed, Yi Yuan discerned that the endless world was currently in a very unfavorable situation right now too. Moreover, from the information that Ning Yixian revealed by accident, Yi Yuan discovered that these heavyweights still underestimated the fierce-scale world's martial artists, resulting in immensely grievous losses. These old ancestors each had selfish motives. How could they band together like strands of rope to resist the fierce-scale world? Actually, this sort of situation, Yi Yuan had long predicted it. He was naturally not surprised either. Younger brother Yi Yuan, I wonder what views you have regarding the present war situation. In the end, Ning Yixian asked Yi Yuan for advice. Everyone's gaze focused on Yi Yuan, all wanting to hear his thoughts. Fighting a month's war with the fierce-scale world muddle-headedly, other than knowing that the fierce-scale world martial artists were very strong, these people really did not know much about other information. Each time fierce-scale world martial artists reached a place, not even fowls and dogs would be left. There was simply not much information transmitted out. Hence, while the Endless Alliance looked to be powerful, they actually have not really fought in close quarters much with the fierce-scale world up until now. But Crimson Light City's situation at present did not permit the Endless Alliance to shrink back anymore. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said coolly, "Crimson Light City, this battle must be fought no matter what." Ning Yixian was not surprised. He nodded and said, "I think so too. I was just about to send the Black Flame sect to go, Sist, and you came back." Black Flame sect's old ancestor's heart thumped as he thought to himself, "It's here again." At this time now, if anyone were to step forward to sing a different tune, then that person would be the entire endless world's public enemy. He would come to no good end. Yi Yuan shot an indifferent glance at the Black Flame sect old ancestor's expression and shook his head and said, "I'll go." Everyone was first stunned, then taken aback. This action of Yi Yuan's seriously exceeded everyone's expectations. "You? This isn't appropriate, right?" Ning Yixian said hesitantly. Yi Yuan was Rin Xingquan's grandson, and a junior that Qihai regarded highly, and more so, the endless world's future hope. Such an important character. How could he possibly go to the front lines personally to fight in the war? Furthermore, it was going to the most dangerous place. The fierce Gale world's 5-way Great Army had besieged Crimson Light City. It was the place in the most desperate situation among all the front lines. The fierce Gale world was so powerful. How could Crimson Light City be that easy to defend? What if Yi Yuan died there? Rin Xingquan and Qihai would both fly off the handle. But Yi Yuan said coolly, nothing inappropriate about it. Crimson Light City mustn't be lost. Once it's lost, half of the northern domain will be lost too. At that time, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. None of us can shoulder this responsibility. Furthermore, the fierce Gale World's five-way great army has already surrounded Crimson Light City until not a drop of water can leak through right now. Once the city is breached, countless martial artists will suffer. So no matter what, Crimson Light City has to be defended. I see that everyone doesn't have the intention of going. Then what's wrong with me going? You all don't need to be worried about Old Man Rin and Old Hai. My matters, I'll make the call myself. When something happens, they won't find you. Having their thoughts exposed by Yi Yuan, Ning Yixian said rather awkwardly, "Younger brother Yi, you're mistaken. You're our endless world's hope. What you need to do now should be to increase your strength as fast as possible. Risking danger yourself isn't a wise move." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "What can increase strength faster than fighting? All right, my decision is set. Lord Alliance Chief, there is no need to argue on this. All right then, I'll send more experts to follow you. At that time, there will be people to look after too. If the matter can't be accomplished, you still have to do your best to protect yourself. In my eyes, 10 Crimson Light cities are not as important as one Yi Yuan." Ning Yixian said firmly. This was not Ning Yixian saying flattery. Ever since knowing that Yi Yuan made it to the 8th level, his view was already the same as Qi Hai. Whether the Endless World could drive back the Fierce Gale World or not might fall onto Yi Yuan, who knew that Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No need. Just need the 4 of them to follow me will do." Chapter 592, Bidding Farewell. Chapter 592, Bidding Farewell. Just the 5 of them go? What's the difference from N? Oh, body going. What can 5 people do? Yi Yuan, his strength is strong. But when placed among thousands upon thousands of soldiers and horses, it probably won't have any much impact either, right? It can't be that after making it to the vast Heaven Pag. Oh, Da's 8th level, he doesn't know what's his own surname already, right? No matter how powerful he is now, he's merely just a sea transformation realm. Even if he can cross boundaries to battle, the Soul Sea realms in Crimson Light City are as many as carps crossing the river. Just the peak Soul Sea realm martial artists are not in the minority too. With Yi Yuan saying this, Below immediately discussed animatedly. Although everybody had long accepted Yi Yuan's might, the war between 2 worlds and individual battles were a whole other thing. Regardless of how powerful the martial artist, when placed among thousands of martial artists, it was still insignificant. Even peak divine traversing realm powerhouses could not endure the exhaustion of large numbers of martial artists too. Yi Yuan saying to use the 5 of them to go there, and assist. Wasn't this a joke? Yi Yuan, one mustn't act without due consideration. I know that you're very confident in yourself, but Crimson Light City's situation now is very unfavorable. It's best for you to bring some more people along. The 5 of you going simply makes no difference to the war situation at all. Ning Yixian urged earnestly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This trip, I have a pretty clear idea in mind. Having more people will be inconvenient instead. Lord Alliance Chief rest assured. Yi Yuan absolutely won't treat his own life as a joke. However, there are a few things that I hope Alliance Chief will promise me." Seeing Yi Yuan very persistent appearance, Ning Yixian knew that he could not sway him either and could only say, "Just say those things you need." Yi Yuan nodded and said, most of the cities in the vicinity of Crimson Light City had already fallen. It has pretty much become a lone city already. But behind Crimson Light City, there are still 2 important cities. One is Fair Sun City, the other Perpetual Peace City. If the fierce Gale World's great army fails to conquer Crimson Light City for a long time, it's very likely to leave Crimson Light City aside to go and attack those 2 cities. These 2 cities must be guarded heavily. Once something happens, Crimson Light City will completely fall into the fierce Gale World's scope of influence. Then it will really be a lone city. Ning Yixin nodded and said, I got it. What else is there? Additionally, prepare a batch of medicinal herbs for me. I have a use for it. As for the specifics of what medicinal herbs to prepare, I'll send people to deliver here later. It must be prepared completely before tomorrow morning. Yi Yuan said, The Alliance's alchemy arrangements are all in charge by City Lord Rin. However many medicinal herbs you require, just directly get them from him will do, Ning Yixin said. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I won't go through that trouble. Some that he's very busy right now too. All right. Yi Yuan still hasn't paid respects to parents after returning to Wufang City. I'll head back to City Lord Manor first. Finished talking, he said to the 4 people behind, You 3 stay behind for the time being. Lu Hong, follow me back to City Lord Manor. Tomorrow morning, the 3 of you bring the medicinal herbs and gather at City Lord Manor's entrance. Yes. The 4 people acknowledged his words. Leaving behind Qin Yan Trio was naturally for the sake of letting them bid farewell to their family elders. From now onwards, they would have the ident. 1. Ties of being his followers, and not those proud children of heaven enjoying myriad of adorations in the past. After Yi Yuan left, this meeting had no way of continuing either. Originally, they were discussing who to send to Crimson Light City. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually charged out and directly took on this assignment, especially the Black Flame sect's old ancestor, who was secretly whistling lucky at this time and had some grat. 1. 2 towards Yi Yuan. Ning Yixin made a few more arrangements, and then let these old ancestors go prepare by themselves. After everyone all dispersed, Qin Hongtao's face fell as he asked Qin Yan, Yener, what actually happened to the vast heaven pag? Oda? Qin Hongtao's expression was unkind. Clearly, he really got angry at this grandson of his. His own grandson was actually helping outsiders to deceive him. This was something that he could not tolerate. Although Ning Yixin and Jing Xian did not speak, they clearly did not believe the words Qin Yan Trio said either. The vast heaven pag. Oh, Da had already stood there firmly for tens of thousands of years already. If there weren't any special circumstances, how could it possibly fly away by itself without rhyme or reason? Seeing Qin Hongtao flare up, Qin Hongtao did not have any surprised look. Grandfather, calm your anger. Grandson is not deceiving intentionally. It's truly inadvisable to be high profile at this time. Actually, the vast heaven pag. Oh, it didn't fly off by itself, but was collected by Yi Yuan. From now on, the vast heaven pag. Oh, it belongs to Yi Yuan alone. Qin Yan took his time to recount the events of Yi Yuan clearing the 9th level and collecting the vast heaven pag. Oh, shocking the 3 old ancestors to their core. Even if they had thought of innumerable possibilities, they did not expect that this vast heaven pag. Oh, it was actually the reward for clearing the 9th level either. The 3 people only recovered from their shock after taking a very long time. But right now, the 3 of their faces all had looks of dilemma. The vast heaven pag. Oh, it was originally their 3 sexes object. But now, it was appropriated by Yi Yuan for himself. This was something that they were unable to tolerate. The vast heaven pag. Oh, it was an immensely valuable fortune. How could it be gone just like this? But Guo Taochuan heaved a sigh and said, Old ancestor, don't be thinking too much. Old Hai made me bring a few words to you all. Ning Yixian's expression became intent as he said with a nod, Speak. Old Hai said the vast heaven pag. Oh, it is just a dead object. Placing it there, you all can't even make it through the 6th level. But Yi Yuan is somebody with a great destiny. The 4 of us following him will receive endless benefits. With him around, the endless world won't perish. Plus don't think about harming Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he'll go to the 3 sects personally to find you guys and have a discussion. The urgent matter on hand is to integrate the various sects' strength to cope with the fierce-scale world's invasion. Qin Yan said slowly. Qin Yan's words made the three old ancestors' hearts tensed up. Qi Hai seemed to have long guessed what they were thinking. That was why he instructed these three juniors to relay his words. Furthermore, even though he was not in the alliance, his guess was not far off the mark regarding the alliance's matters. He knew that right now they were still a pile of loose sand. This warning could not be said to not be severe. If the three of them really dare to act rashly without careful thought, Old Hai might really do something. Ning Yixian was the most prudent and already broke out from that sort of restless emotion earlier. He looked at Gua Taochuan and said, "Are the three of you already prepared to follow wherever Yi Yuan goes?" Gua Taochuan suddenly kneeled and did a kowtow towards Ning Yixian, saying in a solemn voice, "Taochuan is a heavenly martial sect member in life and a heavenly martial sect's ghost in death. In the future, when I have some accomplishments, Taochuan will definitely bring the heavenly martial sect to greater heights, becoming my endless world's #1 faction." From the moment Yi Yuan came out of the peg, Taochuan knew that he's a target whom I'm unable to surpa. S all my life. Following him, perhaps I can obtain unimaginable achievements. Ning Yixian looked at Gua Taochuan with a complicated look. He only gave a long sigh after some time and said, forget it, you go then. But I hope that you'll remember today's words. Don't let me down." Gua Taochuan said with a steadfast gaze. Old ancestor rest assured. Gua Taochuan absolutely dare not to forget. Qin Hongtao looked at his own grandson and said helplessly, "Seems like you have this idea too?" Qin Yan nodded and gave Qin Hongtao a solemn kneel. Yin Yanhua imitated the two as well, paying obeisance to Jingxian. Chapter 593, The First-Hand Seal. Chapter 593, The First-Hand Seal. City Lord Manor was also a scene of bustle right now. Following the war between two worlds drawing back the curtains, the front-line martial artist's demand for medicinal pills skyrocketed too. Rin Xingchuan has been leading the pill refinements all along these days and did not partic. 1p. Ate even in the upper echelons meetings. Yi Yuan went to pay respects to his parents. What surprised him was that his mother, Run Hongling, was actually cultivating in close seclusion. Instead, it was his father who was idle. He only knew after asking that ever since Ren Hongling regained essence energy, she started to cultivate frenziedly. In this period of time where Yi Yuan was at the vast heaven mystic realm, she had been in close seclusion all along. Regarding his mother's situation, Yi Yuan could only smile helplessly. Looks like these few years, the desire that his mother suppressed in her heart finally erupted. After meeting, the father and son pair could not dispense with a round of showing great concern. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the vast heaven peg. The journey making Yi Heng very excited. An artifact which made the entire endless world crazy was actually taken into possession by his own son. This sense of accomplishment was huge. Being informed that his son had to leave again tomorrow, Yi Heng said with a loud laugh, Go on. Fine men have to be ready to realize their aspirations all over the world. But now, the situation has changed drastically. This Crimson Light City is an extremely dangerous place. Take utmost precaution. Yi Yuan perceived unwillingness to part and concern from father's eyes. But Yi Heng put on an appearance of not caring at all. It was hilarious, but Yi Yuan was touched in his heart even more. Although Yi Yuan's current strength had long surpa. Said Yi Heng in Yi Heng's heart, Yi Yuan was forever a child. But Yi Heng's support regarding Yi Yuan's decision already became unconditional, because he believed in his own son. Apart from this, Yi Heng had unbounded confidence in his son. If one was to say the name of the endless world savior, then this savior was definitely Yi Yuan. Father, put your mind at ease. Yuaner has a score in his heart and won't mess around. Moreover, in the vast heaven pag. Oh, to this time I obtained a type of very powerful talisman. Even when facing peak divine, traversing realm martial artists, I have the strength to protect myself too, Yi Yuan said smilingly. The reason why Yi Yuan took on this mission, which everyone was unwilling to take, was that Crimson Light City was too important. Unless they sent out divine, traversing realm powerhouses, other people going would only be courting death. Furthermore, the martial artists of a dozen over southeastern cities were gathered in Crimson Light City. The number was huge. Once the city was breached, then the people would be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Yi Yuan had long treated the endless world as his own home already. How could he bear to watch such a thing happen? Of course, Yi Yuan going this time still had another objective, and that was to see what were these fierce Gale world folks were planning. Why would they carry out this sort of heartless act like Ma's sacring the people in these cities? In Yi Yuan's impression, although the fierce Gale world's people were warmongers, they were not bloodthirsty. There were definitely reasons for doing such a thing. Indeed, once Yi Hang heard Yi Yuan say so, his heart was immediately set at ease. What? Yi Yuan, he actually wants so many medicinal herbs in one go. Even if he's taking these medicinal herbs to eat for food, he doesn't need so many either, right? Ning Yixian saw the inventory in his hand and was shocked until his jaws nearly hit the ground. The grades of these medicinal herbs were not high. The highest was also just quasi-tier for medicinal herbs. But the quant, 1, time marked on the list, was seriously too ma. Siv, you mustn't forget, this boy is still an alchemist. Jing Xian reminded. Ning Yixian was stunned, but he still shook his head and said, of course I know that he's an alchemist, but there aren't that many alchemists inside Crimson Light City either. What does he want to do with so many low-level medicinal herbs? Him refining medicinal pills alone. Even if he refined till the year after next, he can't finish refining either, right? Yi Yuan tends to exceed all expectations when doing things. Him doing so should have his own intentions. Going to Crimson Light City this time, he's only bringing the 4 of us. Then this big play naturally has to fall on these medicinal herbs. Although I don't know how he will refine medicinal pills, I think that he wouldn't go so far as to do this because he's bored, Yi Nianhua said. Ning Yixian was stunned. Thinking carefully, it seemed to be like this. He then ordered people to prepare the medicinal herbs. Do the 3 of you have anything in mind? Yi Yuan playing a lone hand this time. How on earth is he planning on resolving Crimson Light City's crisis? Ning Yixian suddenly asked. The 3 people all shook their heads blankly. Guo Taochuan said, honestly speaking, starting from the first time I laid eyes on Yi Yuan, I've never figured out his thoughts at all. My thoughts simply can't keep in pace with his. When I calculate 10 steps, he probably already calculated 100 steps long ago. Ning Yixian smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, putting aside you guys, even this old man has never figured out his thoughts before either. Forget it. Forget it. Let him toss and turn himself. Us, these old fellows, just have to ensure the logistical work will do. Old Man Qin, our 2 families each send out a team again and head towards Fair Sun and Perpetual Peace, these 2 cities respectively. Qin Hongtao nodded and said, all right, no problem. Since the 3 of you are going follow Yi Yuan in the future, keep in mind to not give in to personal feelings. His strength has already said yours by far too much now. You guys have to double up yourselves. Not just anyone has the qualifications to follow by a powerhouse's side. Ning Yixian said solemnly. The 3 people's expression tensed up, and they all nodded their heads somberly. Yi Yuan and Yi Hang conversed all the way till midnight before returning to their own rooms. In his room, with just a will of his mind, he arrived inside the vast heaven pag. Oda, this 9 characters true word formula is truly incomparably profound. The Lin character's first-hand seal. I'm unable to form it to this day, but through such a long time of fumbling about, I'm only missing one final step as well. I wonder if my heart realm can break through after forming this first-hand seal. This period of time, apart from cultivating the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yuan was comprehending the Lin character, except that this rate of progress was even slower than he imagined. Yi Yuan had been antic. 1. Pete aiding all this while that he could have some breakthrough in heart realm after this Lin character had some breakthrough. Yi Yuan closed his eyes slightly and started visualizing the Lin character. Through this period of visualization, Yi Yuan could faintly sense that this Lin character had a total of 9 hand seals. But what he could visualize clearly right now was only this first hand seal. These 9 hand seals formed a complete seal. If one could completely acquaint themselves with these 9 hand seals, the power would likely be unimaginable. In a twinkle, a night pause said, dawn was breaking. All of a sudden, a rather mysterious sensation poured into Yi Yuan's heart. Yi Yuan opened both eyes abruptly, both hands swiftly forming a seal. Yi Yuan, who was initially just lacking one final step, actually successfully formed it this time. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's heart rate suddenly sped up. The heart realm, which had already reached a bottleneck originally, actually burst through directly. Except, this final result made Yi Yuan rather disappointed. Sigh. I thought that I'd already reached the threshold of heart, like monolith. Turns out that it's just the heart, like still water's bottleneck. No wonder heart realm boundaries are so hard to break through. Just the first level of heart, like still water, is so challenging already. If I didn't acquire this 9 characters true word formula, I'm afraid I don't know how long I'd have to be stuck at this bottleneck, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Chapter 594, Slaughter Our Way In. Chapter 594, Slaughter Our Way In. Heart realm, this sort of thing, was a mystery even among mysteries. Even in the divine realm, and, body could give the accurate minor boundaries divisions either. All along, Yi Yuan had half-baked knowledge regarding heart realm as well, along with the time of him entering heart, like still water heart realm getting increasingly longer. He thought that he had already walked very far along the path of heart realm. But looking at it now, it was not the case at all. Yi Yuan realized that he probably only stayed for a time on a heart, like still water's minor boundary up until now. And succeeding in the Lin character's first-hand seal, Yi Yuan finally broke through this minor boundary. Yi Yuan entered into heart, like still water heart realm, and fastidiously sensed the changes after breaking through. However, he discovered to his dismay that there did not seem to be too obvious a change. Could it be that apart from reducing the expenditure on heart force, there aren't other changes? The advancement in heart realm is a kind of auxiliary realm. There must still be other effects. All right, comprehending concepts. Yi Yuan suddenly had an inspiration and started to comprehend concepts. At this time, Yi Yuan discovered to his joy that his speed when comprehending concepts actually obtained a substantial increase. This sort of enhancement was not worth mentioning when relatively speaking about the entire concept's comprehension duration. But ACCU, adding months and years, this sort of enhancement margin would be very terrifying. Yi Yuan attempted to comprehend the scorching concept earlier. He discovered that the short while of comprehension efficiency just now was twofold than before. In the past, Yi Yuan already noticed that under heart, like still water heart realm, the speed of comprehending concepts was slightly faster compared to normal. But breaking through the bottleneck now, he did not expect that the extent of the increase would actually be so great. So that's how it is. Really looking forward to what kind of changes heart realm will have after comprehending the second hand seal. Yi Yuan, who tasted the benefits, gave rise to a strong interest in the 8 hand seals at the back of the Lin character. If he were to fully comprehend the 9 hand seals, then wouldn't the comprehension speed of concepts be ridiculous? But on this point, Yi Yuan also deeply sensed the powerful aspect of this 9 characters true word formula. Just a Lin character had such formidable might. One had to know that the speed of comprehending concepts was entirely dependent on talent. If there wasn't any heaven-defying lucky chance, it was simply impossible to have any change. And the Lin character could actually cultivate and advance his heart realm. It could even promote the speed of concepts comprehension through heart realm. This was simply unheard of. This was equivalent to saying that a martial artist's cultivation could totally disregard talent. Such an effect was simply too heaven-defying. However, cultivating the 9 characters' true word formula with Yi Yuan's talent, the effects were clearly more prominent. This made Yi Yuan having immense interest in the other 8 characters too. When he had time, he must study them well. Right at this time, Su Zihui's lowered voice came from outside the door. Younger brother Yi, Qin Yan, the 3 of them have already been waiting for a long time. Yi Yuan went out and said to Su Zihui, "I've made elder brother wait for long. I'll head over right now." Walking a few steps, Yi Yuan suddenly turned around again and said, "Oh yeah, elder brother, after coming back from this trip, alias, assist you to break through to the divine, traversing realm. This period of time, you think of ways to gather these few kinds of medicinal herbs. Wait till I come back. I'll help you refine medicinal pills." As he said, Yi Yuan threw Su Zihui a jade slip. Su Zihui practically received the jade slip quiveringly. He had already been stuck at the 9th level Soul Sea realm for a very long time, but kept on failing to find the opportunity to break through. To the endless world's martial artists, divine traversing realm was a Ma''s Civ threshold. The vast majority of martial artists were unable to cross it. One should not look at how those divine traversing realm experts in the various northern domains' great sects were as many as dogs. In comparison to the entire number endless world's martial artists, divine traversing realm experts were truly very rare. It was unknown how many Soul Sea realm experts harbored grievances in front of this Ma''s Civ threshold. Su Zihui's age was not considered young either. His hope of breaking through was already increasingly bleak. He himself was almost giving up all hope. So these few years he had his thoughts placed on grooming his son all along, and was rather negligent with his own cultivation instead. He never would have thought that he could actually really break through to divine, traversing realm one day. How could this not agitate him? As for the words Yi Yuan said, he never doubted them before. Yi Yuan opening a forum and giving a sermon in Wufang City caused a huge sensation. Su Zihui already knew that. He knew that even City Lord, His Excellency, could not possibly reach such a level too. What Yi Yuan was lacking right now was just cultivation realm, which was also to say that Yi Yuan had confidence in breaking through to Soul Sea realm before coming back this time. Su Zihui was just about to say a whole bunch of appreciative words, only to hear Yi Yuan say, "All right, is there still a need for such formalities between us? Swallow the words in your stomach back down." Su Zihui was stupefied, then immediately smiled fatuously and said, "This favor, elder brother accepts it." "Hoo-hoo, that's right," Yi Yuan said smilingly. Roughly 10 days later, Yi Yuan, the 5 of them, put away the spirit boat they used and descended on a mountain range 10,000 miles outside of Crimson Light City. "Brother Yi, a fiendish aura is surging to the skies in the direction of Crimson Light City. Looks like these fierce-scale world martial artists all lost their mind in the slaughtering. Just how long has it been to actually ACCU? Mutilate such a horrifying fiendish air?" Qin Yan said. Yi Yuan also knew that these few people were following him just for the sake of seeking a lucky chance. So he did not go overboard either, and let them address him brother you would suffice. Although it was rather weird, it sounded much better than master or whatever. Yi Yuan's expression darkened slightly too, and he said, "Even though fierce-scale world martial artists are intrepid, they shouldn't fall so low to the extent of becoming butchers. This Zhao Tianin truly deserves death. Separated by a distance of 10,000 miles, Yi Yuan, they all could feel the fiendish aura surging to the skies. It could be seen just how many people those fierce Gale world martial artists killed in this period of time. The dozen over southeastern cities were probably already reduced to savage battlefields. Brother Yi, then what should we do now? Lu Hong asked. These 4 people were uncertain what Yi Yuan planned on doing as well. 5 people coming to support such a large city. This was simply a fantastical tale, and Yi Yuan kept his mouth tightly shut along the way too, as if he did not have the intention of explaining. This made the intense itch in their hearts even harder to endure. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Enter the city." The 4 people were stunned. Gua Taochuan said in surprise, "Brother Yi, according to the reports, in order to prevent spies from sneaking in, all the transmission arrays in the city has long been destroyed already. Without transmission arrays, how do we enter the city?" After Crimson Light City sent out the courier to request reinforcements, they destroyed all of the transmission arrays. Now, Crimson Light City's Grand Array was activated, and the city gates tightly shut. It was simply impossible to go in. So when Yi Yuan said to enter the city, the 4 people all felt very surprised. Under such circumstances, how should they enter the city? Yi Yuan did not reply, but countered with a question. "The array formation that I taught you guys, how's the rehearsal?" Upon hearing that, Gua Taochuan said excitedly, "Ha! Brother Ye's 4 symbols battle formation is indeed formidable. With the 4 of our strength coordinating with the array formation, being evenly matched with late-stage soul sea martial artists is nothing difficult too." Yi Yuan smiled slightly when he heard and said, "Very good. Then let's slaughter our way in." Chapter 595. Seeing Shangguan Lingyun again. Chapter 595. Seeing Shangguan Lingyun again. As slaughter our way in. Gua Taochuan almost sprained his tongue. The other 3 people clearly had choked up expressions too. They did not think that Yi Yuan would actually say such crazy words. Lu Hong swallowed his saliva and said, "Brother Yi, the fierce Gale world's 5-way great army. The martial artists are probably as many as in the millions. Among them, there are no shortage of late-stage soul sea realm experts. Slaughter our way in. That isn't too likely to work, right?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "What? Scared? There's still time now. You guys return first then. I'll just go in alone." With this, the 4 proud children of heaven got stimulated. Gua Taochuan said stammeringly, "As scared of what?" "Men have to die heroically. I'll fight with you." Yin Yanhua's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said, "I'm going too." Yi Yuan looked at the other 2 with a half-smile and said, "What about you guys?" The 2 gritted their teeth and said, "Go. The 4 of you just need to bother with slaughtering a path in. Don't need to care about anything else. Leave the rest to me. Remember, don't break away from the array formation, no matter what." Yi Yuan warned. The 4 people's expressions became severe, and they nodded their heads to acknowledge one after another. A distance of 10,000 miles was not far for these people. After half a day, 4 people appeared in front of the fierce Gale world's great army. As far as the eye could see, the Densma S were all human heads, striking terror into the hearts of Lu Hong, the 4 people. These were all powerful martial artists and not mortal armies. So many people. Each person spitting a mouthful of spittle was also sufficient to drown the 4 of them. But Yi Yuan did not show too much expression on his face. He said indifferently, "You all just treat it like you're still inside the vast heaven peg. Oda, most of these martial artists are also just crystal formation and sea transformation. Soul sea realm experts are only the minority, comparatively speaking. With your strength coordinating through the 4 symbols battle formation, slaughtering our way in shouldn't be hard." The 4 symbols battle formation was a tier 4 array formation with immense might. It was especially suited for battle. Not only could this array formation reduce the 4 people's essence energy consumption, but it could also increase the four people's average combat power even more so. Lu Hong, the four of them, were originally the Endless World's pinnacle geniuses. After coming out of the vast heaven pag, they had each already broken through to second level Soul C. With their strength, dealing with ordinary middle stage Soul Cs was absolutely not an issue. With the four symbols battle formation, the four of them working together to deal with ordinary late stage Soul Cs was also no object. Along the way, the mission that Yi Yuan A.S. signed to them was to R.S.E. this four symbols battle formation. These four people were all talented and brilliant people. Though the time was short on this trip, they were already considered to have learned the rudiments of this set of array formation. The five people's appearance immediately alarmed the fierce Gale world's great army. A large group of martial artists came up and fenced a few of them in a tight ring. It's Endless World martial artists. Kill without mercy. These fierce Gale world martial artists clearly lost their minds with the killing already. Upon seeing the five people, they were going to take action and kill people without a word. When Lu Hong, the four people, saw the fierce Gale world martial artists' actions, fury surged in their hearts with a foam. The four people went into battle formation and started killing. Lu Hong, the four people, were all Soul Sea Realm experts. They were originally cranes, standing among chickens in front of these ordinary martial artists to begin with. Coordinating with the four symbols battle formation, the four of them were akin to tigers entering a flock of sheep. They immediately cut a large swath. Wailing sound rose from all directions. But these fierce Gale world martial artists all did not fear death. Seeing this sort of situation, not only did they not retreat, they became even more frenzied instead. Yi Yuan deployed a small CLU-S to 1,000 flowing petals and followed behind the four step by step, like strolling idly in a courtyard. Occasionally, some who did not have eyesight came in front of him, and the petals directly reaped their lives. Yi Yuan discovered that each one of these fierce Gale world martial artists all had immensely heavy fiendish aura, their state akin to insanity. Evidently, there were considerable Endless World martial artists' fresh blood on their hands. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan also discovered that he had somewhat underestimated Zhao Tinin's charisma in the fierce Gale world. No wonder the Purple Mansion sect did not hesitate to destroy the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array to link together the realm Pa-S. Sageway after lurking in the Endless World for several thousand years. The power of faith was truly frightening. Continuing according to this sort of situation, these martial artists would most likely lose themselves in the end, becoming a machine that only knew slaughter. What on earth does this Zhao Tianin want to do? Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing. The disturbance stirred in this corner, spread to the Central Army's main tent very quickly. A young man with a dignified bearing stood in the air and looked towards that corner. Lord Shangguan, no idea where several fellows who don't fear death popped out from, to actually dare rush at our great army. This subordinate will send people to exterminate them right now. The person speaking was called Deng Sheng. He was one of the main commanders in the 5-way Great Army with a 9th level Soul Sea strength. This young man in front of him was only 7th level Soul Sea strength, but Deng Sheng was extremely deferential towards him. If Yi Yuan were here, he would recognize this young man. He was precisely the Shangguan Lingyun who had not fought with him when he was at the Fierce Gale World. Since Yi Yuan returned from the Fierce Gale World, not a year's time was up. This Shangguan Lingyun actually broke through a full major realm, becoming the commander-in-chief for the 5-way Great Army. Shangguan Lingyun nodded and said, "You make a trip personally then. Bring a few more people over. Among the 5 people over there, for have Soul Sea Realm strength." Furthermore, the 4 of them seemed to be rehearsing some kind of array formation. The power is quite strong. Additionally, one person seems to only have Sea Transformation Realm strength. but I have a feeling that this sea transformation realm is the strongest among them." Deng Xing was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect that Shangguan Lingyun would actually give such an evaluation. He sensed that sea transformation realm existence too. But the commotion caused by that sea transformation realm was clearly not as big as those soul sea realm experts. Shangguan Lingyun actually gave such a high appraisal of that sea transformation realm. This made him rather disapproving. No matter how powerful a sea transformation realm martial artist was, how strong could they get? However, regarding Shangguan Lingyun's orders, Deng Sheng did not dare to defy. He would not dare to look at how this person in front of him was just 7th level Soul Sea. His true combat strength was even stronger than peak Soul Sea realm. Deng Sheng picked 10 middle stage Soul Sea realm martial artists and directly flew to Yi Yuan there. Lu Hong, the 4 people, charged all the way over. Most were Sea Transformation Realm and Crystal Formation Realm martial artists, dying upon touching. Occasionally, there were a few initial stage Soul Sea Realm experts that surrounded over. It was basically also the outcome of them getting instantly wiped. Deng Sheng, the few of them, flew over to this side very quickly. Deng Sheng yelled out, "All back off for me." Those martial artists were not as undisciplined as the Endless World martial artists. Upon hearing these words, they vacated a large piece of open S.P.A.C. very quickly. Deng Sheng's group of people landed in front of Yi Yuan's 5 people, blocking their path. A few punks who don't know life from death. To dare bully my fear-scale world for having no one? Deng Sheng said ferociously. In this short while, the fear-scale world could be said to have massive casualties. Yi Yuan's figure flashed, blocking in front of the 4 people, and said coolly, "You guys walk around the side. Leave these dregs to me." "Yes, Brother Yi." Facing Yi Yuan's order, the 4 people did not hesitate at all, directly killing over towards the side. How haughty a person was Deng Sheng. Hearing that Yi Yuan, a puny little sea transformation realm, actually dared to look down upon him, he could not help blowing a fuse. "Boy, you're courting death. The few of you attack for me. Hack this brat into pieces." Under Deng Sheng's command, 10 middle stage Soul Sea realm experts joined forces and attacked Yi Yuan. Flame movement, true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan blasted a fist out nonchalantly. Deng Sheng's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 596. You're different. Chapter 596. You're different. A single punch, and 10 middle stage Soul Sea experts flew out like heavenly maidens scattering blossoms. Yi Yuan's application regarding true dragon strength was even more skillful now. The power of this move already could not be mentioned in the same breath as well. With Yi Yuan's current combat power, middle stage Soul Seas were basically opponents that could not last a single exchange with him. This is a joke, right? This sea transformation realm martial artist strength is actually so formidable. Those few are all Lord officers. They actually couldn't even block a punch of his. Where did this boy pop out from? Too terrifying. The shock that this scene brought to those fear-scale world martial artists was too intense. They were staring with their mouths gaping for a time. A sea transformation realm, sending 10 middle stage Soul Sea experts flying directly with one punch. This violated common sense too much. Finished striking out that one punch, Yi Yuan did not stop in the slightest. He still walked forward unhurriedly, gradually nearing to Deng Sheng. This sort of attitude was as if this was not among thousands of soldiers and horses, but Yi Yuan's own residence's backyard. Being unsettled by Yi Yuan's imposing manner, Deng Sheng actually took a step back unconsciously. Very soon, Yi Yuan arrived in front of Deng Sheng and stopped to say calmly, "Get lost. I only want to enter the city." Everyone drew a cold breath. A sea transformation realm martial artist actually said "get lost" to the commander of an army. Furthermore, that commander actually retreated a step. Deng Sheng's face flushed scarlet red, and felt that he lost face in front of so many subordinates. "Boy, you're too rampant. Just the likes of you alone wish to enter the city too? Do you really treat us like we don't exist?" Deng Sheng was threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky. Honestly speaking, he was shocked by that scene earlier too. One punch, sending 10 middle stage soul seas flying. He touched his heart and felt that he could accomplish it too. But it absolutely could not be accomplished like lifting something heavy as if it was light like Yi Yuan. Furthermore, he did not need to look and also knew that those 10 officials at this time were already left with less than half. Yi Yuan directly smashed half of the people to death with one punch. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "You said it like you exist. If you still don't scram, I'm going to attack." Deng Sheng's expression changed. The pressure that this sea transformation realm gave him was seriously too great. Even he felt it was rather preposterous. All along, they all felt that the endless world martial artists were all soft persimmons. But today, he finally ran into a formidable character. Except that this formidable character seemed to be extremely tough. This was in the midst of thousands of soldiers and horses. This boy was actually thinking of slaughtering his way into the city directly. Yi Yuan was not long-winded either. Raising his hand, it was a flame movement true dragon carnage punch. Deng Sheng also did not think that Yi Yuan actually really made a move against him directly. Caught off guard, he could only hastily withstand it. Rumble. Deng Sheng's body was directly smashed flying out. But Deng Sheng's strength was clearly much stronger compared to those middle-stage soul seas. This punch from Yi Yuan did not cause much substantial damage to him, except, in front of so many subordinates, it was a tremendous loss of face. However, it was not over yet. Yi Yuan's figure flashed. With a rumble, it was another punch. Deng Sheng was smashed flying out once again. When the two punches smashed, Yi Yuan pounced ahead and already advanced 1,000 feet away. He actually caught up to the Lu Hong for people who were killing enemies vigorously. Rumble. An imposing momentum that toppled mountains and overturned the seas, engulfed everything and swept over, sending the surrounding bunch of fierce-gale world martial artists directly flying out. Deng Sheng's aura instantly rose to the peak, his two eyes fully red. Clearly, he was already enraged to the max. A main commander of an army, like him, was actually pressed against the wall and had his face smacked today. How could this not infuriate him? Stinking brat, you're dead for sure. A horrifying aura spread out. Deng Sheng was going to be serious. However, facing this scene, Yi Yuan was still very calm, as if the target that Deng Sheng was attacking was not him. Right at this time, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the air in front of Deng Sheng. "Put it away. You're not his match." The arrival was precisely Shangguan Lingyun. Seeing Shangguan Lingyun, Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too. He knew that this Shangguan Lingyun was the #1 genius on par with Zhao Qinggan, but had never fought before. To think that not seeing for a period of time, the other party was actually late-stage Soul C already. "Yi Yuan, long time no see. Didn't expect that when we meet once again, it would actually be at such an occasion." Shangguan Lingyun greeted with a smile, as if he ran into an old friend of many years. Even though Shangguan Lingyun's strength advanced considerably, Yi Yuan's current strength was also incomparable with the past. He naturally would not mind. "You didn't expect it? But I expected it long ago," Yi Yuan said coolly. Shangguan Lingyun was dazed, but he understood Yi Yuan's meaning very quickly and said smilingly, "The martial artist world is where the weak are prey and the strong feasts in the first place. The endless world is on a declining trend, but enjoys such excellent resources. My fierce gale world is powerful, but suffers the anguish of gale winds all year round. Therefore, this excellent territory should naturally be enjoyed by us." "Is that so? Then what's with the Ma's sacring of cities?" Yi Yuan did not argue, but countered with a question. Towards such an excuse, Yi Yuan was too clear, and he also could not be bothered to dispute anything. Shangguan Lingyun said, Weaklings should have the manner of weaklings. Your endless world sealed the realm Pa-S, Sageway for thousands of years. How much of our time have you wasted? This is the punishment that Wind Emperor, His Majesty, gave the endless world. I underestimated Zhao Tianyin, that old dog. Looks like he still has some capabilities. At least, this method of obscurantism. He used it to the acme of perfection. However, do you believe this sort of reason? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Hearing Yi Yuan scold Zhao Tianyin, old dog, Shangguan Lingyun did not display a look of anger. Instead, he smiled and said, Wind Emperor, His Majesty is our paramount ruler. Whatever he says is naturally all correct. As his citizens, we only need to do things according to what he says. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed as he sized Shangguan Lingyun up curiously. Shangguan Lingyun had a smile on his face. The words he said seemed to be as a matter of course. Yi Yuan smiled and said, That's not right. Logically speaking, your Shangguan family and Zhao Tianyin should be implacable enemies. It's fine if he's deceiving some fools, but you all, these first-rate families, shouldn't be to the extent of being deluded by his words, right? Shangguan Lingyun said, smilingly, You don't need to rack your brains either. Wind Emperor, His Majesty, is Wind Emperor, His Majesty. His word is the imperial edict. Yi Yuan, you're different from these endless worlds, lowly martial artists. Why not join our fierce-scale world? With your strength, becoming the Wind Emperor in the future is a certainty. This Shangguan Lingyun was a clever man. He saw through that Yi Yuan was trying to worm facts out of him. Seeing that there was no success, Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Don't give me that! Zhao Tianyin, that old dog, must die. The next time you see him, help me tell him to wash his dog head clean and wait for me to chop it. Shangguan Lingyun's face was still smiling as he said coolly, Honestly speaking, I don't wish to be enemies with you. But it looks like we still can't avoid crossing swords. How about this? Let's only use one move. If you win, I'll let you enter the city. How's that? Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, I thought that you'd use your subordinates' lives to hold down the fort. Didn't think that you still quite cherish these subordinates. Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said, If it was somebody else, they are naturally undeserving of me making a move. But you are different. Chapter 597. Grant you a battle. Chapter 597. Grant you a battle. That scene of Yi Yuan wasting Zhao Qinggan was still fresh in Shangguan Lingyun's memory. Although his strength improved greatly now, he still did not dare to look down on Yi Yuan. Let alone that the combat strength Yi Yuan displayed earlier was plenty to make people feel shocked. Toward Yi Yuan, Shangguan Lingyun maintained the mentality of fear from start to end. This was not just because Yi Yuan's strength was super strong. How he escaped out of the fear-scale world on that day was a mystery all along as well. Reportedly, Lord Wind Emperor personally showed up at the scene that day, but Yi Yuan was still standing here perfectly well right now. That by itself indicated a lot of problems. Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Lingyun and suddenly smiled and said, Fine, bring it. Even though these martial artists were clay chickens and pottery dogs to Yi Yuan, him killing in and out as he wished 10 times over was not an issue. These martial artists were different from those demonic beasts in the vast heaven pag. Oda, they would not collide into the tip of his spear without heed for their lives. Even if Yi Yuan did what he did inside the vast heaven pag, and used the myriad rain sword blades, the effects would be greatly discounted too. Furthermore, just the 9th level soul Cs here were quite a few. Yi Yuan naturally could not possibly kill off every single one. His goal was very simple, which was in order to enter the city. Since Shangguan Lingyun was willing to let him Pa-S, that was naturally for the best. As for losing to Shangguan Lingyun, Yi Yuan never thought of this possibility. Shangguan Lingyun lifted his hand slightly. Those fierce-scale world martial artists immediately vacated a large area. The battle that originally encircled Luhong, the four of them, also stopped at this time. Actually, back at the Fierce Scale World, I've been looking forward to a fight with you. Today, I finally got my Wisconsin H. Plus, it's just that, sadly, I probably can't enjoy to my heart's content today. Shangguan Lingyun made a move with a faint smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, I'll grant you a battle. Yi Yuan did not see Shangguan Lingyun take any other action, but the surrounding essence energy closed in around the latter crazily. That imposing momentum was actually even stronger than Deng Sheng's previously. Gradually, a bright, full moon condensed and formed in front of Shangguan Lingyun, looking rather true and serene and moving. Yet, the killing intent emitting off from that full moon made everyone's blood run cold. Seeing this scene, Lu Hong, the four of them, were stricken with terror too. This young man's age was more or less the same as theirs, but his strength was actually much more stronger. Could it be that the strength of the Fierce Scale World's martial artists were all formidable to such an extent? They could not help becoming worried about Yi Yuan. Although they all knew that Yi Yuan's strength was very strong, this young man was a major realm higher than him after all. Furthermore, this youth's combat strength was exceptionally formidable. Could Yi Yuan resist or not? The four people exchanged glances and could not help becoming worried about Yi Yuan. Facing the powerful Shangguan Lingyun, Yi Yuan was unconcerned. When Xianying's sword was drawn, 10,000 streaks of sword blades condensed and formed very quickly. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed, and he said somberly, condensing the form of gathered essence. A sea transformation realm can actually achieve condensed form of gathered essence. You truly are a peerless genius. Full moon slash. H. Plus, myriad rain sword blades. It was only to see that bright moon rotated with extreme speed, slicing over toward Yi Yuan. It collided against those 10,000 streaks of sword blades very quickly. That bright full moon was like an extremely swift blade, slicing those sword blades into fragments one after another instantly. Streaks of sword blades were annihilated like this by the bright moon. But that bright moon was also becoming faint at an incredible speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. H. Plus, finally, it was still the sword blades which depleted the full moon slash first. The remaining bits and pieces streaks of sword blades flew toward Shangguan Lingyun. Except, these remaining sword blades were nothing to be feared to Shangguan Lingyun. Only to see him wave his hand casually. Those sword blades dissipated into nothingness. You won, Shangguan Lingyun said with a faint smile, as if he had long predicted the outcome. Something within expectations, Yi Yuan said coolly. Hoo-hoo, I originally thought that my improvement in this 1 year was already huge. Didn't expect that your improvement was even greater. You're only at the sea transformation realm and can actually achieve condensing the form of gathered essence already. Truly remarkable. Shangguan Lingyun said, Is that very hard? I could already do it when I was second level sea transformation, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said with a smile, To a genius like you, it's naturally simple. But to mediocre talents like us, it's something that's impossible to accomplish. From birth until now, Shangguan Lingyun had always been crowned with the Tlea of genius. But in front of Yi Yuan, he simply did not have the capital to be called a genius. However, him admitting this fact so calmly and declaring himself mediocre still made Yi Yuan rather surprised. Yi Yuan said with a slight smile, You're stronger than Zhao Qinggan. No wonder you can stand here, while he can only become a good-for-nothing. Shangguan Lingyun suddenly looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, A good-for-nothing, huh? I afraid not. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, What do you mean? Hoo-hoo, nothing. I just want to say that, brother, you might still have the chance to meet Zhao Qinggan. Furthermore, that day shouldn't be too far away. Even if he stands before me again, he's still a good-for-nothing, Yi Yuan said indifferently. His heart was far from as calm as on the surface. He was distinguished. H.I. plussing the true and false of Shangguan Lingyun's words. He already damaged Zhao Qinggan's dantian at that time. With Zhao Tianyin's means, it was impossible to help Zhao Qinggan restore his dantian. What the H.E.L. I was happening here. Moreover, logically speaking, it was impossible for Shangguan Lingyun to have such rapid improvement speed. Yet he rose a full major realm. How did he accomplish it? Yi Yuan felt more and more that the fierce Gale world's invasion this time was not quite normal, exuding strangeness all over. Brother Ye's talent stands above others. But better don't look down on Zhao Qinggan. When he comes out this time, he'll probably become different. All right, one must be willing to lose if they bet. You guys enter the city, then. Shangguan Lingyun moved aside and actually really opened up a path. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and walked towards the city gates unhurriedly. Lord Shangguan was actually defeated? How is this possible? Who in the world is that youth? To actually be able to defeat the ever-victorious Lord Shangguan with C transformation realm strength? Yeah, the last time Lord Shangguan personally took action, he killed 3 late-stage C transformation experts with one move. I thought that he was already invincible beneath divine traversing realm. Didn't expect that. He actually lost. I thought that the endless world was all a bunch of trash. Didn't think that there was actually still such a strong youth. He's not yet 18 years old, right? His strength is actually even stronger than Lord Shangguan's. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed made the countenance of all the fierce Gale world martial artists change. In their view, Shangguan Lingyun's strength was already formidable until he was unbeatable. Unless it was a divine traversing realm powerhouse who came. Otherwise, there was simply no possibility of losing. Along the way, Shangguan Lingyun very rarely made a move. But each time he took action, it was killing in one move no matter how powerful the opponent was. But today, the invincible Lord Shangguan actually lost to a youth a full major realm lower than him. This was too subverting. Under everyone's stupefied gazes, Yi Yuan walked towards Crimson Light City slowly. As he made his move, the fierce Gale world martial artists automatically moved aside, creating a path for him. Chapter 598. Questioning. Chapter 598. Questioning. Above Crimson Light City's tall city gates, there were several silhouettes currently looking into the distance, taking everything that happened below the city gates into their sights. City Lord, this youth is incredible. Even the fierce Gale world's commander isn't this match. The one speaking was called Ding Qi, City Lord Su, whose confidant. He was an 8th level Soul Sea realm expert. Su, whose expression was as per normal, but that hint of surprise in his eyes could not be wiped away. Hearing Ding Qi appraise the youth, he nodded and said, "No idea where this youth popped out from. His strength is truly terrifyingly daunting. He's only at the C transformation realm and can actually cross a major realm to battle." Ding Qi's eyes flickered, and he said, "City Lord, could this youth be the reinforcements that the Alliance sent us?" Su, who was stunned, and said with a nod, "We're cut off from all information with the outside world right now and don't know the arrangements of the Alliance at all. Hearing you say this, there's really that possibility. But what if it's a ploy?" Ding Qi was secretly startled and said, "With City Lord saying this, I'm really quite worried. Ever since that fierce Gale world's young commander led the great army, they have always mowed down all resistance. Many troublesome opponents were all personally disposed of by him. Furthermore, I heard that they were all killed with one move. That youth is strong, but it is truly a bit too ridiculous." With Ding Qi's lysis, the suspicion in Su, whose heart grew even more. "With you saying this, I'm really starting to doubt. This youth is a bit too ridiculously powerful. Those 10 middle stage Soul Sea experts earlier actually could not survive one exchange with him. Although that punch of his looked to be very terrifying, it might truly have the suspicion of acting out a play. Also, that young commander clearly did not go all out. So many martial artists facing 5 people, why should they make way? And also, even if this youth's strength is really that powerful, he's one person after all. What help is there to the war situation by coming here? Even if he can come and leave as he pleased, how will he lead so many people to escape with their lives? Ding Qi and Su Hu exchanged a glance and said, "Could it be that this youth is really here to trick us? Once we open up a gap in the grand array, those fierce-scale world martial artists below will have the opportunity to take advantage. I'm not worried about others, but that young commander's strength is too formidable. To say that he's the number 1 person beneath divine traversing is also not over the top. Once he's been given a hint of an opportunity. Behind us are the lives of all the people in the city." The pair chipped in a word each and finally concluded Yi Yuan's true ident, one tie, and at this time, Yi Yuan already arrived below the city gates too, while Shangguan Lingyun at this time was looking at them from a place not far away, his face still carrying a smile. "City Lord Su Hu, were the reinforcements that the Alliance sent. Please open up the grand array and let us go in." Qin Yen mustered up essence energy and shouted in a clear voice. Su Hu's brows furrowed and he gave Ding Qi a look. Ding Qi understood and called out, "Do you all have any proof?" Qin Yen took out a silk-like object and fired a seal at it. That silk vanished directly and appeared in front of Su Hu. Su Hu took a look at the silk. Indeed, it was an item issued with the Alliance's name. But Su Hu's expression still did not take a turn for the better. The time the Endless Alliance has been established was too short. Many systems had all yet to be perfected. Crimson Light City was too distant from Wufang City and was not familiar with many of the Alliance's things. A tiny piece of silk, they were simply unable to differentiate the truth from the false. This thing is too easy to copy. We can't open the array formation. Ding Qi called out in a clear voice. Qin Yen was stunned. He did not think that these fellows were actually so inflexible. He was someone quite arrogant at heart and haughty in manner after all. Coming to assist this city, and they actually did not believe him. This made his young master temper flare up. "Open your dog eyes and look. I'm the Myriad Sword Sect's old ancestor, Qin Hongtao's grandson. Can it still be fake?" Qin Hongtao said furiously once Su Hu heard this. The suspicion in his heart grew even more. He said with a cold smile, "Haha, would old ancestor Qin send his own grandson here? Don't joke with me. Looks like you guys are indeed sent by the fierce Gale world to trick us. You." Qin Yen could not help choking up, but did not know how he should refute. Yeah, logically speaking, Qin Hongtao indeed would not send his own grandson here to this sort of dangerous place, let alone that they still directly charged towards the city very arrogantly just now. Seeing this scene, Su Hu could not help shaking his head very disappointedly and said, "Sigh, looks like over at the Alliance there can't be counted on. Can it be that this city full of endless world martial artists all can't escape the vicious killing?" Inside the city was packed full of martial artists right now. As the city lord, Su Hu had immense pressure too. Facing everything outside the city, he had no choice but to be cautious. One careless move and the price was not what he could bear. "Hoo-hoo, looks like your own people aren't very trusting of you guys." Shangguan Lingyun gloated over their misfortune. Yi Yuan turned out and gave him a nonchalant glance and said, "Seems like you're very pleased." Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said, "Shouldn't I be pleased? Even if I let you guys go over, you all can't enter the city too, isn't it so?" Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "The 4 of you stick close to me. We're entering the city." Ah. The 4 people were dazed, and they had not yet reacted when Yi Yuan's figure already moved and arrived at the edge of the grand array. "What are you still in a daze for?" Yi Yuan urged. The 4 people hurriedly caught up. Yi Yuan stepped out and directly crossed into the Grand Array. Seeing this scene, the smile on Shangguan Lingyun's face immediately froze there. This Grand Array, which obstructed thousands of soldiers and horse, was actually regarded as nothing by Yi Yuan? The reason why the fierce Gale world's 5-way great army did not have any incident all along, surrounding and but not attacking, was because of this Grand Array before their eyes. This Grand Array was called Mystic Crystal Iron Chain Array. It was a true blue tier, 5 low-grade Grand Array. Unless divine traversing realm experts came here, there was simply no way to crack it. All this time, Shangguan Lingyun was not in a hurry and only surrounded and did not attack. As long as this place became a lone city, they would take it down sooner or later. Who could have thought that this Grand Array, which even Soul Sea realm experts were powerless against, Yi Yuan entered with a lift of his leg. Qin Yan 4 people could not help being overjoyed when they saw the situation and hurriedly followed Yi Yuan into the Grand Array. When the Su who on top of the city gates saw this scene, his countenance likewise changed abruptly. He hurriedly said to Ding Qi, "Quick, deploy the Grand Array and kill the 5 of them for me." Ding Qi was also startled inwardly and hastily took out a talisman and fired essence energy into it, transmitting back to the center of the Grand Array, controlling the array formation. The one presiding over the Grand Array was a young Tier 4 Array Master. His name was Shao Siki. Although he was unable to unleash the Grand Array's full power, deploying the Grand Array to resist martial artists beneath the divine traversing realm was still achievable. Receiving the message in the talisman, he did not dare to delay and hurriedly deployed the Grand Array, wanting to kill Yi Yuan 5 people. Yet, with this deployment, Shao Siki's expression changed. What's going on? This. Why is this Mystic Crystal Iron Chain Array out of my control? Chapter 599. Yet to go all out. Chapter 599. Yet to go all out. When Yi Yuan appeared in front of Su Hu, he could not suppress the shock in his heart. This young man actually crossed over directly into the array formation, and then flew on top of the city walls and stood in front of him. Su, who very much wanted to slap this youth before his eyes to death with one palm. However, not knowing why, he actually could not raise his hand. "Your city, Lord Su Hu?" Yi Yuan looked quietly at Su Hu and asked, "Insolence! You actually dare to be disrespectful towards City Lord, His Excellency?" Ding Qi reproached. Yi Yuan ignored him and still looked at Su Hu quietly, waiting for his reply. Su Hu discovered that he actually had a feeling of being short on breath in front of this youth. Finally, he could not endure this sort of stifling atmosphere and said with a nod, "That's right, I'm Su Hu. Could it be that you are really here to reinforce Crimson Light City?" When Qin Yan saw this Su Hu, he immediately felt irate. He was just about to fly off the handle when he was pulled by Yin Yanhua from behind, shaking her head at him. Qin Yan was startled. Glancing at Yi Yuan, he kept his mouth shut. "It's naturally true. Otherwise, do you think that I'll still stand here perfectly well speaking to you?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Su, who was secretly alarmed and knew what the words Yi Yuan said meant. Since he could bring these 4 people into the Grand Array, he could naturally bring others into the Grand Array. If Yi Yuan was really a spy sent by the fierce Gale world, why would he need to waste this time talking sea? Pee with him. Even though he did not know just what problem occurred over at the Grand Array Central, Yi Yuan's might had clearly already exceeded their understanding. An out-and-out Tier 5 Grand Array actually could not block Yi Yuan the slightest. Thinking this through, Su, who had a look of embarrass, meant as he clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, "This, sir, truly sorry. There are too many irrational aspects with the appearance of you people, so I'm a little careful too. Didn't think that it nearly led to a disaster." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No worries. City Lord is burdened with heavy responsibilities. Being a little careful is as ought to be. Rather, this Yi directly barging into the formation was quite brusque. Hope that your excellency won't blame us. Yi Yuan really did not blame Su Hu, or else, with his personality, he would definitely not be so polite. This Su Hu being able to guard Crimson Light City until now was already very not easy. Shangguan Lingyun was an extremely intelligent person. There was most likely more than one bluff used in between this. If Su Hu did not handle carefully, he would probably have fallen for it long ago. To be able to persevere until now, this Su Hu was worthy of Yi Yuan's respect. When Su Hu saw that Yi Yuan was so easy to talk, he relaxed greatly in his heart. Yi Yuan's fame had already spread far and wide long ago at Wufang City, but Su Hu did not recognize him. In his view, Yi Yuan was definitely some big shots junior. That was how he had such strength. With a young man's arrogance plus such strength, he should have thought nothing of him. To think that he was actually so easygoing. Earlier, that young man behind Yi Yuan was clearly going to fly off the handle, but forcefully suppressed it, rather like a young master. Hang on, could it be that he was really old ancestor Qin's grandson? Thinking up to here, Su Hu's heart involuntarily thumped. Those 4 people behind Yi Yuan all had extraordinary bearings. Furthermore, they were all second-level soul C strength. At this age, it was absolutely top-notch strength. If looking at it like this, the likelihood of this young man being old ancestor Qin's grandson was very high. But the problem was these 4 people clearly looked to Yi Yuan for instructions, even looking like followers. Then just what was the item? 1. Tie of the 17, 18 years old youth before his eyes? With old ancestor Qin's status, how could he let his own grandson be a youngster's follower? Su Hu felt that he was rather confused. Just what was the background of this youth before him? These 5 people combination was seriously too strange. It made him unable to understand what it was all about. But one thing was very clear, and that was that these few youngsters could not be offended. Disregarding the powers behind them, just talking about Yi Yuan blasting 10 middle stage soul C experts flying with a punch, their own strength could not be ignored. Thinking this through, Su Hu panted a little unwittingly. Dare not, dare not. You came to rescue us from the siege. But I slammed the door in your faces. No matter what, it's my fault. It's just. Su Hu looked at Yi Yuan. Just 5 people, and could not help revealing a difficult look. Yi Yuan smiled and followed up. It's just that why is it only the 5 of us, right? Su Hu gave an awkward smile. Yi Yuan continued saying, because the 5 of us are enough. Su Hu's impression of Yi Yuan was pretty good, but hearing Yi Yuan say such raving words at this time, he could not help criticizing inwardly. I saw Sir's strength earlier. Even the fierce Gale world's main commander was helpless against you. But for us, these people are not the fierce Gale world's match. Su Hu said in a roundabout manner. Yi Yuan laughed and said, here isn't the place to talk. Can we go to City, Lord Manor, to chat? Su Hu was stunned and smacked his head and said, look at this brain of mine, my fault, my fault. Sir, please. Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed Su Hu to the City Lord Manor. Lord Shangguan, just what kind of person was that youth, to actually have such terrifying strength? The Central Army's main tent, Deng Sheng still had a look of astonishment on his face. The impact that Yi Yuan's performance earlier brought him was too intense. Shangguan Lingyun gave him a glance and said indifferently, are you aware that a year ago there was an endless world youth who infiltrated into the central capital, and he threw the capital into an upheaval? Deng Sheng's expression changed drastically when he heard that and exclaimed in shock, it's actually him. No wonder. No wonder. Even 7th Prince, His Highness, suffered defeat at his hands. No wonder he had such formidable strength. It's just that. I heard that when he fought with 7th Prince, he was still only a crystal formation realm martial artist. How long has it been? He's actually already approaching Soul Sea Realm. Such cultivation speed was simply unheard of. Furthermore, Even though Yi Yuan's breakthrough speed was fast, the increase in strength was even faster. He was just C, transformation realm, and could actually already wield condensing the form of gathered essence to such a level. Truly terrifying. That attack previously was luckily Shangguan Lingyun fighting with Yi Yuan. If it were him, he would probably be a dead soul claimed under Yi Yuan's sword already. I initially thought that my improvement this 1 year was already very great. When I met him once again, I should be able to win him for certain. Didn't expect that running into him today. It's still hard to say who will be the victor. Shangguan Lingyun said with a sigh. Deng Sheng could not help choking up when he heard that, feeling that he was completely not on the same level as these peerless geniuses at all. Their improvement speed, he could not catch up to it even by whipping the horse. Lord Shangguan, although that Yi Yuan is formidable in the battle previously, Lord Shangguan didn't use your full power, right? If Lord Shangguan went all out, how can that punk be my lord's match? Deng Sheng gave a compliment without leaving a trace, but Shangguan Lingyun said with a smile, Did you think that Yi Yuan went all out? Deng Sheng's expression changed, and he said, The might of that one move, even I don't dare to clash head-on either. Could it be that that still wasn't his full strength? Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said, I don't know. That exchange previously, we just both parties probing out the other party's strength. But I think that his strength should be more than that.